Chapter 309. Because there were too many people participating in the blind date, Li Wangyu had already announced the rules of the day before everyone entered the venue. All the men participating in the blind date were not allowed to disturb the palace maids. They could only wait for the palace maids to take the initiative to communicate with them. Those who did not abide by the rules could only be expelled. With the deterrence of the golden guards in shining armor and the great sincerity of the men who were willing to pay a copper coin to enter, no one wanted to leave a bad impression on the palace maids at this time, so the scene was very orderly. More than 5,000 men who came for the blind date gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the tall round table. They stared at the palace maids with burning eyes full of expectation, hoping to gain the favor of the beautiful woman. Since they could not take the initiative to strike up a conversation, they had to find a way to attract the attention of the palace maids. Therefore, among the people present, some loudly recited their poems, some pretentiously took out the guqin they brought, sat cross-legged on the lawn, and began to play the guqin as if there was no one around. There were even many scholars who brought paper and ink with them and began to draw for the palace maids on the spot. As for those who had a lot of property, they naturally had their own skills. Some of them took out gold toys inlaid with all kinds of gems and played with them in their hands. Some of them tidied up their expensive silk clothes. What made Li Wangyu dumbfounded the most was that there was actually a fat man who placed dozens of gold ingots on the round table in front of him. In short, these 5,000 men, in Li Wangyu's eyes, were like peacocks spreading their tails, competing to show off in front of more than 1,000 palace maids. He could not help but laugh. But soon, something that made him dumbfounded appeared. Among these 5,000 men, there seemed to be some strange creatures mixed in. Not far away at the round table, there were several burly old hooligans. What the hell were they? Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head in surprise, looking at the group of dandy, and ask in disbelief, "Brothers, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why are Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi here?" Cheng Chumo and his brothers, as well as the Yuchi brothers, also had their mouths wide open. They looked with astonishment at their father who was showing off his muscles to the palace maids. What is this situation? Illusion, it must be an illusion. I didn't drink much wine today. Why are my eyes blurry? Even Pai Lupi was speechless. What were these old killers doing? He didn't believe that these dukes would really take a fancy to a palace maid. After all, the palace maids who were selected to leave the palace had been in the palace for at least 10 years. Even if they entered the palace at the age of 16, they were 26 years old now. In the eyes of the Tang, this age was already considered an ant. What's more, which of these dukes' manors didn't have beautiful palace maids bestowed by Pai Lupi? Those who could be sent as gifts by Pai Lupi to the duke's mansion were all stunning beauties, and they were all budding young girls. However, this group of old killers actually came to this blind date in droves. What a premature death! Pai Lupi glared fiercely at the foppish sons. Like father, like son. You two are really father and son. The foppish sons could only smile awkwardly and politely. They didn't know how to evaluate their fathers. Fortunately, these dukes were just bored and didn't really want to add a few more concubines to their manors. Needless to say, these old hooligans had the same motive as the foppish sons. They all thought this blind date by the Tsiujiang Lake was a fun thing and came to join in the fun. Li Wangyu could only sigh. The cultural and entertainment construction of the Tang dynasty needed to be strengthened. Even the dukes were so bored. It could be seen that the cultural construction of the Tang dynasty had a long way to go. More than 1,000 palace maids accompanied by the official matchmakers entered the blind date. The official matchmakers were also known as matchmakers, and matchmakers. In the Tang dynasty, the official matchmakers represented the government in the marriage of men and women. They were the official marriage agencies. The official matchmakers had appeared as early as the Western Zhou dynasty. From the Qin dynasty to the Qing dynasty, the power of the official matchmakers was not small. As long as men and women become famous, they will be recorded in the year, month, day, and name. If a man marries at 30, a woman marries at 20. The main job of the official matchmakers was to know the names and birth dates of men and women in the country and to urge men and women of the right age to get married. If there were official matchmakers, there would naturally be private matchmakers. The private matchmakers were often called matchmakers. However, even if the marriage was facilitated by private matchmakers, it still needed to be registered at the official matchmaker's office and be supervised by the official matchmakers. The so-called parents' orders and matchmakers' words referred to the official matchmakers. There was naturally a reason why the official matchmakers were needed to accompany the palace maids on the blind date today. Just like the Book of Songs, Wei Feng, it said, bandits set the date, but the sun has no good matchmaker. It meant that without a good matchmaker, one could not get married. There was also, what about faking it? A bandit's axe can't subdue him. What about taking a wife? A bandit's matchmaker can't subdue him. It meant that without an axe, one could not cut wood, and without a matchmaker, one could not marry a wife. Therefore, if there were no official matchmakers on the blind date today to mediate the marriage between the two parties, even if the palace maids and the man took a fancy to each other, it would be considered a private vow to marry each other. They would be despised by both their parents and their countrymen. Moreover, the Tang dynasty also had a law that stated, for the law of marriage, there must be a matchmaker. This was also the reason why the official matchmakers accompanied the palace maids. In fact, Li Wangyu did not know that the matchmaking convention needed an official matchmaker. He only understood after Su Jingzong reminded him. However, even though there were millions of people in Chang'an City, there were not that many official matchmakers. Fortunately, Su Jingzong was capable and ordered people to urgently mobilize manpower from the counties around Chang'an City. It was not easy to find so many official matchmakers. Otherwise, today's matchmaking convention would really become a farce. Li Wangyu would definitely be impeached to death by the censor. Li Wangyu organized this, do not disturb if you are the one, matchmaking convention. Naturally, it could not be like the later generations where men and women could freely chat and communicate. Instead, they had to communicate through these official matchmakers. Those palace maids shyly raised their heads and swept their eyes over the many men present. Those who liked each other would whisper to the official matchmaker beside them. Naturally, the official matchmaker would go to the man's side and ask about his name, family background, and whether he was interested in the palace maid. If both parties were satisfied, the official matchmaker would record it. Even so, the 3 matchmakers and 6 certificates could not be left out. There were 6 procedures: accepting, asking for names, naive sign, asking for dates, and welcoming in person. In addition to the 6 certificates, there was an ink bucket on the heaven and earth table, a ruler, a pole, a scale, a pair of scissors, a bronze mirror, and an abacus. There could not be any sloppiness. However, these procedures were naturally much simpler. Compared to a blind marriage, it was completely based on the matchmaker's description of the appearance and situation of the two parties. Without a doubt, today's matchmaking convention in Chujiang Pool that Li Wangyu organized could allow men and women to clearly see each other face to face. This was a great improvement. In this regard, whether it was the more than 5,000 men who wanted to marry a wife or the palace maids who left the palace, they were all extremely satisfied. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi and wandered around the matchmaking convention. Pai Lupi had already seen with his own eyes that many palace maids and men looked at each other. After being recognized by the official matchmaker, it could be said that they were already considered to be husband and wife. In this regard, Pai Lupi was very satisfied and repeatedly praised Li Wangyu for handling this matter beautifully. While the two were chatting, Pai Lupi pointed at a group of people not far away and laughed. Ziyu, does this count as a man attaining the Tao and his chickens and dogs ascending to heaven? That group of men, are they all from the Zhou village that you chose? How did they all get a matchmaking convention with my palace maids? Chapter 310. Pai Lupi was pointing at the group of handicapped old soldiers from Dingzhou village. Most of these old soldiers came from poor families and were handicapped. Naturally, none of their wives were willing to marry them. All of them were old bachelors. Now, In just a little over a month, the income from the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company had filled the pockets of these old soldiers and made them quite wealthy. After Li Wangyou's persuasion, he managed to convince this group of old soldiers to come to the Crooked River's lakeside. She wanted to see if she could also get lucky and marry a palace maid to be her auntie. Even the Niu brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, came to the blind date with the old soldiers under Li Wangyou's persuasion. They wanted to marry a wife. Although the two had joined the Li family as soldiers, they could still marry a woman from a good family. Moreover, Li Wangyou could let the two brothers go at any time. However, the two brothers were very stubborn and were unwilling to do so. Li Wangyou was about to go greet the crowd, but before he reached them, he saw a group of palace maids accompanied by an official matchmaker. Pai Lupi and he couldn't help but stop to see if the group of palace maids would like the old soldiers. However, even Li Wangyou didn't think that the group of old soldiers would be chosen by the palace maids. After all, compared to the other people present, this group of handicapped old soldiers really didn't have any advantages. However, Li Wangyou still wanted to help the old soldiers of his manor. Just as he was thinking about how to do it, he heard a discordant sound. The group of old soldiers, including the Niu brothers, stood awkwardly beside the round tables, feeling somewhat at a loss. Although they didn't lack money now, they were used to living a simple life. Today, they came to Chu River Pond for the blind date. The clothes they wore could only be said to be clean and tidy, but definitely not bright. They were all rather ordinary and rough clothes. As for the men around them, even if they were poor scholars, even if they had gone to borrow, they were all wearing new clothes today, which made them look rather bright and fresh. In comparison, the old soldiers of Dingzhou village seemed a little shabby. On top of that, many of them were crippled. Many of them were missing arms or legs. This made them stand out even more among the crowd. This caused many men in the surroundings to whisper to each other, and from time to time, roaring laughter could be heard. It was obvious that they were mocking them. Because of the group of palace maids walking over together, many of the men around the old soldiers unconsciously raised their voices out of desire to show off. Tisk, TSK, there is really someone who is out of his league and wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a look at yourself? You actually have the nerve to come to the lakeside of Chu River. Aren't you afraid of offending the beauty? Isn't that so? This person who was missing an arm or a leg had come to a blind date. He really didn't know his place. I'm afraid someone must be blind to fancy them, right? Brother, you can't say that. Maybe there are beauties who sympathize with them. I heard that among the palace maids sent out by the saint this time, there are old women in their 60s. Maybe those old women will be willing to take in a son. Brother's words are reasonable. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This person knows his place. To sully the eyes of a beauty, how laughable. A group of field attendants. They don't even look at their own status. They actually came to the lakeside of Chu River to propose marriage. They don't know their place. Have these bumpkins washed the mud off their feet? Oh, I forgot that some of them are missing a leg. That saves us a lot of trouble, haha. The words of these men who felt good about themselves and came to propose marriage made the old soldiers of Dingzhou village furious. Some of the more irritable ones rolled up their sleeves and planned to beat them up. However, they were stopped by the brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu. Everyone, today is the blind date hosted by Lang Jun. Let's not cause trouble for Lang Jun. If there is anything, let's talk about it after this matter is over. Niu Dalong is right. We must not cause trouble for the men of Hu County. We will let them go for now. Yes, we'll deal with them after this matter is over. The old soldiers didn't want to cause trouble for Li Wangyou. Under Niu Yong's persuasion, they swallowed their anger. The palace maids naturally heard this conflict of words. Many of them couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. They truly didn't want to marry a disabled husband after leaving the palace. This was human nature. However, the palace maids' laughter made the surrounding men even more pleased with themselves. Their mocking of the old soldiers grew louder and louder. Niu Wu was so angry that his veins were bulging. If it wasn't for his brother Niu Yong holding him back, his fists would probably have landed on those people's faces. Pai Lupi frowned when he heard the men's words. The 100 Cavalry Department had already reported the situation of the old soldiers of Dingzhou village to him. After all, Li Qingqian and the others went to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu every few days. The 100 Cavalry Department had already figured out the background of everyone in the village. These dozen or so disabled veterans were all soldiers of the Sui dynasty. They were veterans who had survived the bloody battle against the Turks at Yanmen Pass in the 11th year of the Great Undertaking. Although they were soldiers of the Sui dynasty, Pai Lupi viewed them as his own subjects. In particular, they were all disabled from the battle against the Turks. This made Pai Lupi, the emperor on horseback, feel that it wasn't easy for these veterans. Now, these men who wanted to ask for a kiss were actually speaking rudely and humiliating these veterans. This made Pai Lupi very angry. Naturally, it wasn't convenient for him to show his face. He only glanced at Li Wangyu from the corner of his eyes. Li Wangyu was naturally unhappy. Even without Pai Lupi's words, he was already planning to flip out. After apologizing to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu looked at the group of wastrels behind him. Brothers, what should we do if someone has a bad mouth? His mother. Slap him. Qing Chumo and the others naturally understood what Li Wangyu wanted to do. They were all very excited. They rolled up their sleeves and prepared to attack. My brother Cheng is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Li Wangyu gave them a thumbs up and led the group of wastrels forward. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others saw that their Lang Jun had arrived. Just as they were about to bow in greeting, Li Wangyu waved his hand at them, indicating that they didn't need to be so polite. Li Wangyu walked straight to the group of wastrels who were still chattering and mocking the old soldiers. Without wasting any time, he raised his arm and slapped them. That person was so enraptured that he didn't notice the arrival of Li Wangyu and the others. It wasn't until he felt a sudden pain on his cheek that he realized that he had been slapped. You, young man, who are you? What right do you have to hit people? Before that person could react to what had happened, the group of wastrels had pounced on him and knocked him to the ground with a few punches and kicks. To be able to beat someone up in such a carefree manner in front of Li Er, the group of Silk Pants felt that today's trip was indeed not in vain. The things that the Li family's young master did were all so interesting. Guards, someone is causing trouble. Imperial guards, quickly arrest them. Murder. Save me. Hero, please spare me, I was wrong, please don't hit me. The group of wastrels who had just ridiculed the villagers of Dingzhou village were now wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Chapter 311. Due to the men's cries, the conflict at Chu River Pond soon attracted the attention of the people around them. The imperial maids were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They kept exclaiming as they did not know what exactly happened. Tens of imperial guards from the Golden Guards, who were in charge of maintaining the order at the blind date at Chu River Pond, quickly rushed over. Stop! You! The Imperial Guard squad leader stopped abruptly as soon as he shouted. Even if he did not know Li Wangyu, who was from Huxian County, it was impossible for him not to know Qing Chumo and the other hedonistic young masters. Did a group of heirs from the dukes who founded the country need a reason to beat someone up? Did they? The Imperial Guard squad leader could only mourn for those people who were blind. It was obvious that they were beaten up for nothing, and there was no way for them to seek justice. Nevertheless, the men who were beaten up by the hedonistic young masters and Li Wangyu thought that their saviors had finally arrived when they saw the Imperial Guards from the Golden Guards around them. The man who was slapped by Li Wangyu crawled to the Imperial Guard squad leader and pointed at Li Wangyu as he yelled, Quickly arrest that man. They're disrupting the order of the blind date and beating us up for no reason. The Imperial Guard squad leader glanced at him impatiently and said coldly, This is Huxian County's man, and those are heirs from the High Duke's public houses such as High Duke Lu, High Duke Lai, High Duke Sheng, High Duke Liang, High Duke Yi, and High Duke Qiao. Are you sure you want to accuse them of beating you up? The man was dumbfounded by the squad leader's words. Were we beaten up by a group of heirs from the High Duke's public houses and Huxian County's man? He was in a daze as he mumbled, how did we offend the heirs? The men who were beaten black and blue by the hedonistic young masters were dumbstruck when they heard the squad leader's words. They did not know why they were undeservedly implicated. Heirs, Huxian County's man, we didn't offend you. Why is this happening? Li Wangyu swung his hand. He had used too much strength in the slap just now, and it hurt his own hand. Hearing the man's question, he pointed at Niu Yong and the others. Do you know who they are? We don't know. What a good don't know. With a cold laugh, Li Wangyu stared at this group of people and said in a loud voice, in the 11th year of day, Tuju Shibi Khan's 200,000-strong cavalry besieged Yanmen Pass. The defenders at Yanmen Pass were only 17,000 men, with insufficient provisions. The Tuju's military strength is more than 10 times our Han men's military strength, yet under the desperate resistance of the Yanmen Pass defending army, for a long time they were unable to take them down. He paused for a moment before raising his voice once more. Over the past month, the Turkic cavalry has been attacking the Yanmen Pass non-stop, and the Yanmen Pass has suffered heavy casualties. However, they didn't surrender or run away. They only fought to the death. In the end, the Turkic cavalry had no choice but to retreat, losing more than 2,000 captives. Li Wangyu pointed at the old soldiers of Zhou village and said, They are the veterans of the Great Battle of Yanmen Pass. They fought bravely against the invasion of the foreign invaders. After that battle, all of them were crippled. They are the heroes of the Tang dynasty. At this point, the crowd fell silent. Even the profligate scions had looks of reverence on their faces. On the other hand, the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain looked at the crippled old soldiers with reverence. Following Li Wangyu's words, Niu Yong and the others straightened their backs like spears. As for the group of palace maids, many of them had tears in their eyes. They covered their mouths tightly with their hands, afraid that they would make even the slightest sound. Li Wangyu took a deep breath and shouted with all the strength in his body, You bunch of trash! Tell me, what right do you have to humiliate them? Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge the heroes of the Tang dynasty? Men! Li Wangyu did not wait for the men to speak. He shouted at the imperial army, Throw these bastards out. His Majesty's palace maids will not marry trash like them. Yes, sir. The imperial army members of the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia pounded their fists heavily on the armor on their chests, causing loud clanging sounds to ring out. The imperial army rushed forward. They could not wait for the men who were beaten black and blue to beg for mercy. They dragged them out like they were dragging dead dogs. After the imperial guards dragged all these people away, the atmosphere finally relaxed. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to ask Li Wangyu to continue looking at other places, he saw the group of palace maids walk toward Li Wangyu and curtsy. Greetings, Mr. Huizhu. Ladies, there's no need to be so courteous. Li Wangyu waved his hand at them, indicating that they did not need to be so courteous. Mr. Huizhu, we heard that you wrote a poem to plead for us in the Great Hall that day, which led to the Imperial Palace's public search for a son-in-law. We are so grateful that we are unable to repay your kindness. Mr. Huizhu, please accept our greetings. After the palace maids finished speaking, they ignored Li Wangyu's dissuasion. They all knelt on the ground, cupped their hands, and slowly nodded their heads on the back of their hands. This was a greeting, the most solemn greeting in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu couldn't stop them, so he could only accept the palace maids' great salutes before urging them to get up. Ladies, there's no need for this. You should be grateful to the sage. The sage is a wise ruler of a generation, and he cares about the people of the world. After you leave the palace, you must live up to the sage's painstaking efforts. You must live well. Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi without leaving a trace, which made the palace maids who did not know the truth kneel down and kowtow again in the direction of Taiji Palace. How could Li Er not know Li Wangyu's thoughts? However, he still felt very comfortable. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. After the palace maids thanked Li Wangyu, more than 10 people walked out from the palace maids, walked to Niu Yong and the others, and knelt down again. This gave Niu Yong and the other old soldiers a fright. They all blushed and did not know what to do. Ladies, what are you doing? Quickly get up, quickly get up. Thank you, benefactors. What benefactors? Ladies, did you make a mistake? We don't know you. Niu Yong and the others were confused by the palace maid's words. They did not understand what they were talking about. Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the other playboys also looked at the palace maids curiously, not understanding why they suddenly acted like this. Benefactors, our ancestral home is Daizhou, and we were chosen to enter the palace in the 12th year of the Dai dynasty. During the Battle of Yanmen Pass, it was all thanks to our benefactors that we did not fall into the hands of the Turks. Today, I can finally say thank you to my benefactors for your kindness. The palace maid's words made Li Wangyu and the others come to a sudden realization. Yanmen Pass was under the jurisdiction of Daizhou, and these palace maids were originally from Daizhou. Back then, if Niu Yong and the others had not blocked the Turks' cavalry at Yanmen Pass, these palace maids would have met with a tragic end. Every time the Turks invaded, their favorite thing to do was to kidnap people. This was especially true for women. They loved to kidnap people the most. In this way, it was reasonable to say that Niu Yong and the other old soldiers were the palace maids' benefactors. After Niu Yong and the others understood the whole story, this group of strong men blushed and rubbed their hands, not knowing what to say. Li Wangyu was angry. Why did this group of idiots become mute at this time? Chapter 312. Li Wangyu was anxious for Niu Yong and the others. These bastards, did they forget their purpose of coming to Zhujiang Pool today? Blind date. Marrying their wives. Why are they standing there in a daze? Why don't they take the opportunity to chat with the palace maids? Are these bastards waiting for a sister Lin to fall from the sky and marry no one else but them? Sigh, I'm so angry. Li Wangyu grumbled in his heart. He was prepared to personally take the field and use his glib tongue that he had honed in his previous life to help Niu Yong and the others brag and see if he could convince the ladies. What if a young lady was dizzy and nodded in agreement? In life, there was always a need for some dreams. Li Wangyu calculated. From the 12th year of Dai to the 2nd year of Zhenguan, it had been 12 years. These palace maids were selected to enter the palace when they were 15 or 16 years old. Now, they were 27 or 28 years old. Wasn't this age suitable for Niu Yong and the others? Li Wangyu ridiculed Niu Yong and the others. In fact, he was laughing at himself. This guy still had the face to ridicule Niu Yong and the others. He didn't think about how he felt when facing his beautiful boss. It had been more than 2 months since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. A single man and a single woman living under the same roof. But even so, Li Wangyu had only touched the hand of his beautiful boss after such a long time. It was really shameful. He had the nerve to ridicule Niu Yong and the others with this level of flirting. He was simply shameless. However, Li Wangyu didn't think so. He only felt that Niu Yong and the others were too weak. He still needed his Lang Jun to make a move. Li Wangyu coughed lightly. Just as he was about to speak up for Niu Yong and the others, he saw a palace maid leisurely walk up to Niu Yong. She opened her cherry lips and said something. After the palace maid finished speaking, Li Wangyu almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn, will Sister Lin really fall from the sky? Benefactor, are you here for a blind date as well? I am Su Qiao. I don't know if my humble appearance can catch benefactor's eye. Slave is willing to tie the knot with benefactor. This palace maid named Su Qiao was born with a charming appearance, but after saying these words, she was so embarrassed that her face was like a peach blossom, and her eyes were misty. Niu Yong was even more unbearable. This man, who could even kill a tiger with his bare hands, was blushing in the face of the palace maid's words. He stuttered, my body is incomplete. I'm afraid I'll offend you, young lady. Li Wangyu was exasperated. Was there any justice in this world? Why would a beautiful lady take the initiative to confess to such trash? He kicked Niu Yong's butt. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yes, I'm willing. Niu Yong hesitated for a long time before finally giving an affirmative answer. Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand to the official matchmaker and asked her to register the two of them immediately. This wasn't the later world, where there was no need to pay attention to mutual understanding and deepening feelings. These things could be slowly understood after the wedding night. As long as the husband and wife were willing, that was enough. As for whether Su Qiao was doing it out of gratitude or out of gratitude, Li Wangyu didn't care. Moreover, Niu Yong was definitely a good man who valued relationships and righteousness. In the future, he would definitely be a man who loved his wife. Although he was missing an arm, he was still strong enough to kill a cow with one punch. Moreover, Niu Yong and Niu Wu didn't lack copper coins in their pockets. Li Wangyu didn't treat these two brothers unfairly. In terms of income, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were definitely among the top in Dingzhou village. As for this palace maid called Su Qiao, her figure and appearance were all first class. Li Wangyu could only secretly complain in his heart, Niu Yong, this guy, is really lucky. Li Wangyu turned to look at the group of palace maids and said loudly, ladies, these Langjuns are all from my fief. Now, they are all one of the owners of the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company in Chang'an. They are rich and are a good match for a husband. He wasn't lying. The carriage company originally had 20% of Dingzhou village's shares. Later, Chou Yuanliang and Chou Kun went to the old village chief and spent a lot of money to buy 10% of the shares. Dingzhou village still had 10% of the carriage company's shares. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that this group of old soldiers were one of the owners of the carriage company. No matter how small the shareholders were, they were still owners. Nowadays, the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company was known by everyone in Chang'an. Even if these palace maids were imprisoned in the palace walls, they still knew that the carriage company was set up by Empress Zhangsun and Hu Xianman. They also knew that the carriage company was an industry that made a lot of money every day. And this group of men who were physically handicapped and dressed simply were actually one of the owners of the carriage company. The palace maids couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The reason why Li Wangyu said these words was to let the palace maids know that these old soldiers, who were just mocked as bumpkins, were not shabby. Which of these palace maids didn't want to marry a good Langjun after leaving the palace? This was human nature, and there was nothing wrong with it. As the saying went, when marrying another, one had to wear clothes and eat food. If they were so poor that even their aunts had to suffer from cold and hunger, no one would be happy. After Li Wangyu's words of encouragement, and with Su Qiao as a precedent, several official matchmakers beside the palace maids walked out and whispered to the group of old soldiers. From time to time, they pointed in the direction of the palace maids. Obviously, other palace maids had taken a fancy to these old soldiers of Dingzhou village. They were not as bold as Su Qiao and only let the official matchmaker come out and act as a go-between. The group of old soldiers were all smiling from ear to ear as they hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. How could they not agree? In fact, this group of men was going crazy thinking about their aunts. Now that there were palace maids out of the palace who wanted to marry them, it was simply like a dream. An official matchmaker ran to Niu Wu's side and pointed at one of the palace maids and said something to him. Li Wangyu quickly went over and wanted to see which palace maid had taken a fancy to this guy. Following the direction of the official matchmaker's finger, Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help cursing in his heart that this guy was really lucky. The one who had taken a fancy to Niu Wu was the most beautiful palace maid in this group of palace maids. Li Wangyu felt that she looked like a movie star in the future. Seeing that Niu Wu was just grinning foolishly, Li Wangyu fiercely slapped this lucky guy's head. What are you grinning foolishly for? Hurry up and say it, okay? Hee, okay. Why not? I'm just afraid that I'll be rude to this young lady. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. F***ck, you even know how to use words. You're so rude. He didn't expect that today's blind date by the lake of Chu River, more than a dozen old bachelors of Dingzhou village would all be single. Li Wangyu was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that there would be more than a dozen weddings in his fief. Chapter 313. In just one day, thousands of palace maids found their Mr. Right with the help of the official matchmakers. Pai Lupi was quite satisfied with this result. In line with the principle of simplicity and speed, under the control of the official media, the 3 matchmakers and 6 proofs, the acceptance of the bride, the name of the bride, the nomination of the bride, the invitation of the bride, the invitation of the bride, and the reception of the bride began to move quickly. With the help of the official matchmakers, the families who wanted to marry the palace maids quickly completed the acceptance, Wenming, Naji, and other procedures. When it was time for naive sign, they didn't know what to do. Naive sign was to send betrothal gifts to the bride's family. But where to send the betrothal gifts? Not only were the men scratching their heads, but the official matchmakers were also having a headache. Most of the palace maids who were sent out of the palace had no family. Now that they all lived in Yeding Palace, where could they find the bride's family to send betrothal gifts? At this time, the official matchmakers reported this to Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong naturally had no choice but to find Li Wangyu to discuss this matter. Li Wangyu had never experienced marriage in his 2 lives, so he didn't know how to handle these complicated Tang dynasty weddings. He didn't want to care about this kind of thing. Anyway, his task had been completed. But looking at the sad eyes of Niu Yong and Niu Wu at home, Li Wangyu remembered that his 2 troops also needed to send betrothal gifts. In desperation, Li Wangyu could only go with Su Jingzong to the palace again to see Pai Lupi and see what he would do. What Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong didn't expect was that Pai Lupi actually waved his hand and decided to act as the bride's family of the palace maids. The families of the more than 1,000 palace maids who were about to get married could send all the betrothal gifts to Taiji Palace. And on the day of the wedding, he would personally send the betrothal gifts to these palace maids. And as the bride's family of the palace maids, he would also prepare the dowry for these palace maids. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders, indicating that it was fine as long as she was happy. The notice posted on the Vermilion Bird Gate once again announced that Pai Lupi would personally escort these palace maids out of the Vermilion Bird Gate in 5 days to see them off. After the news spread, Chang'an City was once again stirred. Those families who had participated in the Chujiang Pool blind date and had successfully set up a marriage contract with a palace maid through the official matchmaker felt as if they had been hit on the head by a meat pie. What an honor it was for the saint to give a palace maid as her maiden family. For a moment, the people who were about to marry the palace maid walked with their backs straighter. In the words of the later generations, he walked with the wind and spoke with the rain. In Chang'an City, carriages carrying betrothal gifts drove one after another to the Taiji Palace. It was a spectacular sight. Li Er was not using this to amass wealth. He had written clearly on the palace gate records that the betrothal gifts prepared by the family of the palace maid's husband would not accept gold, silver, or other valuables. The betrothal gifts were all 9 types of gifts. The 9 gifts referred to 9 items, such as Hahuan, Jaha, donkey hide gelatin, Josie pudding, vermilion reed, double stone, cotton wool, longevity thread, and dry lacquer. These 9 items all had the meaning of blessing the couple's love for eternity. Of course, this only referred to folk customs. For example, if Li Wangyu had not broken off the engagement with the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he would have needed to prepare a naive sign. These 9 gifts would not have sufficed. The naive sign sent to the palace was more of a symbol. After the naive sign, it was time for the betrothal ceremony, which was also the date of the wedding. However, Pai Lupi had said that he would personally send the bride off in 5 days, so the betrothal ceremony was ignored. On the day of the wedding, at dusk, the Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was more than 150 meters wide, was completely blocked by carriages coming to pick up the bride. In the Tang dynasty, the wedding ceremony was held at dusk. It was not until the middle of the Tang dynasty that the wedding ceremony began in the morning. The earliest wedding ceremony referred to as a fainting ceremony, which was held at dusk. According to the White Tiger Tongyi, the wedding ceremony is held at dusk, so it is called the wedding ceremony. Dusk was the time when yin and yang alternated. Men belonged to yang and women belonged to yin. The union of men and women was the meaning of yin and yang alternating, so it did not violate the natural time. However, if it was an ordinary wedding, it would be fine. But today, thousands of bridegrooms were going to pick up the bride. After a lot of trouble, it would be late at night when all the bridegrooms picked up the bride. In order to let thousands of bridegrooms go smoothly, Pai Lupi once again unexpectedly announced that the curfew in Chang'an City was cancelled today. Originally, there were only 3 days before and after the Spring Lantern Festival in Chang'an City every year. All the people could freely enter and leave the streets and alleys and watch the lanterns all night long. At other times, there was a curfew in Chang'an City. Except for cases of illness, childbirth, and death, those who violated the curfew would be flogged 40 times. Knowing that there was no curfew today and thousands of bridegrooms were going to pick up the bride, almost half of the people in Chang'an City crowded to both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue to watch the fun. Pai Lupi also spent a lot of money. He ordered the Ministry of Rites to decorate the Vermilion Bird Gate with lanterns and colored banners, which was quite festive. Thousands of bridegrooms, led by the official matchmaker, lined up neatly on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, waiting to pick up their brides from the Vermilion Bird Gate. However, the wedding ceremony in the Tang dynasty was not a simple matter. The first difficulty was the roadblock, which meant that the bride's side would gather a group of people to block the bridegroom's carriages and not allow them to pass. If the bridegrooms wanted to pass, they had to leave money or meet the requirements of the roadblock team. After passing the roadblock, the bride's female guests would beat the bridegrooms with sticks wrapped in cloth in their hands. This meant that the bridegrooms would not bully the bride in the future. Other similar situations included urging the bridegrooms to write make-up poems, folding fan poems, and so on. In short, whether it was in the Tang dynasty or later, marriage was never an easy thing. Today, Li Wangyu, as the husband of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, accompanied them to Chang'an City to pick up the bride. However, when he saw the obstacle cart team blocking the Vermilion Bird Gate, this fellow disregarded the code of brotherhood and abandoned the Niu brothers, as well as the group of old soldiers from Dingzhou village, and directly chose to defect. There was no other reason. The roadblock team blocking the Vermilion Bird Gate was actually Ching Chumo's group of playboys, followed by hundreds of burly imperial guards. Were they here to block the roadblock? Were they not going to fight the enemy? What did they mean by wearing that armor? Li Wangyu looked at the Niu brothers and others who were wearing red bridegrooms and decided to abandon the darkness and join the light. So he directly jumped down from the bridal carriage and ran in front of Ching Chumo and the others. Brothers, why are all of you here? Are you also the maternal family of a palace maid? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Ching Chumo smiled and said, even the sage is the maternal family of a palace maid, why can't we be? Cut the crap. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll. Bah, a group of bandits. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart, but his body was very obedient and stood beside Ching Chumo. Hee, I'm the nephew of His Majesty, so naturally I'm also part of his maternal family. Ha ha ha, Zio, you're so tactful. Then let's go together. Today, no one can take the bride away so easily. Chapter 314. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were dumbfounded by their Lungjuan's lack of loyalty. How could he be like this? There was a traitor in the Revolutionary Army. This kind of behavior should be severely criticized and condemned. Fortunately, the people who came to fetch the bride were already prepared. Immediately, someone began to throw copper coins in order to let them pass. Ching Chumo curled his lips in disdain and shouted, "Let me tell you, money won't work today. If you want to marry your wives, you have to rush over yourselves." His words stunned all the grooms. What? Money won't work? They still have to rush over? Looking at the hundreds of imperial guards who were wearing bright armor and blocking the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the grooms' faces turned green. This group of men who were going to marry the palace maids were not young anymore. Asking them to rush through the imperial guards' blockade, wasn't this an international joke? On the other hand, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, together with the dozens of old soldiers from Dingzhou village, all jumped down from their horses and stood in front of the bridal procession. Let's rush. Do you think we're afraid of you? Everyone, stand behind my brothers. Let's rush in together. Niu Yong shouted with a smile. Although the dozen or so old soldiers were few in number, they were in a triangular formation that was used to charge and break through enemy lines. Dressed in red wedding robes, they gave off a valiant aura. Seeing that someone took the lead, the grooms also jumped down from their horses and stood behind the soldiers. Rush! Rush over to fetch the wives. Yong Nyo shouted and led everyone to charge forward. These 10 old soldiers, who had survived hundreds of battles, actually had the aura of a battlefield breaking through enemy lines. Behind them, the 1,000 grooms followed. Everyone laughed loudly as they charged forward. The foppish lords led the imperial guards and naturally used their bodies to stop them from moving forward. The barricades were only there to set up the atmosphere. They weren't really there to stop the grooms from fetching the bride. This commotion made the crowd on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue cheer loudly. The applause and cheers rose and fell one after another. It was very lively. The onlookers began to shout in unison, "Bride, bride!" Niu Yong and the rest squeezed out sweat before they finally rushed through the human wall of the imperial guards. However, the next scene made them dumbfounded. F***ck, won't people die if they do this? Normally, there would only be a dozen or so female guests holding sticks ready to beat the groom when they were receiving the bride. At this time, there were no less than 1,000 palace maids holding sticks blocking the sides of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Even though the heads of the clubs were wrapped in thick cotton cloth and couldn't hurt anyone, being hit by so many clubs was still a very uncomfortable feeling. When Li Wangyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Pai Lupi, you're really ruthless. You really know how to play." He was even more glad that he had betrayed earlier. If he had been the bridal escort for Niu Yong and Niu Wu, wouldn't he have been beaten up along with them? Niu Yong and Niu Wu looked at each other. What else could they say? Even if he had tears in his eyes, he could only rush forward. Thus, thousands of bridegrooms wearing bright red wedding robes rushed towards the Vermilion Bird Gate with their hands on their heads. The palace maids on both sides of the gate were all shaking with laughter. The sticks in their hands didn't show any mercy as they hit the bridegrooms. In the crowd, grooms would occasionally let out cries of pain. This made the onlookers laugh even louder. This group of bridegrooms who had never been taken care of before finally rushed into the Vermilion Bird Gate. Then, there were servants who started to lead them to the Taichung Temple on the right side of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Pai Lupi would send the palace maids off here. The Taichung Temple was responsible for the ceremonies and music of the mausoleum. It was responsible for astronomy and divination. At this time, a red carpet was already laid out in the Taichung Temple. Thousands of palace maids and bridegrooms wearing emerald green wedding robes were waiting there. The wedding robes of the Tang dynasty weren't like those in modern TV series where both men and women wore red wedding robes. Instead, the bride wore green wedding robes. The men wore red to show their status, while the women wore green to show their beauty and gentleness. This was the meaning of the so-called red men and green women. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, the bride didn't wear a veil. Instead, she held a feather fan to cover her face and shyly waited for her groom. After the two parties entered the bridal chamber, there was naturally no ceremony to remove the veil. Instead, the groom had to recite a poem to remove the fan. Then, the bride would delicately move the feather fan in her hand a little and slowly reveal her lovey-dovey face. These bridal clothes were also generously given to the palace maids by Pai Lupi. These bridegrooms were wearing emerald green long-sleeved gowns and long skirts. Their bodies were covered with long and exquisite shawls. Their faces were covered with gold foil ornaments, which made them look particularly shy and lovely. All the bridegrooms opened their eyes wide, wanting to see where their bridegrooms were. However, in the face of more than 1,000 palace maids who were also wearing emerald green wedding robes and covering their faces with feather fans, even Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of truth might not be able to find them. Fortunately, each pair of bridegrooms was in charge of the official matchmaker. These bridegrooms didn't have to worry about marrying the wrong wife. Li Wangyu even thought that these bridegrooms had only seen each other once by the Zhujiang Lake. He was afraid that if they really made a mistake, they would just muddle through and make the best of it. Then, it would be lively. However, with the official matchmaker in charge, naturally, the things that Li Wangyu thought in his heart wouldn't happen. One by one, the palace maids in splendid clothes were led out by the official matchmaker and stood on the right side of their husbands. After the bridegrooms stood on the red carpet in Taichung Temple, they heard the eunuch shouting in a sharp voice, "The sage has arrived. The empress has arrived." Under the reminder of the official matchmaker, the bridegrooms all knelt down and kowtowed to Pai Lupi. Today, it was not the ceremony of monarch and minister, but the ceremony of kneeling to Pai Lupi to make them a good matchmaker. The twin lotus flowers cuddled together, and the red carpet spread out to welcome the bride. On the red carpet, the bridegrooms knelt to Pai Lupi on the right side. The bridegrooms stood on the right side, but they didn't kneel. They just bowed to salute. This was also the wedding custom of the Tang dynasty. It was the custom of men bowing to women and not to men. Pai Lupi laughed and was in a very good mood. Empress Zhangsun, who was pregnant next to him, also had a happy look on her face. Wei Ke has a nest, Wei Jiu lives there. Yu Gue, son of Wei Ke, 100 Tales of Wei Quebec. Wei Ke has a nest, Wei Ke Fong lives there. Yu Gue, son of Wei Ke, 100 Tales of Wei Ke. Pai Lupi gave the bridegrooms a blessing and a few words of encouragement, and then let the 1,000 or so bridegrooms leave the palace. The bridegrooms were taken out of the Zhuke gate and sent to the carriages of each family. The bridegrooms had to ride their horses around the carriages 3 times before they could set off to return to the groom's house. After the Niu brothers and the old soldiers of Dingzhou village helped their bridegrooms onto the carriages, Li Wangyu came out of nowhere and mounted his horse. "Let's go, take the bridegrooms home." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he pretended to rub his shoulders and wipe off the non-existent sweat. It was as if he had put in a lot of effort to take the bridegrooms and had completely forgotten his previous rebellious behavior. Niu Wu secretly ground his teeth. If this guy didn't take into account that he was his Lang Jun, he wouldn't be wronged even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 315. It was a sleepless night in Chang'an City. In Chang'an City, almost all the houses had families getting married today. The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. Most of the more than 1,000 palace maids had married into Chang'an City. Almost every one of the 108 houses was holding a wedding. Many houses even had more than one wedding today. On this day, all the wine in the wineries and restaurants in Chang'an City had been sold out. In addition, there was no curfew in Chang'an City today, so there were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It was very lively. Many of the people in Chang'an City, even when they were old, still talked about this scene to their children and grandchildren. This was an unprecedented day of celebration in Chang'an City. After the wedding procession returned to Dingzhou village, the whole village became even noisier. "The bride is here, the bride is here." When the naughty children in the village saw the wedding procession coming back, they screamed excitedly and ran around the carriage, making a lot of noise. Niu Yang's bride, the palace maid named Su Qiao, quietly opened the curtain of the carriage, wanting to see the village where she would live in the future and her future home. Although it was already dark, Li Wangyu had people hang wind lanterns and big red lanterns all over the village for the wedding. The village was quite bright. Su Qiao stole a glance. When she saw the environment of the village, she felt a little disappointed. It was the same as 2 months ago when Li Wangyu took the ox cart and entered Dingzhou village for the first time with his beautiful boss. All she saw were thatched houses made of yellow mud and dilapidated courtyards. Su Qiao naturally didn't know that the reason why the families in the village were still living in such dilapidated thatched houses was that they didn't have time to build new houses. Almost all the men in the village were working in the carriage business. They were busy every day and couldn't find time to rebuild their houses for a while. Therefore, every family hid nearly 100 strings of copper coins, but still lived in dilapidated old houses. There were many palace maids like Su Qiao who secretly observed the situation in Dingzhou village. Most of them were like Su Qiao. After seeing the dilapidated appearance of Dingzhou village, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, they were only slightly disappointed. Su Qiao and the palace maids didn't feel like they had been deceived. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. In the Great Tang, women weren't as complicated as the women of the later generations. Even if she married a poor man, they could just live together as husband and wife. It was no big deal. Su Qiao even began to calculate how the 100 strings of coins Pai Lupi would give her as a dowry could help her husband improve his life after she left the palace. This time, Pai Lupi was very generous to marry a palace maid. In addition to the 100 strings of coins, Pai Lupi had also prepared a valuable dowry for all the palace maids who got married. There were 3 sets of ceremonial books, a bolt of expensive silk, a bolt of auspicious silk, a bolt of brown embroidery, a bolt of embroidery, a pair of embroidered handkerchiefs, 5 items of embroidery, a red silk tent, a sachet hanging from 4 corners, and a spring stool. Su Qiao silently calculated in her heart. If she sold these dowries in the East Market, she should be able to get at least 100 strings of coins. In the 12 years she had been in the palace, she had also accumulated a lot of copper coins. Palace maids also had a monthly salary in the palace, but it wasn't much. Every month they would get around 100 strings of copper coins, which was 12 strings of coins a year. In the past 10 years, Su Qiao had also accumulated 50 to 60 strings of copper coins. With these 200 to 300 strings of copper coins, she could discuss with her husband when she returned. If their house was also a thatched house made of yellow mud, it would be better to use a few dozen strings of copper coins to rebuild it. Her husband was currently a soldier of the Baron of Hu County, but she didn't know how much his monthly salary would be. Would it be enough to support the family? If they had children in the future? Su Qiao sat in the carriage and thought about these things. When she thought about children, she couldn't help but blush. Most of the palace maids had the same thoughts as Su Qiao. They sat in the carriage and thought about how to use their 200 to 300 strings of copper coins to support the family. Just as they were thinking about these things, the carriage stopped and the noise from outside drifted into the carriage. They knew that they had arrived at their husband's house. They hurriedly tidied up their emerald green wedding clothes and covered their faces with their feathered fans. However, when the curtain of the carriage was lifted, the palace maids were slightly surprised. Why did the carriage stop at the village threshing ground? Led by their husbands, they carefully alighted from the carriage. When the group of brides saw their surroundings through the feathered fans in their hands, they were a bit confused. Why were they still together? Shouldn't they be going to their husband's house to perform the wedding ceremony? Niu Yong seemed to see Su Qiao's confusion and quietly explained, "Wife, this is Lang Juan's arrangement." He said it's called a group wedding. A group wedding? Niu Yong's words made Su Qiao even more confused. What did a group wedding mean? What did the Baron of Hu County mean by this arrangement? Lang Jun means that everyone will get married and perform the wedding ceremony together. It'll be lively, Niu Yong added. This made Su Qiao even more confused. Everyone could get married together. Naturally, there was no such thing as a group wedding in the Tang dynasty. What group wedding? It was purely Li Wangyu's bad taste acting up again. Of course, Li Wangyu wasn't fooling around. He had no other choice. In Dingzhou village, more than 10 old soldiers and the Niu brothers were going to get married within a day. As a county man, he naturally became a hot commodity. Every family wanted to invite him to their banquets. Because the Niu brothers had no parents, they asked him to be the officiator of their wedding. Among the old soldiers, there were quite a few who were alone. There were also quite a few who asked him to officiate their wedding. The phrase officiating appeared in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty law, there was a rule that stated, if a marriage is against the law, the grandparents and parents officiate the marriage alone. It meant that if a marriage was against the law, the grandparents and parents would officiate the marriage and only the officiator would be held responsible. Although Li Wangyu was only 16 years old, he was the county man of Hu County and the head of the Niu brothers. Dingzhou village was also the location of his fief, so he naturally had the qualifications to be the wedding host and preside over this marriage. However, he was only one person. He couldn't split into several halves and attend every wedding and officiate the wedding, right? In this dilemma, Li Wangyu thought of the group wedding in the future. He found the old village chief and discussed with him that he might as well help the old soldiers and the Niu brothers hold a lively wedding together. He would pay for all the expenses. A group wedding was something that had never been heard of in China. The old village chief naturally shook his head and didn't agree no matter what. In order to convince the old village chief, Li Wangyu's saliva was almost dry. However, he still couldn't get the stubborn old man to agree with his idea. He didn't expect that the person who helped him convince the old village chief in the end would be the treacherous official Su Jingzong. Chapter 316. For Su Jingzong to be able to become one of the 18 scholars of the Qin king's manor, he naturally had some ability. After he found out about Li Wangyu's thoughts, he actually dug out a story from the Eastern Han dynasty to convince the old village chief. There was an official called Ren Yan in the Eastern Han dynasty who was appointed as the governor of Zhoushan. Zhoushan was the central part of Vietnam in the future. However, the people of Zhoushan did not have marriage rights, and they did not have a fixed wife. Ren Yan ordered all the men and women in the counties to get married and hold a wedding for them. At that time, there were over 2,000 men and women getting married at the same time. To thank Ren Yan, the people of Zhoushan named their children Ren. Su Jingzong used this story to convince the old village chief that it was not unprecedented for people to get married at the same time, and it should be a good thing. With Su Jingzong's words and Li Wangyu's strong request, the old village chief could only helplessly agree to the mass wedding. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the group of old soldiers did not have any objections to this. As long as they could marry their wives, they did not care how the wedding was organized. Hence, the unprecedented mass wedding in the Tang dynasty was organized by Li Wangyu. Now that Li Wangyu had a lot of money, he naturally took care of everything for the Niu brothers and the old soldiers. The grain sunning field in the village was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The 127 families in the village, a total of 563 people, were all gathered here. A banquet that had never appeared in the Tang dynasty was held on the grain sunning field. For this wedding, Li Wangyu specially borrowed 10 imperial chefs from the Taiji Palace from Pai Lupi, so their skills were naturally quite good. The 10 couples were led by the official matchmaker to get married. However, reciting a fan poem was difficult for Niu Yong and the others. If they relied on this group of rough men, they would not even be able to recite a limerick, let alone recite a fan poem. Whether it was Niu Yong, Niu Wu, or the old soldiers, the fan poem that they had to recite when they got married was all prepared by Li Wangyu in advance. They only needed Niu Yong and the others to recite it. But even so, Niu Yong and the other Guanzhong men used to wielding weapons were so anxious that they were covered in sweat. Hua! 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 Hua. Hua. The poem made Niu Yong recite it like it was constipated. Li Wangyu felt like killing someone after hearing it. Fortunately, there were not many people in Dingzhou village who were literate, not to mention composing poems. Even though Niu Yong and the others had recited the fan poem in such a manner, the over 500 villagers present also let out thunderous cheers. After reciting the poem, the palace maids shyly removed the feather fans in front of them, revealing their delicate and beautiful faces. Seeing the faces of the brides, the villagers of Dingzhou village cheered again. The men laughed and scolded Niu Yong and the others for being so lucky to be able to marry such beautiful women. The women in the village joked with each other, gossiping about whose bride was more beautiful, and whether it would be easy for them to give birth in the future. They tied their hair in a bun, the husband and wife bowed to heaven and earth, paid their respects to their parents-in-law, paid their respects to Li Wangyu, the wedding officiator, paid their respects to the guests, and sent them to the bridal chamber. This wedding banquet was noisy until the second day of the night before it finally dispersed. Everyone drank until they were dizzy and returned home. Since the county mail mansion was still under construction, and the original Niu family mansion was already dilapidated, Li Wangyu made the decision to let Niu Yong and Niu Wu temporarily set up their bridal chamber in the front yard of the Li family mansion. However, Li Wangyu soon regretted this decision. The next day, when the roosters in the village crowed, many villagers had already woken up and were preparing to take their carriages to Chang'an City to start work after washing up. However, Li Wangyu's expression was dull. He hugged his blanket and sat on the bed, wondering if he should chase the Niu brothers out of the house. There was no other reason other than the fact that the two brothers had made too much noise last night. It was so noisy that he almost wanted to knock on the door. If not for the fact that the Niu brothers were newlyweds and it was their wedding night, he would have gone berserk last night. Not only was Li Wangyu upset from the noise last night, his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, Perrin, and the others were even more unbearable today. When they left their rooms in the morning, they all had dark circles under their eyes and peach blossoms on their faces. Clearly, they had been attacked by the noise last night as well. Li Wangyu was even a little jealous of the Niu brothers. They were indeed as strong as calves. To be able to torment themselves for an entire night, their waists were too good. It wasn't just the Li family who had been attacked by the noise last night. There were countless other families in the village who had been disturbed last night. Early in the morning, many of the villagers left their houses with dark circles under their eyes and yawned non-stop. Clearly, they hadn't been able to sleep well the night before. The homes of the dozen or so old soldiers were scattered all over the village. It was as if the entire village had undergone a baptism of sound waves last night. It would be a miracle if the villagers could sleep well. A group of old bachelors who had been single for almost 40 years met a 30-year-old palace maid who had been locked up in the palace for more than 10 years. This was truly a raging fire, it was just that the fire burned a little too fiercely at night. Not to mention that the dilapidated houses made of yellow mud in the village didn't have any soundproofing effect. Even though the Li family's old residence had been repaired, the noise made by the Niu brothers in the front yard was enough to make Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior, who were in the backyard, unable to sleep all night. After getting out of bed, Li Wangyu glared at the Niu brothers angrily. However, the two brothers didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, their faces were glowing. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't beat these two animals, he would have fought them to the death long ago. It was just that his mouth was cheap. Why did he let these animals marry for no reason? It was simply too torturous. The Niu brothers didn't care about the fact that they had been eavesdropped on. In the eyes of this group of rough men, if they could satisfy their wives, it meant that their bodies were strong and others couldn't envy them. In the face of Li Wangyu's resentful eyes, the two brothers were still topless and exercising with stone weights in the front yard. Seeing their bodies full of muscles, Li Wangyu could only cover his face and leave. It was really too infuriating. After a night of noise attacks, Li Wangyu began to wonder if it was time to help the village repair the houses. The construction of his county manor had already started and would be completed in half a year. It would be too unreasonable for him to move into such a luxurious manor while the villagers lived in thatched huts. What's more, he had promised his beautiful superior that he would build Dingzhou village into a peach blossom spring. Anyway, it wasn't expensive to build houses in the Tang dynasty. In addition, he had cement. Oh, no, now it was the mirage mud named by Pai Lupi. Not only would it be faster to build houses, the cost would be lower, and the houses would also be more solid. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He was too lazy to argue with the Niu brothers, these two animals, and quickly ran to find Su Chongqing to discuss the matter of building houses. Chapter 317. The cost of building a house in the Tang dynasty was not high. During the Xuanzong period, the imperial court auctioned off a steel rubbing of state-owned real estate. It showed that a big house with 39 houses and an area of 2.9 mu was sold for 138 strings of coins. From this, it could be seen that the construction cost would not exceed 100 strings of coins. After Li Wangyu transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the house in Huxian County, including the land, was only used to pay off the debt of 80,000 strings of coins, which was 80 strings of coins. This was also the reason why Yang Quan paid off part of the debt for Li Zhou's sake. Even if Li Wangyu wanted to build a big house for the villagers, it was not allowed. The houses built by the commoners were not allowed to have more than 3 rooms or 4 racks. The gatehouse could only have 1 room or 2 racks, and they were not allowed to decorate it. There were also rules for commoners' houses. A good family with less than 3 people is given 1 mu, 3 people plus 1 mu. A bad family with 5 people is given 1 mu, 5 people plus 1 mu. These rules were clearly stated in the Tang dynasty law, and could not be violated. Therefore, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss calculated that even if the facilities were complete, building a house would at most cost 50 strings of coins, which would be around 200,000 yuan in the future. There were 127 families in Dingzhou village. However, 5,000 strings of copper coins was enough. Li Wangyu could really afford this amount of money. His beautiful boss naturally agreed with Li Wangyu's idea of building houses for the village. After some discussion, the two decided to build a new Dingzhou village near the county's manor. The new Dingzhou village not only had to have well-planned residences, but Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also planned to build a complete landscape, roads, sewer pipes, methane pools, toilets, ditches, and a series of other public facilities for the village. Li Wangyu naturally could not design a new village, but he did not plan to do it himself. He just needed to find Yan Liben. Yan Liben's older brother, Yan Lide, would be a master craftsman in charge of the construction of the palace. It was easy to find him to design a village for him. Li Wangyu made a special trip to Chang'an to ask Yan Liben to introduce his brother to him. Yan Lide naturally knew about Li Wangyu, the county's man, the crown prince's teacher, and his younger brother's teacher. When he heard Li Wangyu's intentions, he patted his chest and agreed without hesitation. That day, Yan Lide led the supervisor to Dingzhou village to survey the terrain and measure of the land. Li Wangyu took out a sketch of the new Zhou village that he had drawn after discussing with his beautiful superior. On the sketch, 127 small courtyards were located in an orderly manner at the foot of the hill where the county magistrate's mansion was located, adjacent to the Gan River. Li Wangyu sketched out a sketch of Dingzhou village. Although it was simple, it incorporated many of the architectural features of Huaxia after the Tang dynasty, which made Yan Lide applaud. Although Li Wangyu made a lot of requests, which Yan Lide thought were strange, they were not troublesome. Including using mirage mud to build tile-roofed houses. Now, the supervisor had begun to use the recipe Li Wangyu provided to make mirage mud on a large scale. The craftsman had figured out how to use mirage mud. It just so happened that the work supervisor did not have any tasks to build a palace, so Li Wangyu decided to ask Li Er to help him build a new village with his own money. Regarding this, Li Er naturally had no objections. He nodded and agreed to his request. When the supervisor's craftsman drove into Dingzhou village with all kinds of construction tools and materials, it immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. Dalong, what are you doing? Is the county's man going to continue to expand the county's manor? I'm not sure, maybe. I'll call the village chief and ask if he needs our help. Let's go, let's go. The county's man's business is our business. When Li Wangyou's county's man's manor started construction, the village chief of Dingzhou village led a group of villagers to find Li Wangyou, wanting to work on the construction site. The villagers had to serve the corvée all year round, so they were good at construction. Toward Li Wangyou, all 500 people of Dingzhou village were moved to tears. Being able to work on his manor's construction site was also the old village chief and others' goodwill. Besides, Dingzhou village was now Li Wangyou's fief. The villagers would no longer serve the corvée, so it was natural for them to work on Li Wangyou's manor's construction site. However, Li Wangyou naturally declined the village chief's kindness. After all, he was born under the red flag and grew up in New China, so he still had this awareness. Although these villagers were now his, Li Wangyou didn't feel that he should exploit them. Nowadays, the villagers of Dingzhou village were all coachmen of the four-wheeled carriage company. A day's delay meant a day's worth of income. How could he have the nerve to ask the villagers to help him build a house? Therefore, no matter how the village chief and others asked, Li Wangyou refused, which made the village chief and others feel very regretful. However, a large number of construction tools and materials were transported to the village today, causing the villagers to misunderstand that Li Wangyou wanted to expand his manor. The village chief didn't look for Li Wangyou, so he led a group of villagers and rushed over. When he saw that the craftsmen had stopped their carriages and ox carts at the hillside outside the village and began to unload the tools, he hurried forward. Everyone, you're wrong, wrong. The county's man's manor is on the hillside. You've got the location wrong. The supervising craftsmen stopped what they were doing and looked at an official in a light green official's robe. The official quickly walked over and cupped his hands towards the village chief. Sir, you're not wrong. We're not building a manor for the county's man. Not building a manor for the county's man. Then what are you doing? The village chief asked. We're here to build a new village. The words of the official who was going to be the supervisor stunned the old village head and all the villagers. Build a village? What do you mean? This is our Dingzhou village's land. How can you build a new village? Who asked you to build a village here? This old man's surname is Qian, and I'm the village chief of Dingzhou village. Why didn't I know about this? The village chief asked with a frown. The official smiled. Village Chief Qian, the one who asked us to build a village here is the county's man. The village chief was stunned. What? The county's man asked you to come? What is the meaning of this? Ha, the county's man funded us and asked us to build a new house for you. It's that simple. As the official spoke, he unrolled a scroll in his hand. Look, this is the sketch of the village that the county's man personally drew. We'll build a new Dingzhou village according to this drawing. With a whoosh, the villagers all crowded over. When they saw the contents of the scroll, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. This is real. This paradise on earth is the new house that the county's man built for us. Erlang, hit me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Muramasa, what happened? Chapter 318. After repeatedly confirming that this group of craftsmen was really building a new house for them, all the villagers, including the old village chief, were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. It wasn't that the villagers couldn't afford to build a new house with their own money. 50 or 60 strings of cash was no longer an astronomical figure for the villagers of Dingzhou village. But the significance of Li Wangyou building a house for them was completely different. In the eyes of the old village chief and the villagers, it was simply too incomprehensible that the county's founding father, who was so noble, would actually pay to build a house for them. The news of the new house being built instantly spread throughout the village. Under the leadership of the old village chief, the villagers of Dingzhou village all knelt in front of the Li family's old house, regardless of gender or age. Li Wangyou was speechless. It seemed that he was only paying to build a house for the village. Was there a need to be like this? He naturally couldn't understand the thoughts of the old village chief and the others. It could be said that ever since the villagers found out about the construction of the house, the 127 villagers of Dingzhou village became completely loyal to Li Wangyu. Originally, because Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had done so many things for the village, everyone was already deeply grateful. But today, the villagers of Dingzhou village were absolutely loyal to Li Wangyu. If the data of the computer strategy games of the future were used to describe it, then their loyalty was off the charts and had reached the max level. It was estimated that even if Li Wangyu ascended to the throne and raised an uprising, wanting to rebel and seize the throne, these villagers would not hesitate to take kitchen knives and hoes and follow him to Chang'an City. Of course, Li Wangyu wouldn't have such a brain-damaged idea, and the villagers didn't need to follow Li Wangyu to the end of the world. In the face of the people who were kowtowing in front of his house, Li Wangyu could only brace himself and persuade them to get up. Everyone, quickly get up, there's no need for this. Old village chief, please don't, please don't. Li Wangyu helped him up, but the person beside him knelt down again, making him extremely speechless. Yuqi village chief, this kind of old man, was kowtowing to him, which made Li Wangyu feel that his lifespan was shortened. What ability did he have to make these Dingzhou village villagers treat him like this? It took a Herculean effort to persuade the old village chief and the others, who were so excited that they couldn't control themselves, to the point of tears. The villagers expressed their gratitude again and again before slowly dispersing under Li Wangyu's persuasion. This caused a layer of white sweat to appear on his forehead. F***ck, feudal thinking is not good. However, the man was secretly pleased to be treated in this manner. This kind of treatment was impossible to experience in the future. While Li Wangyu was vexed, he also felt very satisfied. The news that Hu Xiannan had appointed Zhou Siyuan to build a house quickly spread through the surrounding villages. Regarding this, the commoners who heard of this could only feel envy. Originally, Dingzhou Siyuan, which was like mud, was famous for being poor among the surrounding villages. No matter which family wanted to marry their daughter, they were unwilling to marry into Dingzhou Siyuan. In Dingzhou Siyuan, it wasn't just the old soldiers who were single. There were many people who were so poor that they couldn't find a wife. Thinking about it, this was very normal. Which family would be willing to push their daughter into a pit of fire and refuse to marry into a good family and insist on marrying into Dingzhou Siyuan to eat rice and vegetables? However, following Li Wangyu's move to Dingzhou Siyuan, in a short 2 months, there were already people from the surrounding villages who had invited matchmakers to the village to act as matchmakers. When the news of Li Wangyu building houses for the village spread, those official and private media almost flattened the doorsteps of the unmarried families in the village. These families in the village were originally distressed over not being able to find a wife, but now they were distressed over which family to choose. However, this kind of distress was actually a happy distress. Now that the villagers were free, they would run to the construction site at the foot of the facing sun hill to take a look and help the craftsmen work. Even an old man like the old village chief would use his walking stick to deliver water and food to the craftsmen. This made the craftsmen even more diligent. Those 127 small courtyards were being built at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. Yan Lide estimated that the construction of Dingzhou Siyuan would be completed in about 2 months. Regarding this, Li Wangyu didn't have any objections. After he threw all the work of building the village to Yan Lide, he became a shopkeeper. It wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to be lazy, but that Su Jingzong was pestering him again. It was still the matter of settling the palace maids out of the palace. Pai Lupi gave the matter of settling the palace maids out of the palace to Li Wangyu. After ordering Su Jingzong to assist, this treacherous minister of the Wu Zhou dynasty wanted to handle this matter beautifully and show his face in front of Pai Lupi. However, Li Wangyu was very tired. After sending more than 1,000 palace maids back to their hometowns, and then holding a blind date, marrying off more than 1,000 palace maids, he didn't want to bother with this matter anymore. In fact, it wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to wash his hands of this matter, but how to settle the remaining palace maids was really a headache. There were still about 500 palace maids left. These palace maids' hometowns and relatives had long lost contact with them. The remaining palace maids were unwilling to marry, or because they were too old and unsuitable for marriage. Apart from the 100 strings of copper coins given by Pai Lupi as a settlement fee and the little monthly salary they had accumulated, these palace maids had nothing else. How to settle them really gave Li Wangyu a headache. After all, the Tang dynasty was not the modern era. It was difficult for women to show their faces in public and find a suitable job. Otherwise, after the palace maids were released, there wouldn't be so many palace maids who were even reduced to working in brothels. Although there were a lot of copper coins in the Yin family, there wouldn't be a lot. There would be a day when the mountain would be empty. At that time, these women would lose their livelihood, and it would be really pitiful. Li Wangyu thought of many ways, but he felt that they were not feasible, so he simply pushed the matter to Pai Lupi and asked Pai Lupi to make a decision. Although Pai Lupi was a good emperor who was diligent and loved the people, he was not a kind-hearted person. If these palace maids were to stay in Wuda for 9 years, they would be left to fend for themselves. But now it was impossible. Previously, Pai Lupi released the palace maids, ordered the county men to hold a blind date, and created momentum at the palace gate. Now, the people of the Tang dynasty were spreading the word of the saint's kindness. In the end, if these 500 palace maids were not dealt with properly and were criticized by the people, Pai Lupi would naturally not agree. Pai Lupi, who cared about his reputation, had no other ideas, so he just urged Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong, who was forced into a corner by Pai Lupi, could only come to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu. It felt like the ball was kicked under his feet again after being kicked back and forth. In this regard, Li Wangyu could do nothing but raise his middle finger in the direction of Chang'an City to express his excitement. Chapter 319. Li Wangyu was annoyed by Su Jingzong's pestering, but he had no good ideas. He could only promise that he would try his best and send Su Jingzong away. As for how to find a job for the palace maids, Li Wangyu could only continue to have a headache. Neither he nor his beautiful boss had any good ideas about this. In the Tang dynasty, it was really difficult for women to earn money in public. In this era, men worked outside and women worked in the house. Although women in the Tang dynasty did not stay at home like in the Ming and Qing dynasties, they rarely went out to work. Of course, ordinary peasant women were not included in this list. In order to make a living, even women had to work in the fields with their men during the busy farming season. In addition to being performers, performing music, dancing, and entertaining people with their beauty, there were a few rich families who needed to hire some older and more cultured women to teach their women etiquette. After all, these palace maids had been trained by the female officials in the palace for a long time, so their abilities were needless to say. Many of the older palace maids were invited by the rich families in Chang'an to be female teachers in their mansions to teach their women. But obviously, these palace maids did not want to be performers. Moreover, even if they wanted to be performers, they were too old. In this regard, Li Wangyu thought about it until his head was about to explode, but he still could not come up with a reliable idea. On this day, Li Wangyu was lying in the backyard out of boredom, fanning himself with a round fan and drinking fruit juice with ice cubes. His eyes were darting around as he kept stealing glances at the scenery beside him. Now, except for Li Wangyu and Mosquito, who were male, no other men were allowed to enter the backyard of Lai Hot. The reason was naturally because the women in the backyard were wearing thin and light clothes after the hot weather. This naturally benefited Li Wangyu, who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside, and his eyes took advantage of her every day. But this feeling of being able to see but not being able to touch was really heartwarming. As a healthy man, Li Wangyu was in pain and happy every day. The weather was hot, and his beautiful boss practiced yoga every day. She moved from the indoor to the shade of the backyard. In the backyard of Lai Hot, not only was her beautiful superior practicing yoga, Perrin and Avro were also practicing yoga with her. Even the 4 maidservants that Cho Kun had given her were also practicing yoga with her whenever they were free. Yoga could bring benefits to a woman's temperament and figure. Even the women of the Tang dynasty could not resist its charm. Therefore, when the women in the backyard practiced yoga every day, it became Li Wangyu's daily welfare time. With regards to Li Wangyu sitting on the recliner at this time of the day and sneaking glances at them under the guise of enjoying the cool air, all the young ladies in the residence were naturally well aware of it. Each of them had different reactions. In the future, his beautiful boss had long been used to this kind of gaze. Modern women wore sexier clothes when they went to the beach or the pool. They were no longer bothered by the attention of men. Therefore, when Li Wangyu peeped, Su Changqing only rolled her beautiful eyes at him and calmly did her own things, not affected at all. Avro's mentality was closer to Su Changqing's. Firstly, she was born in the Byzantine Empire after all, which was different from the customs of the Tang dynasty. Secondly, ever since she was bought by Li Wangyu, she had long regarded herself as Li Wangyu's woman. Therefore, in the face of Li Wangyu's scorching gaze, not only did Avro not resist, but she would also welcome his gaze and proudly stick out her proud peaks. In this regard, Li Wangyu could do nothing but swallow his saliva. Vixen. Damn it. As for Perrin and the 4 maidservants, their pretty faces would turn red every time Li Wangyu looked at them, and they would lower their heads and not dare to look at him. Their bashful appearance made Li Wangyu feel that the ancient poem was indeed well written. Fragrant flowers smile shyly, willowy wastes are warm and cozy. Wasn't it exactly like this? Li Wangyu took a sip of the cold juice and shook the round fan twice, feeling that it seemed to be missing the taste. At this time, shouldn't the fan in his hand be opened with a swoosh, and then elegantly waving the fan, looking like a distinguished scholar? He looked at the round fan in his hand with disdain. This fan was no different from the cattail leaf fan in the future. How could it show off his distinguished and elegant style? That's right, the folding fan. It seemed that this thing hadn't been invented in the Tang dynasty yet. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and realized that he really didn't seem to have seen anyone use a folding fan in the Tang dynasty. He didn't know that folding fans only appeared in the Song dynasty, and it was only in the Ming dynasty that they were taken out of the palace and became popular for a time because of Emperor Yongl's love. If a distinguished scholar didn't have a folding fan made by a famous calligraphy artist, he would be ashamed to go out and meet people. Li Wangyu's interest was piqued. He got up and ran back to the study, took a charcoal pencil and paper, and began to draw the structure of the folding fan. The folding fan wasn't complicated. It was just made up of the ribs and the fan face. Although Li Wangyu didn't know how to make a fan, he believed that it wouldn't be difficult to make a folding fan if he drew a diagram and asked the village's carpenter Lu to perfect it. At that time, he would ask Yen Liben to draw the fan face for him, and then ask Pai Lupi to inscribe a few words for him. TSK, TSK. What kind of style would this fan look like when he held it in his hand? After finishing the drawing of the folding fan in a few strokes, Li Wangyu threw it aside and went back to find Carpenter Lu to make the fan. Now, he should continue to look at the beauties at home and do yoga. Under the shade of a tree in the backyard, there was a thick blanket. The beauties at home wore thin clothes and were barefoot on the blanket, practicing with their beautiful boss. Li Wangyu looked around and was very satisfied. His beautiful boss, in particular, had a mature woman's body, long, straight, round legs, small waist and towering peaks. Li Wangyu's eyes almost fell in. On the other hand, although Aphrodite was only 15 years old, she wasn't inferior to his beautiful boss at all. The development of European women was really better than that of Eastern women in certain aspects. Li Wangyu dared to bet that his beautiful boss's impressive upper body would definitely make most Eastern women envious and jealous. But for the 15-year-old Aphrodite, even his beautiful boss could only look up at her in envy. Li Wangyu's eyes would always be unconsciously attracted by his beautiful boss and Aphrodite's fatally seductive bodies, and he would forget to look away, but with his keen observation, as a man, he soon noticed an interesting situation. His beautiful boss and Aphrodite were also exercising, but the beautiful boss's proud body wouldn't shake violently. On the other hand, Aphrodite's movements made Li Wangyu's heart beat faster and his mouth go dry. Li Wangyu couldn't help but wonder in his mind whether it was a problem of gravity or a difference in race. But when his eyes unconsciously swept over Aphrodite, his gaze was involuntarily attracted by the bulges on Aphrodite's clothes. Li Wangyu had a sudden epiphany. So that was it. Then, a bold idea formed in his mind. It seemed that this was something that palace maids who left the palace would do. Chapter 320. With Li Wangyou's unique, observational skills, as a man, he discovered that the problem was that his beautiful superior was wearing underwear, but Aphrodite wasn't. This was naturally normal. In this era, be it the Tang dynasty or the distant Byzantine Empire, women's underwear wasn't scientific. Actually, it couldn't be said that Aphrodite wasn't wearing underwear, but that there weren't women's underwear like in the modern era. In ancient times, underwear was also known as underwear, which meant frivolous and undignified. In the Han dynasty, underwear was also known as belly-hugging or heart clothing. It was a simple cloth wrapped around the abdomen, leaving the back exposed. In the Wei and Jin dynasties, the name of underwear changed to tu dang, which usually had 2 layers. The interlayer could be lined with cotton, which could cover both the chest and the back, keeping the body warm. In the Tang dynasty, women's underwear was known as tuzi, which was a strapless, open-side underwear. In the Tang dynasty, women liked to wear half-exposed dresses. They would tie their dresses high above their chest, tie a wide belt under their breasts, and drape a transparent tulle over them. The tuzi would be faintly discernible, making them very bold. In fact, the Tang dynasty was the first to wear underwear outside. No matter if it was a stunning and beautiful woman, a pretty girl from a humble family, or a graceful and luxurious woman, they were all like this. As for the underwear commonly seen in TV series in the modern era, it only appeared in the Qing dynasty. After Li Wangyou noticed that Aphrodite wasn't wearing underwear, his nose started to itch again. After rubbing his nose, he suddenly had an idea. Could he organize the more than 500 palace maids to make and sell underwear? In Li Wangyou's opinion, underwear that could accentuate one's figure and was good for women's bodies in the Tang dynasty, an era when women weren't bound by feudal ideology, should have a lot of market prospects. In the prosperous Tang dynasty, women didn't wrap themselves up tightly like in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Instead, they boldly revealed their bodies just like in the modern era. Moreover, the more noble a woman was, the more revealing her clothes were. Revealing, and plump were the fashion trends of those noble ladies. This had long been confirmed by later generations of historians, and the paintings of princesses and noble ladies on various murals of the Tang dynasty had also shown this point to later generations after thousands of years of time. However, Li Wangyou was very lucky to be able to witness this scene with his own eyes. In his opinion, those sexy female stars in the various movie award ceremonies of later generations may not be comparable to the noble ladies of the Tang dynasty. Revealing a bottomless cleavage was definitely a scene in the Tang dynasty. Old Mao Zi's movie, Curse of the Golden Flower, was once ridiculed because the cleavage on the screen was too plump. In fact, old schemer had been wronged. The women of the Tang dynasty really took the fair and plump cleavage as their beauty, and they were not stingy in showing it. When Li Wangyou was in the Taiji Palace, he saw that the palace maid's attire was no less reserved than in the movies. In fact, it was even bolder. Not only in the palace, but also among the commoners. Ouyang Sun once wrote a poem that went like this: 28 flower ornaments, chest like snow, face like flowers. What he meant was that a 16-year-old girl with a large area of her fair and tender skin was exposed. TSK, she was really an old hooligan. During the Tang dynasty, there were quite a few such wretched and weird uncles. The Tang dynasty poet Zhou Yi wrote a poem called Meet the Girl Next Door, because of the beauty of the girl next door. When the sun is high, the girl next door meets with a smile, slowly binding her skirt and half revealing her chest. Not to the autumn pond, but to the green water, the difference shames by Fu Rong. What was slowly binding her skirt and half revealing her chest? What was shaming by Fu Rong? The old driver Li Wangyou expressed that he did not understand. He was very simple. The complete Tang dynasty poems contained countless poems about the beauty of the chest. Even Bai Zhu Yi was not exempt from this. He also wrote a poem like half revealing the chest like snow, slanting her face like a wave. In short, the Tang people were very tolerant and appreciative of the way women showed off their cleavage. This strengthened Li Wangyu's confidence in developing the underwear industry. Li Wangyu naturally did not know how to make underwear. He was not a pervert who would spend his free time studying the structure of women's underwear. But it did not matter if he did not know how. His beautiful superior understood. Moreover, she still had the leopard print underwear that she had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. It could be used as a sample. Pulling his beautiful superior to the side, he quietly told her about his genius idea. The beautiful superior could not help but shyly reach out and fiercely pinch Li Wangyu's waist. Damn pervert, you can even think of this sort of thing? It hurts, let go. Quickly let go. How am I a pervert? Am I not just thinking for the sake of those palace maids? Also, this is killing many birds with one stone. The women of the Tang dynasty will be grateful to you. Bah, damn pervert. The beautiful superior's face was bright red. She let go of the fingers that were pinching Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wangyu chuckled. Besides, aren't I doing this for your sake? Hee hee, when you fell into my bathtub, you should only have a set of underwear on you, right? You're still saying it. The beautiful superior's face was distressed. She used her fist to repeatedly hit Li Wangyu's shoulder. Okay, I won't say it. What do you think of this matter? Can you do it? The beautiful superior slightly nodded. I will go to Empress Zhangsun for this matter. You are not allowed to intervene. How can that be? Hee hee, I have to check for you. Otherwise, how do you know the effect of the underwear on the body? This underwear needs to be examined by a man's eyes, right? Li Wangyu was not willing to let go. This was a rare benefit. When he thought of the famous underwear shows in the future, such as Victoria's Secret, and the appearance of those supermodels wearing sexy underwear on the catwalk, Li Wangyu could not help but swallow. Moreover, Li Wangyu heard that when those supermodels changed backstage, they did not avoid the male designers or staff. TSK, thinking about it, it was really a happy industry. If he worked in the underwear industry in the Tang dynasty, would he also be able to feast his eyes because of this? However, his little thoughts were seen through by the beautiful superior at a glance. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and coldly glanced at Li Wangyu. Humph, you want to see underwear models, right? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I was the one who came up with this idea. Li Wangyu argued for his rights. The beautiful superior once again issued a cold snort from her nostrils. So what? You really don't want me to participate? Humph. Pervert. Facing the beautiful superior who did not give in at all, Li Wangyu could only retreat in defeat and obediently give up the underwear industry with both hands. No matter how much he opposed, the beautiful superior would not give him the opportunity to touch the underwear industry. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. In this regard, Li Wangyu deeply regretted, and strongly condemned Su Chongqing's action of burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, it seemed that the Li residents would have another business that would bring in large amounts of money every day. This made him feel slightly gratified. Chapter 321. His beautiful boss did not allow Li Wangyu to meddle in the underwear industry, which saved him a lot of trouble. Apart from Su Chongqing himself, the women in the family, including Afro, all had a pair of skillful hands and were good at needlework. Even the two new daughters-in-law of the Niu brothers were the same. As for the beautiful boss, there was no need to count on her. In the future, she did not even know how to use an electric sewing machine, let alone sewing clothes with a needle and thread. It was indeed too difficult for a white-collar beauty who was used to using a keyboard and mouse to learn needlework. The beautiful boss also pulled the two new daughters-in-law of the Niu family to the back residence. Now, Su Qiao should be called Niu Su Su, while Niu Wu's beautiful daughter-in-law should be called Niu Su Xie. After marriage, a woman would take her husband's surname. This was a tradition since ancient times in Huaxia. Even in the future, Hong Kong and other regions had such a custom. Naturally, Niu Su Su and Niu Su Xie were also good at needlework. The beautiful boss naturally trusted the daughters-in-law of her troops, so she asked them to start sewing underwear together with Perrin and the others. With the underwear that Su Changqing had worn when he had transmigrated as a sample, in the backyard, a few clever women quickly used needles and silk to sew a few sets of underwear of different sizes. The freshly made underwear gave these women of the Tang dynasty a great surprise. Under the guidance of Su Changqing, they all eagerly and shyly went to their rooms to change into their underwear. The unprecedented comfort of being wrapped up made this group of women fall madly in love with these underwear. It only took a moment for them to go from feeling shy about wearing such things to not wearing them after putting them on and feeling like they were running naked. Seeing that all the women in the residence loved the underwear so much, the beautiful boss naturally knew that it was a success. She took several sets of newly sewn silk underwear and went to Taiji Palace in Chang'an to meet Empress Xiangsun. This kind of profitable industry would make money from the noblewomen of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, it was to settle the palace maids out of the palace, so she naturally had to pull Empress Xiangsun along to make a fortune. The beautiful boss had an idea and pulled Empress Xiangsun to invest in the carriage business. She had already tasted the sweetness of cooperation with the royal family. It could be said that with the Li family's businesses, nothing was taboo. No one dared to interfere, and no one dared to obstruct the Li family's businesses. Even though the aristocratic families were dissatisfied with Hu Xiannan, they didn't dare to do anything to him. It just so happened that today concubine Yang was also chatting in Empress Xiangsun's Li Hall. Seeing Su Changqing enter the palace, the two most distinguished women of the Tang dynasty were very happy. Both Empress Xiangsun and concubine Yang liked Su Changqing very much. Not to mention the fact that this capable niece-in-law had brought so many benefits to the palace, even the yoga she taught had benefited the two of them greatly. What's more, Li Wangyu was her son's teacher. Empress Xiangsun also treated Su Changqing differently. Changqing, what brings you to the palace to see me today? Your Highness, concubine Yang, I'm here today to present a treasure. The beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. She took out several silk undergarments. Empress Xiangsun and concubine Yang reached out to take them and looked at them curiously. What are these? They seem to be a bit like plum. But why is the style so strange? Why are there so few materials? These are undergarments. Su Changqing lowered his voice and explained to the two of them while gesturing. These undergarments are interesting. I'll try them on. Hearing that these were women's undergarments, concubine Yang was also interested. She took one and asked the palace maid to go to the inner hall to help her change and try it on. Su Changqing quickly followed and showed concubine Yang how to wear it. Not long after, concubine Yang came out of the inner hall again, but Empress Xiangsun was slightly surprised. Sister, your figure seems to be a bit different. Empress Xiangsun stared at concubine Yang's chest and asked uncertainly. Concubine Yang was now the mother of two children. She and Pai Lupi gave birth to the fifth prince, Prince Qi, Li Yu, and just gave birth to the sixth prince, Prince Liang, Li Yu. Her body naturally had the plump of a mature wife. At this time, concubine Yang's chest was more and more towering, and her cleavage was deep. Empress Xiangsun, who was used to seeing her, was a little stunned. How could concubine Yang change so much in a moment? Were these clothes called undergarments really so magical? With concubine Yang as a precedent, Empress Xiangsun didn't care that she was pregnant. She let the palace maid help her to the inner hall to change clothes. Sure enough, after wearing the undergarments, the comfortable close-fitting feeling of being tightly wrapped made Empress Xiangsun feel extremely satisfied, not to mention the body-shaping effect it brought. Changqing, your undergarments are really magical. I like it very much. Later, you have to send more to me. Seeing the excellent effect of the sample sent, Su Changqing couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Your Highness, I want to partner with you in this undergarments business today. Do you think it's possible? If this undergarments are sold, is there anyone willing to buy it? Yes, of course it's possible. I think that this thing will make those women break their heads to buy it. Changqing, you're really as smart as the men of your household. Reminded by her beautiful superior, Empress Zhangsun also reacted and repeatedly applauded, then we'll follow the model of the carriage and winery. What do you think? Su Changqing shook his head. Your Highness, I'm afraid this matter has to be handled in a different way. Oh. Why is that? Empress Zhangsun asked puzzledly. Su Changqing explained the matter of the 500 or so palace maids in full detail. He wanted to use this undergarments business to let the 500 or so palace maids have a stable livelihood. Empress Zhangsun heard this and sighed for a long time. This is my and Erlang's fault. Yuan Zio thought it through. So, we'll do as you say. I agree. Your Highness, what are you saying? It's you and His Majesty who are merciful and can't bear to see those palace maids suffer. The matter of opening an undergarments shop with the palace maids and making and selling undergarments was settled in a few words by the two of them. Empress Zhangsun invested 50,000 strings of cash to buy shops in the east and west markets, occupying 40% of the undergarments shop. The Li family of Huxian took 30%, investing in technology and management. The remaining 30% was divided among the 500 or so palace maids. However, these palace maids also needed to each take out 100 strings of cash as capital to invest. Originally, Empress Zhangsun didn't want to take the palace maids' money, but her beautiful superior insisted. In her words, if the palace maids didn't contribute, they wouldn't necessarily cherish this business. Therefore, it was very appropriate to let the palace maids use the 100 strings of cash that the palace gave out as a settlement allowance to invest. Empress Zhangsun thought for a while and nodded in agreement. She ordered people to go to Yeding Palace to pass on the message that the 500 or so palace maids who were willing to pay could become one of the owners of the undergarments shop. This caused quite a stir in Yeding Palace. Chapter 322. Giving up 100 strings of cash to get out of the palace in exchange for an unknown underwear shop caused a lot of waves in the Yeding Palace. No one knew what an underwear shop was. How much could the shop make in the future? No one knew. This made the palace maids talk about it, not knowing where to go. 100 strings of cash was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. If it was the salary of a 7th-grade official in the Tang dynasty, it would be about 50 months, which was about 4 years of salary. The average monthly income of an ordinary person in Chang'an was about 100 strings of cash. 100 strings of cash was equivalent to 8 years of income of an ordinary person. This made the palace maids hesitate, not knowing if they should invest. Some palace maids were hesitant, but there were also people who understood. As soon as the news came to the Yeding Palace, some palace maids signed up without hesitation. Many palace maids who were familiar with these bold palace maids could not help but persuade them. Ronyang, it's 100 strings of cash. Are you going to give it up? Is it worth it? I don't know what an underwear shop does. Jade Mother, you have to trust me. Go and sign up. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. The palace maid called Ronyang smiled sweetly and persuaded her. But, no buts. Think about it, the underwear shop is the business of Her Highness and Huxian Man. Who is Huxian Man? That was a literary star descending to the mortal world. His and Her Highness the Empress carriage business was a good business that made them a lot of money. With these two as the owners, what are you worried about? It's 100 strings of cash. The palace maid was still reluctant. She had never had 100 strings of cash. Ronyang sighed, so what if it's 1,000 strings of cash? There will be a day when it's all gone. What should we do then? Since we don't want to get married, we can't go to Pingkong Square to entertain people. Jade Mother, listen to me. Go and sign up. Well. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll sign up too. The palace maid called Jade Mother hesitated and was finally persuaded. Such conversations were not uncommon in Yeding Palace. The palace maids, who had been hesitant, all decided to take a gamble after a mental struggle. They would use the settlement fee in exchange for a stable business. If these palace maids knew what underwear was, if they knew that after Pai Lupi saw Yang Fei wearing underwear, he was amazed by the changes in his wife's body and had a night of plum blossoms, perhaps they wouldn't be so worried. Of course, the palace maids didn't know that after a few years, there would be more than 500 rich ladies in Chang'an. She was beautiful and wealthy, which attracted the attention of many people in Chang'an, but also caused a lot of trouble. These were all things that would happen later. At this time, the 500 or so palace maids who were nervous naturally could not foresee what would happen in the future. With the support of Empress Zhangsun and enough copper coins, the establishment of the lingerie shop went smoothly. However, this had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Having been excluded from the underwear industry, he didn't have to worry about how to settle the palace maids. Therefore, he spent a few days leisurely. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been copied and had been given to owner's son to slowly engrave and print. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was popular in Chang'an and the surrounding counties. There were all kinds of pirated copies, which made Li Wangyu feel helpless. Fortunately, he didn't rely on this book to make money, so he didn't care. The two little kids, Li Qingqian and Li Tai, came to Dingzhou village more and more often, and became closer to Li Wangyu. The two little kids were full of admiration for this little teacher who could always think of all kinds of ways to bring them along to play. Li Wangyu's way of educating these two little kids was to combine education with fun. He took them to play with the other children in the village, hoping to re-establish a normal world view for them, so that their future would not be so tragic and dark. As for Princess Royal Li Lizzie, she was taken away by her beautiful superior every time she came to Dingzhou village. After all, she was a girl, and it was more suitable for her to be taught by a beautiful superior. The carriage business was thriving, and the high alcohol content of the winery was also on the market. After tasting the highly distilled liquor, the people of Chang'an went crazy. They went crazy for the unprecedented wine. How could the Tangs, who were addicted to wine, resist such good wine? But all the restaurants and wine shops that sold wine were filled with an unprecedented and extremely rich wine fragrance. The wine fragrance made the Tang's wine worms feel uncomfortable, and many people were attracted to the winery by the rich wine fragrance. The Tangs, who were used to drinking low alcohol content wine, could not stand the alcohol stimulation of the high alcohol content wine. The Tangs, who could drink a bucket of wine and not get drunk, became drunk after drinking a liter of white wine. Li Bai wrote hundreds of poems when drinking wine, and could drink 300 cups in one go. If it was high alcohol content wine, he would have been drunk into a puddle of mud. For a time, the number of drunkards in Chang'an increased, and the number of drunk people was innumerable. Every day, the marquis who patrolled the streets had to drag out many drunkards who passed out on the streets. Especially after the curfew, those who passed out on the streets would not only be beaten 40 times, but also thrown into the prison to sober them up. But even so, the Shaodao wine brewed in the winery was still sold out. The high price of 50 strings of coins per bucket, which was 5 times the price of the most expensive wine in the Tang dynasty, still did not stop the drunkards of the Tang dynasty from chasing after the Shaodao wine. At present, the winery in the call of Mount Shouyang had just started production, so the output was not high, only about 10 tons of white wine a month. Converted into the unit of measurement of the Tang dynasty, it was 1,000 buckets. If all of them were sold, the income would be 50,000 strings of coins, and the profit would be at least 40,000 strings of coins. The output of the winery was still increasing. As long as there was enough sorghum, more wine could be brewed. Now, the Chiu family in Chang'an was constantly transferring sorghum from all over the Tang dynasty to Li Wangyu's winery. However, due to the locust plague in Guangzhou this year, the sorghum that could be transferred was limited, which also limited the output of the winery. Li Wangyu was not worried. After all, he knew that the grain of the Tang dynasty would usher in a bumper harvest 3 years after Zhongguan. It was recorded in the comprehensive mirror of aid for governance, when the year is ripe, the world is vast, and the scattered people return to their hometowns, rice will be no more than 3 or 4 coins. Although Li Wangyu did not believe that the price of rice would be reduced to such an extent, at least the grain harvest was certain. After calculating the property of his family, Li Wangyu was very satisfied and lived quite leisurely every day. But today, a group of playboys suddenly came to the door and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to Chang'an and to watch the polo match. Li Wangyu looked up at the scorching sun in the sky, but he had no intention of going out. Going out on such a hot day was not like drinking iced fruit juice in his own backyard and looking at cool beauties. However, Li Wangyu could not resist the playboy's forceful pull. He was dragged on the back of a horse, and the group of people rode to Chang'an. Chapter 323. Polo was known as striking Ju in ancient China. It was invented in the Han dynasty and flourished in the Tang and Song dynasties. In the Three Kingdoms period, Chao Zhi's Mingdu chapter had a poem that said, "Even riding a horse to strike Ju Rang, cleverly pushing through 10,000 ends." This showed that polo had existed at least in the late Han dynasty. Polo was known as striking ball in the Tang dynasty. It could be said that it was the #1 sport in the Tang dynasty. Its popularity was far beyond that of football and basketball in the modern era. It was not an exaggeration to call it the national sport. Not only the civil and military officials and the common people loved polo, but even the emperors of the Tang dynasty were the same. Among the 23 emperors of the Tang dynasty, 2 of them actually died because of polo. This showed how passionate the people were. There was even a women's polo team in the Tang dynasty. Polo in the Tang dynasty already had detailed rules and etiquette, and there were polo courts all over the country. The mural, "Playing Polo," that was unearthed in the tomb of the Tang dynasty's crown prince vividly depicted the scene of polo in the Tang dynasty. Unfortunately, with the rolling wheels of history, polo almost disappeared from China during the Ming and Qing dynasties and was instead popular in the West. It was a pity that this style of the Tang dynasty still existed in the West. Li Wangyu only knew about polo in his previous life. He had never come into contact with it, so naturally, he was not interested in it. However, since he was dragged here by the popinjays, he just went with the flow and treated it as a chance to experience the customs of the Tang dynasty. Today, the popinjays dragged him to a place that Li Wangyu had never been to, the Baya 6 Army's encampment in the northern imperial garden. Li Wangyu could not help but be curious when he saw that the polo match was held in the imperial army's encampment. "Brothers, why is today's striking ball being held in the Baya Imperial Army's encampment? Who are the 2 sides of the match?" Cheng Chumo laughed. "Today is the match between the Baya 6 armies and the Nanya 16 guards. Last time, this group of robbers lost in the Nanya encampment and were very unconvinced. They are clamoring for another match in the Baya encampment. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of them?" "That's right, today, our Nanya will win." Yuchi Baochi also laughed. Li Wangyu was a little confused by the words of these 2 bastards. He simply pulled Fang Yai aside and asked in a low voice. Only then did he figure out the reason. In Chang'an City, the northern Yamen 6 armies were Pai Lupi's personal troops. They were the soldiers and their descendants who served Li Yuan when he attacked Taiyuan. The 6 armies of Baya, also known as the Yuansong Imperial Army, were responsible for guarding the north gate of the palace and accompanying the emperor in hunting. They were Pai Lupi's closest bodyguards and were stationed in the north courtyard of the palace of Chang'an. As for the 16 guards of the southern Yamen, they were in charge of all the soldiers under the heavens, including Cheng Chumo's left and right Jinwu guards and Yuchi Baochi's Qianyo guards. Because the 16 guards were located in the south of the imperial palace, they were called the 16 guards of the southern palace. Because the 6 armies of the northern Yamen and the 16 guards of the southern Yamen were both stationed in Chang'an City, there was no lack of friction between them. However, they were all imperial guards of the Tang dynasty. If there was a conflict between them, they couldn't fight with real swords and spears, could they? Thus, playing polo to determine the winner became a very good choice. Every time there was a conflict between the imperial guards of the southern Yamen, the generals of the 16 guards of the southern Yamen would negotiate with the imperial guards of the northern Yamen to play polo. The loser would retreat. Pai Lupi was happy to see this happen. After all, he liked to play polo. The Imperial Guards could resolve conflicts and train their horsemanship by doing this. Why not? With Pai Lupi's tacit approval and support, playing polo to resolve conflicts between the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen became a common practice. The reason for today's game at the Northern Yamen Imperial Army was also related to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was confused about this. What does this have to do with me? Brothers, don't talk nonsense. Nonsense. Isn't it because of the burning knife brewed by your winery? A few days ago, a group of soldiers of the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen went out for a rest and drank your burning knife. As a result, they got drunk and had a conflict with a group of soldiers of the 6 armies of the Northern Yamen who were also drunk. Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and laughed. Damn it. They got drunk and caused trouble. What does it have to do with me? Li Wangyu didn't want to take the blame for this. Cheng Chumo continued, Tisk, tsk. Those drunken cats fought each other so fiercely. In the end, they all said that it was the other party's fault. So, they had to play polo to solve the problem. The loser has to apologize. It's that simple. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. These generals of the Imperial Guards were so bored that they had to make such a big scene for such a trivial matter. He felt that it was most likely Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda, these old bastards, who were so bored that they let the Imperial Guards play polo to pass the time. Li Wangyu was too lazy to ask about this matter. He looked around and asked the group of playboys, how come I don't see that fatty Cho Kun? This is the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards encampment. I'm afraid he can't come in by himself. This was the fatty who bought his Chang'ong Tu from Ping Kong Fong. Although their statuses were different now, their relationship was still very good. The Cho family owned 10% of the Shun Fong Carriage Company. The sorghum used in the winery was all purchased through the Cho family. The relationship between the two parties was even closer. Li Wangyu liked this fatty who didn't have any schemes. He didn't put on airs in front of him and even introduced him to the group of playboys. The fatty Cho Kun was also very much to the liking of the group of playboys. They didn't treat him as a merchant or a lowly commoner. Under the fatty's painstaking efforts to befriend him, he became friends with the playboys. They often met up to drink and have fun together. Today, when they came to the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards encampment to watch the polo match, the playboys also called the fatty along. That was why Li Wangyu asked this question. The fatty sent a message. His family's Darren caught a cold today, so he will be a little late. I ordered people to wait for him at the entrance of the barracks. When he arrives, they will bring him in. Cheng Chumo replied. Li Wangyu nodded. Everyone dismounted from their horses in the Northern Yamen barracks and left the horses to the Imperial Guards to take care of. The group of people walked together to the polo field. When they arrived at the polo field, Li Wangyu was slightly surprised. It was mainly because the polo field was too big. Han Yu once wrote a poem, Bien and Si communicate with each other at the corner of the county, the field is flat like a knife. The short fence is winding on 3 sides, with red flags beating drums and soaring trees. The baseball field has short walls on 3 sides and red flags around it. The field is 1,000 steps long and flat like a knife. Since ancient times, the distance of 1 step in China was different. In the Tang dynasty, 1 step was taken by Pai Lupi's left and right feet. It was defined as a unit of length, which was about 1.5 meters in the modern era. The polo field was 1,000 steps long, which was 1,500 meters long, which was 1.5 kilometers long. The standard football field in the modern era was no more than 120 meters long, which was equivalent to the length of 12 or 13 football fields. Li Wangyu could only click his tongue and express that he was also a country bumpkin for once. He was convinced by the scale and momentum of the great Tang dynasty. At this time, the 3 short walls of the polo field were full of armored soldiers from the Northern Yamen's 6 armies. There was also a platform built from logs on one side of the field for people to watch the match. Li Wangyu and the group of playboys chatted and laughed as they walked towards the platform. Suddenly, they heard an imperial guard running towards them. Young Duke, your friend was beaten up by someone. Chapter 324. His friend was beaten up. Who was beaten up? Li Wangyu and the group of wastrels were stunned for a while before they suddenly realized that the imperial guard was talking about the fatty Cho Kun. Speak clearly, where is it? Who dares to touch my brothers? At the gate. The Yuan Gate was the entrance to the barracks. The foppish lords looked at each other and rushed towards the northern Yamen Imperial Army barracks with angry faces. Li Wangyu followed closely behind them. However, this group of wastrels was a group of animals and disappeared in a few seconds. Poor Li Wangyu, who was 16 years old and still very thin and weak, how could he catch up with them? The encampment of the Imperial Guards was terrifyingly big. If it weren't for the fact that horses were not allowed in the camp, Li Wangyu would have wanted to find a horse to ride. By the time he reached the gate with a red face and breathless breath, he saw that the wastrels were already fighting with a group of strong men. This group of Silk Pants, Qing Chumo and his brothers, the Yuqi twins, Chai Lingguo, and the others, needless to say, were taught by Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these kind of old scoundrels. They were all muscular, skilled in archery and horse riding, and had martial arts skills. Although Niu Jinping's legs were inconvenient, he ran faster than Li Wangyu just now. At this time, when he fought, he was even more vigorous and didn't seem to be affected by his leg injury. As for Fang Yai's strength, it was recorded in the history books, so there was no need to talk about it. He didn't know how Fang Xianling gave birth to such a son. He really didn't know if Lady Fang had cuckolded Prime Minister Fang. The brothers Wei Shuyu, Du He, and Du Go had mingled with Qing Chumo and the others for too long. Unexpectedly, they were not careless in the slightest when it came to fighting. The way they fought made Li Wangyu feel sorry for their opponents. In short, there were more than 20 strong men fighting with the wastrels, but the wastrels seemed to have the upper hand. At this time, the people who were beaten to the ground were the other party's people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to fall behind. It wasn't like he hadn't fought in groups when he was young. However, when he looked at the huge difference between his body and the group of brawny men, he wisely did not rush forward. Looking around, Li Wangyu picked up a green brick from the ground. The gate of the northern Yamen Imperial Army was built in a rather imposing manner. Even the ground was paved with specially baked, high-quality bricks, which made things much more convenient for Li Wangyu. As the saying goes, no matter how good one's martial arts are, they will still be knocked down by a brick. In the street fighting cold weapon ranking, even if the brick wasn't number 1, it was still one of the top weapons. Li Wangyu weighed the brick in his hand and felt that it felt good. Then, he turned his palm and put the brick into his wide sleeve. After preparing a convenient weapon, Li Wangyu slipped into the battlefield. On the other side, Wei Shuyu was wrestling with a strong man. Apparently, he didn't have enough strength. He was pressed under the man's body and was about to suffer. Li Wangyu appeared behind the brawny man like a ghost. He raised the brick in his hand and smashed it down heavily on the brawny man's head. It had to be said that the quality of the bricks baked in the Tang dynasty was absolutely excellent. When the brick hit the brawny man's head, it was like a die factory. The brawny man's head was directly smashed by the brick and fell down with a muffled groan. If Wei Shuyu was also a person from another world, he would definitely give Li Wangyu a thumbs up to show his gratitude. Unfortunately, the action of giving a thumbs up was invented by the ancient Romans and had not yet been spread to the Tang dynasty. It was a pity. Wei Shuyu smiled and winked at Li Wangyu. He pushed away the brawny man who had been knocked unconscious by Li Wangyu and shouted as he rushed toward the other brawny man who was wrestling with the Du brothers. Li Wangyu remained calm and collected. He once again stayed behind the brawny man who was wrestling with Chai Lingguo and smashed the brick again, relying on Li Wangyu's shameless sneak attack, coupled with the powerful fighting strength of Qing Chumo and the others. Soon the brawny men were lying on the ground. All of them groaned for a long time and couldn't get up. As for those unlucky fellows whose heads were bleeding, they were obviously the result of Li Wangyu's sneak attack with a brick. Seeing that his side had achieved a complete victory, Li Wangyu casually threw the green brick to the side and patted the dust off his hands. Only then did he notice fatty Cho Kun at the side. This unlucky kid had obviously been beaten up quite badly. Both of his eyes were already bruised, the corner of his mouth was also broken, and blood was seeping out. His clothes were tattered and covered in filth. Cho Kun, what happened? Who are these people? Why did they beat you? When Li Wangyu ran over, the two sides were already wrestling. He didn't have time to ask what had happened and was still confused. Before Cho Kun could speak, Ching Chumo angrily spat on the ground. Bastards, they are all fake sons of the Duke of Changping. The leader is called Zhang Xinji, the adopted son of the Duke of Changping. When we rushed over, this group of bastards was beating up the fatty, so we started fighting. Duke of Changping. Zhang Liang. Why was it him again? Could it be that this Cho family was really incompatible with Zhang Liang's birth characters? Previously, because Cho Yuanliang drank too much and bragged, Zhang Liang's fake sons came to ask for the fake ancient painting and forced Li Wangyu to help them forge one. Today, everything was fine. How did Cho Kun, this fatty, provoke this group of Zhang Liang's fake sons? Li Wangyu looked at Cho Kun questioningly, only to see the fatty's face full of grievances. The bruised eyes on his fat face blinked as he complained. Ziyu, how would I know the reason? I just arrived at the gate of the Northern Yaman's Imperial Army and asked the Imperial Army brothers to pass on a message for me to find my brothers. These people were also preparing to enter the barracks, so they said that I was blocking their way and told me to scram. How would I dare to provoke them, so I retreated to the side. Cho Kun pointed at Zhang Xinji, feeling wronged. But that person said that I was spying on his wife and had bad intentions, so he had people beat me up. I really am innocent. Just now, I didn't even dare to lift my eyelids. Hearing Cho Kun's words, Li Wangyu finally noticed that not far away, there was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire with a frosty expression. Behind her were several servant girls. This woman was beautiful, but her pair of peach blossom eyes and the mole at the corner of her mouth made Li Wangyu feel that this woman in palace attire had a flirtatious and seductive aura. That is the Duke of Changping's new wife, the Li clan. Hee, this woman is really something. Fang Yai suddenly lowered his voice and winked at Li Wangyu. Obviously, there was a hidden meaning in his words. Seeing that Li Wangyu still didn't understand, the group of silk pants immediately became interested. Ignoring the madam of Commandery Duke Changping, who was staring at them coldly from not far away, she began to talk about the rumors between Commandery Duke Changping and the Li clan. As the saying goes, Taiji gives birth to yin and yang give birth to the four symbols, and the four symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. A group of gossipy top playboys of the Tang dynasty told the story of Zhang Liang and the Li clan in a few words, but Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Talent, this is what a real talent is. He looked at Fang Yai, who was spitting saliva everywhere, with a complicated expression. Beloved brother, I was wrong. The cuckold of the Tang dynasty is not you, but Changping Commandery Duke Zhang Liang. Chapter 325. The Duke of Changping, Zhang Liang, came from a poor background. His greatest ability was his good luck, which allowed him to hug the right thigh. This was because of Pai Lupi's contributions during the Xuanwu Gate incident. As a result, after Pai Lupi ascended the throne, Zhang Liang was given the title of General of the Right Guard, Governor of Huai Province, and Duke of Changping for his contributions. However, after Zhang Liang rose to power, he despised his wife, who was born a peasant, and divorced her to take a new wife, Li clan's wife. Although Li clan's wife was young and beautiful, she wasn't easy to deal with. This woman was as fickle as water, and went around seducing young and handsome men, making Zhang Liang wear many green hats. However, what Li Wangyu found hard to understand was that not only did Zhang Liang not divorce his wife, but because he couldn't bear to part with Li clan's beauty, he allowed her to do as she pleased. The one that made Li Wangyu speechless the most was Zhang Liang's adopted son, Zhang Xinji. This person was originally a male actor who was good at music, and Li clan took a liking to him. In the end, when the two were having an affair in the manor, Zhang Liang discovered them. From Li Wangyou's perspective, in the normal version of the script, Chongping County would draw his sword out of anger and chop this adulterous couple into pieces. However, it was clear that the script in Zhang Liang's hands was a blackened version. Not only did Zhang Liang not draw his sword to kill, he even adopted the male lead as his son and gave him the name Zhang Xinji. He allowed him to freely enter and leave the mansion, and from then on, there was no need to avoid taboos. Alright, Li Wangyu could only say that the circle of nobles was really messy. Admirable, admirable. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered with what this cuckold Zhang Liang was thinking. However, Cho Kun had been beaten for no reason, and this matter had to be explained. Although the silk pants had beaten up Zhang Xinji, as well as Zhang Liang's adopted sons, this matter wasn't over yet. Li Wangyu didn't pay any attention to Li Clan's wife, and walked over to Zhang Xinji and Li Clan's side. This Zhang Xin was born as a male actor. He was not like Zhang Liang's fake actors who were strong and strong. He was thin and weak like a pretty boy. Just now, when he was fighting with the debauches, he didn't participate. Instead, he stood on the side with Li Clan and watched coldly. Seeing Zhang Liang's fake sons being knocked to the ground by the silk pants and Li Wangyu, he did not care. He only laughed coldly. Li Wangyu saw that this man's face was fair without any beard, he was actually born with good looks, no wonder he was able to seduce the Li clan to have an affair with him. Li Wangyu frowned and asked coldly, "Your name is Zhang Xinji. Let me ask you, did you order people to beat up that fatty? Why did you order people to commit murder and beat people up for no reason?" Zhang Xin had a disdainful expression on his face. He tidied up his clothes and pretended to be cool as he said, "He's just a lowly merchant. So what if I beat him up? What do you want? Did my brother offend you? So what if there is? So what if he didn't? Was there a need for a reason to beat a lowly merchant like him? You really don't know what you're talking about. But you Qiu Ba, how dare you beat up the fake sons of Royal Duke Chongping? Do you know that a great disaster is imminent?" Zhang Xinji spoke casually as he looked at Li Wangyu and the others with eyes full of disdain. Behind him, Li Clan also had a mocking expression on his face, saying that they had caused a great disaster and were about to be finished. Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. Did water get into this guy's head while he was bathing? It was fine if he didn't recognize him. Today, Li Wangyu was habitually wearing the white clothes of a commoner. It was normal that he didn't recognize him. But in Noda's Chang'an, the number of noble families and officials who didn't recognize Qing Chumo's group of silk pants could be counted on one hand. Was this Zhang Xinji crazy? He dared to call the silk pants Qiu Ba, he really had guts. Li Wangyu silently gave Zhang Xinji a thumbs up in his heart. Respect to you for being a man. In reality, Li Wangyu had misunderstood Zhang Xinji. He was originally a male actor with a lowly status. How could he have come into contact with the nobility of the Tang dynasty? Naturally, he didn't recognize Qing Chumo, the top silk pants of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Liang's fake sons, however, did recognize some silk pants. But when the silk pants rushed over and saw the fatty being beaten up, they didn't say anything and directly attacked. Since the two sides were fighting, they naturally didn't have time to tell the Li clan and Zhang Xinji about the silk pants' identities. At this time, when they heard Zhang Xinji's arrogant words, one of the fake sons of Zhang Liang lying on the ground groaning, wanted to speak up to stop him. But that person hesitated for a moment and swallowed his words, continuing to lie on the ground and play dead. Zhang Xinji was Zhang Liang's adopted son, while they were just fake sons. Their status wasn't much different from the troops, so there was a big difference in status. This Zhang Xinji suddenly changed from a male actor to Zhang Liang's adopted son. Relying on the Li clan's favor, he was usually very arrogant. Even Zhang Liang's fake sons were often angered by this guy. Everyone didn't like him. So at this time, no one spoke up to remind Zhang Xinji. They just let him continue to talk nonsense, hoping that he would be unlucky. As for Madame Li, she also did not recognize Li Wangyu and the debauches. Because she saw the debauches rushing out of the northern Yaman's gate, she, like Zhang Xinji, mistook the debauches for the northern Yaman's imperial guards and a group of vulgar bandits. The reason why Zhang Xinji and the Li clan had such a misunderstanding was also related to the clothes Qing Chumo and the others wore today. Today was the battle between the northern Yaman's 6 armies and the southern Yaman's 16 guards. Qing Chumo and the others naturally had to support the southern Yaman's 16 guards. So everyone, including Wei Shuyu and Fang Yayai, wore the robes of the southern Yaman's imperial army to show their support. This was the same reason that fans in the future would wear the uniform of the team they supported when they watched a football match. But they didn't expect that the robes of the southern Yaman's imperial army would cause Zhang Xinji and the Li clan to misunderstand and treat the silk pants as imperial army soldiers. The Li clan maintained his status. He only had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. She was waiting for her husband to come and deal with this group of lawless imperial army soldiers. If he didn't make this group of lawless imperial army soldiers peel off a layer of skin today, the anger in Li clan's heart would be hard to vent. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Xinji's arrogant words. The group of silk pants also laughed. Everyone gathered around with their hands crossed in front of their chests and laughed, surrounding Zhang Xinji in the middle. "Oh, there's a noble here. I'm so scared. Should we kneel down and kowtow to you and beg you to let us go?" "Wahahaha, interesting. How do we face imminent disaster?" "You scared me to death." "Bah, you silk pants, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to the noble?" "Ha!" Zhang Xinji was surrounded by silk pants. His face turned pale. He was also afraid of being beaten. But he still stubbornly said, "You scoundrels, why aren't you backing down? I'm the adopted son of the Duke of Changping. As imperial army soldiers, how dare you be so impudent? Do you still have any respect for your superiors?" Qing Chumo reached out and patted Zhang Xinji's face. He said with a mischievous smile, "It's been a long time since someone called me impudent." "Wahahaha, you scoundrel, do you really think you're a noble?" "Ha, Chumo brother, you can't say that. Other people's adopted sons were obtained with their own abilities. TSK, they must be skilled in martial arts." As Fang Yayai spoke, he wretchedly shrugged and winked at the nearby Li clan. The silk pants present were all veterans of the Tang dynasty. How could they not understand the meaning of Fang Yayai's words? Everyone laughed even louder. Naturally, Madame Li also heard their conversation, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. Chapter 326. Zhang Xinji was instantly enraged by the profligate son's mocking words. Zhang Xinji had an inferiority complex and was sensitive. As a wastrel, because of his lowly status, he had been played around with. It was quite pitiful. He was willing to go all out. For glory and wealth, not only was he willing to be Zhang Liang's adopted son, he even changed his surname. As an adopted son, it would be better to say that he was the Li clan's boy toy. If his ancestors were still alive in the underworld, he wondered if they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves to settle the score with him. Zhang Xinji had suddenly gained power, and with the Li clan's favor, he immediately became rude and unreasonable. Today, he accompanied the Li clan and led Zhang Liang's fake sons to watch the polo match. When he saw the black-clothed Cho Kun at the gate of the northern Yaman's imperial army, he was unhappy and purposely went up to find trouble. When he was a wastrel, he was often played around by those rich and powerful families. Now, he still had to humbly serve those nobles, but merchants like Cho Kun, who had money but no status, had become the target of his resentment. After becoming the adopted son of Zhang Liang, Chang An's many merchants had been humiliated by Zhang Xinji using Zhang Liang's name. Zhang Liang's reputation in Chang An had also been ruined by his 500 fake sons, Zhang Xinji, and the Li clan. Zhang Xinji now hated it when others talked about his original identity. After being mocked by the wastrels, he ignored everything and cursed at Qing Chumo and the others. "You bunch of lowly wastrels dare to be disrespectful to the Duke of Changping? You bastards with no parents to teach you. Today, I will let you know the power of the Duke of Changping." He then turned his head and roared at Zhang Liang's fake son, who was lying on the ground. Are you all King dead? If you can breathe, get up and ride a horse to the manor to invite his excellency. How dare they? I'm going to skin these bastards alive today. Before Zhang Xinji could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face, followed by a thunderous, pa sound. At that moment, he felt his vision go black and stars appear in front of him. When Qing Chumo heard the vulgar words coming out of this fellow's mouth and dared to scold his father and mother, he immediately slapped him across the face. Qing Chumo's palm, which was as large as a palm leaf fan, immediately swelled up Zhang Xinji's cheek and knocked out one of his molars. Even Li Wangyu felt pain for Zhang Xinji when he saw this slap. TSK, it was really too tragic. Who do you think you are? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Even if Zhang Ji was here, he would not dare to do this. You are just a lowly actor. Do you really think that you are the son of Commander Duke Qingping? Bah! Qing Chumo slapped Zhang Xinji and knocked him down to the ground. Still not satisfied, he spat a mouthful of phlegm on Zhang Xinji. Zhang Lin was Zhang Liang's eldest son and also the son of his first wife. Zhang Lin's personality was completely different from his father, Zhang Liang. He was cautious his whole life. He had tried to persuade his father many times, but Zhang Liang did not listen to his son. In the end, Pai Lupi took him to Chang'an and executed him. It could be said that he had brought his own death. Fang Yai and the others naturally did not dare to show weakness. Including Li Wangyu, the group of people surrounded Zhang Xinji, who had been beaten to the ground, and kicked him. Zhang Xinji, who had been arrogant just now, could only hold his head with his hands and curl up like a shrimp, wailing loudly. Seeing his beloved adopted son being beaten, Li Clan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines and was certain that this group of soldiers would not dare to be presumptuous, immediately went crazy. She let out an ear-piercing scream and waved her hands wildly as she threw herself at the group of wastrels. The graceful and luxurious appearance of a noblewoman was completely gone. She was no different from a shrew in the marketplace. You dare to beat my son? I will fight with you. You bunch of bastards. Kill. I will let my husband chop off your heads and use them as chamber pots. Seeing that Madame Li had suddenly rushed over like a madwoman, the debauches naturally dispersed with laughter and ran towards the Yuan gate. No matter how unbearable this Li clan was, she was still the wife of Princess Changping. They could beat and curse Zhang Xinji, but they could not do anything to Li clan. When Li Wangyu saw the silk pants running away, he naturally pulled fatty Cho Kun and ran away as well. In any case, the fight had already been fought. The fake sons of Zhang Liang who had beaten Cho Kun had all been beaten up, and Zhang Xinji had been beaten very badly. From the wastrel's point of view, Cho Kun's beating could be considered as revenge. Naturally, they could not be bothered to tangle with the crazy Li clan. Li Wangyu dragged Cho Kun and chased after the wastrels, complaining that they were not loyal and did not call him along when they were running away. The group of people laughed and joked with each other, no one taking what had just happened to heart. Cho Kun, on the other hand, was somewhat worried. His chubby face was wrinkled like a steamed bun. He was the son of a merchant family. If he really incurred the wrath of Princess Changping because of what had happened today, then he would have no way out. Li Wangyu could see his worry and comforted him, saying that this matter was not a big deal. Princess Changping's household was not in the right, so there was no need to be afraid of them. Qing Chumo patted his chest, assuring Cho Kun that there would not be any trouble. If Princess Changping wanted to find trouble, then they would not stand by and do nothing. Hearing everyone's words, the wastrel finally relaxed. The group of people continued to chat and laugh as they walked towards the polo field. After Li Wangyu and the wastrels left, they naturally did not notice Li clan's venomous gaze, which was fixed on their backs. Not long after the wastrels left, a group of people rode to the gates of the northern yamen. Seeing this scene, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe hurriedly dismounted. "Madam, what's going on? Why are Shinji and the others like this?" The person who had come was Princess Changping, Zhang Liang. Today, he had also invited his military colleagues to watch the polo match. When Li Clan saw Zhang Liang appear, she immediately burst into tears. Feeling wronged, she said, "Husband, if you didn't come, I would have been bullied to death." "Madam, if you have something to say it slowly." "What happened?" "Wu, just now, when Shinji accompanied me to the gates, there was a merchant with shifty eyes, spying on me." Shinji had the fake sons teach that merchant a lesson. Who knew that in the army camp, more than 10 boorish soldiers would rush out. Not only did they speak rudely to me, they also spoke vulgarities and beat Shinji to this state. "Husband, you have to help me get justice. Otherwise, I don't want to live anymore, woo-woo." Li Clan added oil to the fire, recounting what had happened. Naturally, she pushed all the blame onto the wastrels. Seeing Li Clan crying so miserably, Zhang Liang was unable to restrain his anger. "Who has the guts to humiliate my madam? Men, come. Go to the Yuan Gate and ask clearly. Find out who did it and capture that person for me." Zhang Liang ordered his subordinates. Immediately, a soldier ran to the gates of the northern Yamen's imperial army and asked the soldiers guarding the gates about the situation. Not long after, the soldier returned with an ugly expression. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered a few words into Zhang Liang's ear. After hearing the soldier's words, Zhang Liang's expression turned ugly as he thought to himself. How could it be this group of wastrels? Today's matter would not be easy to handle. Chapter 327. When Zhang Liang learned that it was Qing Chumo and the others who had beaten up his adopted sons and impostors, he couldn't help but hesitate. If it was only Zhang Shinji and his impostors who had been beaten, Zhang Liang would have laughed and acted as if nothing had happened. But his beloved wife was crying in front of him, putting him in a difficult position. If he gave up just like that, he would lose all face in front of Madame Li. But if he really wanted to investigate, not to mention whether the truth was as Li Clan said, even if it was, what could he do to this group of debauches? Moreover, the sage's favorite son, Hu Xiannan, was also involved, so Zhang Liang didn't want to get involved. Although this Hu Xiannan wasn't an official in the court, the sage had entrusted his crown prince and Li Tai to teach, which showed how much trust he had. Moreover, Zhang Liang knew that the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the other 5 surnames and 7 princes had a dirty relationship with this Hu Xiannan, but they still couldn't do anything and even seemed to have suffered a loss. Thus, Zhang Liang didn't want to incur the wrath of Li Wangyu. "Husband, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Hurry and have someone arrest that group of Chiu Ba. This concubine wants to see them punished with her own eyes." When Li Clan saw that Zhang Liang hadn't moved for a long time, she began to pull on Zhang Liang's robe and act like a spoiled child. Zhang Liang felt a headache coming on, so he could only lower his voice and tell her the identity of Li Wangyu and the others. After learning the truth, Li Clan's woman stopped crying, and her face turned green and red. She had thought that it was just the imperial army causing trouble, but she hadn't expected that the other party was actually the sons of Qing Yaojin and Fang Xianling. This surprised her. But when Li Clan turned her head and saw Zhang Shinji's red and swollen face, she began to feel uncomfortable. "Husband, are we just going to let it go like this? Even the son of Duke Lu can't casually beat people. Look at the injuries on Shinji's face, even I feel distressed." Zhang Shinji's body trembled like a sieve. He had just cursed the sons of a duke. When he heard Li Clan's words, he wanted to say that he was fine, but he didn't dare to speak for fear of angering Li Clan. "All right, you don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans. I'll have someone send you back home. You don't have to go today." Zhang Liang could only persuade Li Clan. "Humph. Husband, are you afraid of Qing Yaojin and the others?" Li Clan didn't give up and said, "Husband, if you don't help me vent my anger, don't enter my room today." All right. I'll do as you say. You take Shinji back to get treated first. I'll make sure you're satisfied, okay?" With that said, Li Clan could only nod his head and reluctantly lead Zhang Shen and the others back to the residence. After Li Clan left, Zhang Liang's brows furrowed even tighter. It wouldn't be easy to get back at them. Prefectural Duke, what happened? Why did your wife go back? Just as Zhang Liang was feeling conflicted, a voice came from behind him. He turned his head and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Duke Lu. It's nothing. It's just that my wife isn't feeling well and has returned early, Zhang Liang said perfunctorily. This person was none other than Hou Junji, the general of the left guard. He and Zhang Liang could be considered colleagues in the army. One was the general of the right guard, the other was the general of the left guard. The two of them were also subordinates of the old king of Qin's residence. They had fought alongside Pai Lupi on many expeditions and had also supported the Xuanwu Gate, so they had a rather good relationship. In the 17th year of Xinguan, when Hou Junji and Crown Prince Li Qingqian were plotting a rebellion, Hou Junji had even tried to rope in Zhang Liang. But Zhang Liang wasn't honest. He had turned around and reported to Pai Lupi, selling Hou Junji out. Hou Junji chuckled at Zhang Liang's polite words and said, Prefectural Duke, is there anything that isn't convenient for the two of us to talk about? This. Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment before recounting the conflict between his wife and those wastrels at the Yuan Gate. I was wondering what was going on. It's just the younger generation messing around. Prefectural Duke doesn't need to take it to heart. Hou Junji didn't take the matter to heart. Although that's the case, my wife is worried about my adopted son and insists on venting her anger. Prefectural Duke Lu, don't you think that this is just a woman messing around? Hou Junji couldn't help but feel a little disdainful at his words. The Li clan's so-called adopted son had already been treated as a joke among the nobles of Chang'an, and Zhang Liang still had the nerve to speak of it. But because Hou Junji didn't have a good relationship with Qing Yaojin and the others, he didn't mind egging Zhang Liang on and causing trouble for them. Ha, Prefectural Duke, what's so difficult about this? Ha, have you forgotten why we're here today? Hou Junji said with a hearty laugh. Zhang Liang was taken aback. What does Prefectural Duke Lu mean? Hou Junji used his horsewhip to point in the direction of the Baya military camp's racetrack. Prefectural Duke, you just want your wife to vent her anger. It's simple. Just invite that county man for a round of batting. Hou Junji's words made Zhang Liang's eyes light up. This was a good idea. In the Tang dynasty, it was extremely common for the nobles to settle their conflicts through batting. As long as he won the batting match, he would be able to vent Li clan's anger without offending Qing Yaojin and the others. Of his 500 adopted sons, there were quite a few experts in batting. Zhang Liang loved to play polo, and he had even taken in many adopted sons just to play with him for fun. Ha, Prefectural Duke Lu is indeed wise. Let's go to the racetrack and not delay the match today. Zhang Liang laughed heartily as he invited Hou Junji into the Yuanmen Gate. Li Wangyu and the other scions had returned to the Baya Imperial Army racetrack, and they were watching the batters warm up on the field with great interest. There were already quite a few people gathered around the racetrack, and the wooden platform used for watching the match was also filled with nobles and officials. As expected, the Tang people loved polo. Even the match between the Baya 6 armies and the Nanya 16 guards attracted many spectators. Not long after, drums sounded around the racetrack, signaling that the match was about to begin. Then, the sharp voice of an eunuch could be heard, the sage has arrived. Li Wangyu turned his head and saw Pai Lupi strolling to the racetrack under the protection of the Imperial Army. Behind him were Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots. Clearly, the polo fans of the Tang dynasty were all round, from top to bottom. Around the racetrack, the nobles and officials who had come to watch the match bowed to Pai Lupi. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. We're also here to watch the batting match and enjoy the match with everyone. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand to the crowd, indicating for them to rise. He then saw Li Wangyu and the others, and he smiled and waved at them, indicating for them to come over. Fatty Cho Kun had never expected to see Pai Lupi, and he was still kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to this coward, and he followed the other playboys to Pai Lupi's side. Zio, do you also like to watch the batting match? Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu shook his head. Uncle, this is my first time watching the batting match. It was Qing Chumo and the others who insisted on bringing me here. Ha, Chumo and the others did the right thing. Who in the Tang dynasty doesn't like to watch the batting match? Zio, you'll like it. Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders at Pai Lupi's words. You're the boss, so you have the final say. At this time, the sun was gradually rising, and the temperature was rising. It was slightly hot. Li Wangyu then took out an item from his bosom and shook it in a carefree manner. With a swish sound, it attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 328. Li Wangyu took out a folding fan. A few days ago, when he was looking at a beautiful woman enjoying the cool air in his backyard, he suddenly thought of this item. He drew a rough outline of the folding fan and handed it to Carpenter Lu and his family to figure it out. Carpenter Lu was indeed skillful. In less than 2 days, he made the folding fan that Li Wangyu wanted out of bamboo. Moreover, the bamboo was processed by Carpenter Lu and his family. After polishing, painting, and carving, the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand was actually golden yellow in color and felt as smooth as jade. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed. He did not expect Carpenter Lu's craftsmanship to be so exquisite. His beautiful superior also liked it when she saw it and asked Carpenter Lu to make her a few more folding fans for women. After the fan ribs were made, the fan needed to be framed. His beautiful superior's folding fan for women was simple. She just needed to choose silk with beautiful patterns. It was beautiful and convenient. However, the paper fan that Li Wangyu wanted still took him a bit of effort. In the end, with the help of owner's son, he found a skilled framer from Chang'an City. He used thin rice paper to frame 7 layers of the fan before it was completed. Li Wangyu excitedly ran to find Yan Liben to draw a fan for him after he had finished pasting the face of the fan. In the end, Yan Liben also loved this fan so much that he asked Li Wangyu, his teacher, to give him one. When Ma Zhou found out, he did not show any weakness. He rode to Dingzhou village and begged for the folding fan. Sure enough, folding fans were the best tool for scholars to show off. When Li Wangyu saw Yan Liben and Ma Zhou's reaction, he could not help but feel a little smug. Anything that I produce must be of high quality. Today, Li Wangyu shook out his folding fan again at the side of the polo field. He pretended to be cool and relaxed as he waved the fan lightly. His actions naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including Pai Lupi. They all looked at the fan in his hand. Zio, what's that? Fang Yai immediately came over and stared at the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand. Li Wangyu smiled faintly and pretended to be pretentious. He waved the fan in his hand a few times and folded it back. With a snap, the wide fan disappeared and was folded back into the handle. Hee, this item is called a folding fan. It's just a new toy that I've made recently. Li Wangyu's smug look made Qing Chumo and the others' teeth itch. His attitude was purely to tease the silk pants. He wanted to use the folding fan in his hand to toy with them. He didn't believe that these silk pants wouldn't be interested in a folding fan that could be opened and closed at will. Li Wangyu's guess was right. The fops were naturally interested in the folding fan in his hand, but Li Wangyu had underestimated the shamelessness of the fops. Before he could continue to tease the fops, he felt his hands suddenly empty. The folding fan in his hand had been snatched away by Qing Chumo. Zio, you're not being kind. If you had such a fun toy, why didn't you take it out earlier? Qing Chumo was fiddling with the stolen goods he snatched while scolding Li Wangyu. He almost angered him to death. Seeing the fops fighting over his folding fan and clumsily opening and closing it, Li Wangyu almost cursed out loud. Motherf *cur, these shameless bastards. He had overestimated their moral bottom line. And this was in front of Pai Lupi. They were robbing in broad daylight. Where was the law? Pai Lupi, are you going to do something about it? Do you still want the law and moral construction of the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan, opened it with a swish, and continued to fan it. Fortunately, this lord had great foresight and had already calculated the shamelessness of these fops. Wahahaha! Li Wangyu was secretly pleased. He had more than one folding fan on him. However, this folding fan didn't last long in his hand. Fang Yi, AI snatched it away again. F***ck. A group of bandits. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan, but this time, before he could open it, his hand was empty. Blinking his eyes, Li Wangyu was speechless as he looked at his empty hands. Beside him, a pack of hungry wolves was still eyeing him covetously, wanting to see if he could still take out the folding fan from his bosom. Before Li Wangyu could speak, he heard someone coughing. Li Wangyu looked over and saw Pai Lupi staring at him and pretending to cough. It was another person who was eyeing his folding fan. However, this person still wanted to save face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he couldn't just snatch it like the other fops. Li Wangyu obviously understood Pai Lupi's meaning. He obediently took out another folding fan and respectfully handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, this is a folding fan that I had someone make when I was bored. Please have a look. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the folding fan without any hesitation. However, he still scolded Li Wangyu. Zio, you're using your talent in this kind of place. Using an object to play tricks on others is a waste of your spirit. Don't do it again in the future. Motherf ***, aren't you wicked? You took my things, yet you still want to lecture me with false intentions? Li Wangyu was so angry at Pai Lupi's words that he almost vomited blood and died. If it weren't for the fact that Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he would have snatched the folding fan back. After Pai Lupi finished lecturing him, he leisurely played with the folding fan in his hand. Just like the other fops, he kept opening and closing the fan. Before Li Wangyu turned around and left, he keenly felt several scorching gazes on him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He looked up and saw Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots. Their gazes were constantly shifting between the folding fans in the hands of Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Their meaning was self-evident. Li Wangyu faced the aggressive gazes of these big shots. How could he pretend that he didn't see it? He could only helplessly take out the folding fan from his chest again and respectfully give it to the big shots. He even had to politely ask them to accept it. He was prepared to show off this folding fan today. He was quite well prepared. Fortunately, the robes of the Tang dynasty were big enough. He had more than 10 folding fans in his chest, and now he had given them all away. However, on this wooden stage, there were too many monks and too little gruel. How could these fans be enough? The 3 folding fans that the fops snatched were confiscated by his father before they could even warm up. The empty-handed fops once again surrounded Li Wangyu. Ziyu, how can you be so stingy? You prepared too few folding fans. How can it be enough to share? That's right. It's all Ziyu's fault. Your actions really make me disappointed. Ching Chumo beat his chest and stomped his feet, lamenting his incompetence. This made Li Wangyu want to bite someone. F***CKU, do I owe you anything? This group of bastards. Li Wangyu wanted to roll his eyes and spread his hands to show that he didn't have any either. However, he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end. Wahahaha, there's actually such an interesting fan. Kid, where's my fan? Quickly give it to me. Li Wangyu silently looked at Ching Chumo. I still misunderstood Brother Chumo. I shouldn't have scolded him in my heart just now. Compared to this old bastard Qing Yaojin, Ching Chumo was already very civilized. Qing Yaojin was too shameless. He directly opened his mouth and asked for his fan. Pay. I despise this kind of old hooligan who doesn't want his fan. Chapter 329. Li Wangyu was already very experienced in dealing with old hooligans like Qing Yaojin. That was to not resist and just admit defeat. Anyway, no matter how you resisted, you couldn't beat the shamelessness of the number one troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. After hearing Qing Yaojin's words, Li Wangyu turned around and ran down the wooden stage. He wasn't scared off by Qing Yaojin, but he was going to get a fan. Li Wangyu wasn't a robot cat after all, so he couldn't carry so many folding fans in his pocket. Carrying around 10 was already his limit. The rest of the folding fans were carried by Niu Wu. After Carpenter Lu's family made the folding fans, Li Wangyu let them continue making them. Now, they had made nearly 100 of them. Today, the foppish sons dragged him to watch the polo match. They said that many big shots in the imperial court, including their father, were going to watch the match. Since Li Wangyu was going to take out the folding fans to show off, he naturally had to be well prepared. Thus, he ordered Niu Wu to bring all the folding fans he had made. This little thing was suitable to be used as a gift. It was exquisite and didn't cost much. He also thought of finding craftsmen to make them in large quantities and sell them in Chang'an. He would definitely make a profit. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about this small amount of money. Moreover, the folding fans' craftsmanship was very simple. Once it appeared, it would definitely be copied in large quantities. Thus, he didn't want to waste the effort. After asking Niu Wu to bring a large bag of folding fans to the wooden stage, Li Wangyu respectfully presented the folding fans to the big shots who came to watch the polo match. Sure enough, everyone was quite satisfied with this gift. Some of them politely nodded to Li Wangyu and thanked him repeatedly before accepting the gift. Some of them weren't polite, such as Qing Yaojin. After accepting the fan, they complained that Li Wangyu's gift was too little. Moreover, there was no painting on the fan and it was too plain. As for the latter, Li Wangyu could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Apart from the few that were snatched away by the foppish sons, the rest of the fans he gave out didn't have any painting on them. Firstly, he was too lazy to find someone to draw so many fan faces. If Yan Liben were to draw more than 100 fan faces, he would probably vomit blood from exhaustion. Secondly, apart from Qing Yaojin and the other generals, these big shots of the imperial court were all skilled in calligraphy and painting. It would be more appropriate to give them a blank fan and let them draw the fan themselves. For a moment, the wooden stands of Noda beside the polo field were filled with the sound of rustling. Everyone was constantly opening and closing their folding fans. It was very lively. Li Wangyu slightly flapped the butterfly wings of history. The folding fan could be considered to have been invented more than 100 years earlier. It had become a necessary artifact for Chinese scholars to flirt with girls. While everyone was playing with their folding fans in high spirits, they heard the sound of Kyuka-style drum music coming from the side of the polo field. It was the drummers of the guys department of the musical house of the Tang dynasty. They began to beat the drums, and the polo match was about to begin. The leaders of the Northern Yamen 6 armies and the Southern Yamen 16 guards came to invite Pai Lupi to kick off. This was also the ceremony of the polo match. Pai Lupi happily mounted the horse, took the stick, and galloped to the center of the field. Before the official kickoff, Pai Lupi had to give a lecture. He talked a lot of nonsense to the 20 polo players of both sides. He talked about friendship first, competition second, unity and progress to contribute to the harmonious society of the Tang dynasty, and so on. Of course, these were all imagined by Li Wangyu. After Pai Lupi symbolically hit the red, fist-sized ball, he galloped back to the stands on the side of the field. Li Wangyu felt it was quite interesting. It was the same as the World Cup games in the modern world, where celebrities were invited to kick off. In fact, in Li Wangyu's opinion, the polo rules of the Tang dynasty were very similar to the rules of football in the modern world. Except that the field was larger and the horses running on the field were strong, they were very similar in many other aspects. For example, there were also two 10-foot-high goal gates at both ends of the polo field. You could score points by hitting the ball into them. On the polo field, there were 10 batters on each side, wearing narrow-sleeved robes of different colors. Moreover, there was a goalkeeper on the field and a referee, Zhou Wei, on the field. It seemed that except for the lack of red and yellow cards and offside rules, everything else was very similar to modern football. This discovery made Li Wangyu interested. His favorite sports in the modern world were football and basketball. In football, Li Wangyu had won countless World Cups. Of course, that was in the game of live football. He was originally not interested in polo, but after the referee blew the copper whistle, he suddenly became interested. Compared to the football of the later generations, horses were the ones running on the field in polo, which brought about an unprecedented visual impact. When the horses, which weighed nearly a ton, ran at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, the feeling of power and impact was incomparably shocking. On the field, the batters spurred their horses, galloping and leaping, hitting the ball in the air. The red polo ball danced in the air as fast as a meteor. These batters' horsemanship was superb, and their ball control skills were adept. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded and gasped in amazement. Pai Lupi and the others on the wooden stands also occasionally applauded the batters for hitting the ball well. Those big shots still had their own statuses, so they did not have too much of a bias. However, the group of playboys did not have such concerns. Every time the batters of the 16 guards of the southern yamen took control of the ball, they would whistle and cheer endlessly. On the other hand, when the 6 guards of the northern yamen took control of the ball, this group of people would jump and curse loudly. This made Li Wangyu have an illusion. Did he transmigrate back to the modern world? Was he sitting on the stands, surrounded by fanatical fans watching the game? As the game progressed, Li Wangyu also began to immerse himself in it. Along with the cheers and curses of the playboys on the field, from time to time, a batter would roll off the back of the horse after being hit by the horse. Every time, it would cause the crowd to cry out in alarm. When the batter got up and indicated that he was fine, the side of the field would erupt into loud cheers. The sound of the horse's hooves was like stepping on Li Wangyu's heart, causing his heart to beat along with it. He dared to touch his chest and swear that he had really fallen in love with this blood-boiling sport. Exciting, it was too exciting. The intensity and observability of polo had far surpassed the football games of the modern world. It was faster and more powerful. This made him completely fall in love with polo. When he thought about how polo disappeared from China in the modern world, Li Wangyu felt deeply regretful. Fortunately, he was now in the flourishing Tang dynasty, so he could personally witness the charm of this sport. The rules of polo were similar to basketball in the modern world. There were 3 breaks in the middle, and there were a total of 4 periods. Each period lasted for an incense stick, which was roughly half an hour in the modern world. An official polo match used 2 hours, which was 2 hours in the modern world. The break in the middle was used to change horses. Horses that were running at high speed did not have enough stamina to complete the entire game. At the end of the first period, Li Wangyu felt that his throat was a little sore. Obviously, he had been too engrossed in the game and used too much strength to shout, so he had hurt his vocal cords. However, he did not care. He reached out to take the wine that Niu Wu handed over and drank it. Awesome! Brothers, today was the right day to come. Ha! Awesome, awesome. Ha, I told you that Zio would like it. Come, everyone, let's drink. Now that the 16 guards of the southern yamen were in the lead, Qing Chumo and the others were in a good mood. While everyone was in a lively mood, Wei Shuyu seemed to have seen something terrifying. Her pupils violently contracted, and then she dodged and hid behind Fatty Cho Kuan. Chapter 330. There was only one person in the entire Tang dynasty who could scare Wei Shuyu to this extent. He was the minister of the left, the imperial censor, and the Duke of Zheng. Wei Zheng, Wei Shuyu's father. This famous minister in history was able to make Pai Lupi fly into a rage, but he could not do anything about it. Wei Zheng could be considered as a name card of the great Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi loved to play with eagles, so when someone offered him a sparrow hawk, Pai Lupi loved it so much that he could not put it down. One day, when Pai Lupi was playing with the hawk, Wei Zheng asked for an audience. Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zheng's nagging, so he hid the sparrow hawk in his arms. However, Wei Zheng was not a good person either. After seeing through the clues, he deliberately talked nonsense. By the time Wei Zheng finally retreated, the sparrow hawk had already been choked to death in Li Er's arms. Even Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zheng's nagging, let alone Wei Shuyu's son. When he saw his father, he was even more afraid than a mouse seeing a cat. Wei Zheng did not like polo, so Wei Shuyu did not expect to meet his father today. When he saw Wei Zheng suddenly appear, Wei Shuyu subconsciously trembled and hid behind Fatty Cho Kuan. However, Wei Zheng did not seem to see his son. Instead, he went straight to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Pai Lupi was happily watching polo today, so when he saw Wei Zheng, he could not help but feel a headache. Although Pai Lupi later ordered people to put up the portraits of the 24 meritorious ministers in the Lingyan Pavilion and put Wei Zheng forth, it did not mean that Pai Lupi would be happy to see Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng's lifetime of admonitions amounted to tens of thousands of words. The number of times he spoke, the intensity of his words, and the firmness of his attitude made him the leader of all the ministers in the court. Although Pai Lupi could not leave him, he still felt a headache. This was also human nature. No one could stand someone nagging in their ears every day. No matter how accurate the words were, they couldn't stand it. Pai Lupi even gave Wei Zheng a nickname, Goat-Nosed Duke. This was also the only nickname that Pai Lupi had given to anyone in his life. It meant that the old man with the goat nose was as aggressive as a goat. Stubborn and unyielding. As for Wei Zheng, Pai Lupi hated him, but at the same time, he couldn't leave him. It was very distressing. Seeing that Wei Zheng had something to say again, he couldn't help but frown. He reached out and rubbed his temples. "Duke Wei, if you have something to say, can we talk about it after this match?" "Your Majesty, you mustn't. I came here to ask you to stop this match." Wei Zheng didn't give Pai Lupi any face and directly retorted. Pai Lupi was taken aback. "Stop hitting." "Why is that?" "Because of horses." "Horses?" Pai Lupi was confused by Wei Zheng's words. The conversation between the monarch and his minister naturally reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone present was also baffled by Wei Zheng's words. Why did this ball strike provoke the goat-nosed duke out of the blue? "Your Majesty, do you know how much it cost to buy 2 Jue-dun horses in the Tang dynasty?" Wei Zheng asked with a straight face. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment, between 50 to 100 strings of coins per horse. "That's right. Last year, the Tang dynasty bought 3,000 horses from various countries in the western regions. The total cost was more than 200,000 strings of coins, which was more than 35,000 taels of gold. Does your Majesty know how many Tujua horses were eliminated last year?" Wei Zheng continued to ask. This. Pai Lupi seemed to know what Wei Zheng was going to say. His face became a bit ugly. Wei Zheng didn't wait for Pai Lupi to answer. He continued, "Last year, more than 4,600 horses were eliminated because their hooves were damaged and they couldn't bear weight." He pointed to the polo field and continued, "Your Majesty, Tujua horses are precious. How can they be used for playing? It's not easy to buy and train war horses. How can they be used so recklessly? I ask your Majesty to quickly issue an edict to ban hitting in the military." After Wei Zheng finished speaking, Pai Lupi and the other generals who were originally very dissatisfied with his words fell silent. They had to admit that this goat-nosed duke was right. The Tang dynasty didn't lack horses, but not all horses could be used as war horses. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry was the most powerful army. Therefore, the source and breeding of war horses was very important. Most of the horses in the Central Plains were relatively short and not suitable to be used as war horses. The best war horses were Tujua horses. After the Li Tang dynasty established the country, Pai Lupi personally ordered the selection of 2,000 Tujua horses and 3,000 surplus horses from the Sui dynasty's official horse farm to be used for grazing in Longyu. The purpose was to breed excellent war horses. Even so, the Tang dynasty still needed to buy a large number of Tujue horses from the western regions every year to make up for the shortage of war horses. The horses used for the races on the racecourse were the best horses that had been carefully selected. Wei Zheng naturally couldn't bear to see Pai Lupi and the nobles of the Tang dynasty use these precious warhorses to play polo. This would only increase the number of horses that were damaged. This was simply a wasteful behavior. Pai Lupi, who felt that he was in the wrong, and the generals of the northern Yamen's 6 armies and the southern Yamen's 16 guards all fell silent. Even Qing Yaojin, who was always noisy, shut his mouth tightly and didn't say a word. Wei Zheng, the goat-nosed duke, was naturally right. However, whether it was Pai Lupi or these generals, they were unwilling to let Pai Lupi issue an edict forbidding polo. The scene became quite awkward for a while. Li Wangyu heard the conversation clearly from the side, but he was somewhat confused. In his opinion, polo was a very good sport. Although it required the horses to run, it shouldn't be as serious as Wei Zheng said, right? How could the warhorses become useless after a few more matches of polo? This wasn't a joke, was it? However, looking at the serious faces of the people around him, he was somewhat uncertain. Was there some secret that he didn't know? Li Wangyu moved closer to Fang Yai's ear and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yai, why did Duke Wei say that polo would hurt the horses? What could happen if the horses run more?" His question made Fang Yai look at him strangely, as if he was looking at a fool. "Zio, don't you know that horses' hooves can't withstand wear and tear?" Duke Wei meant that if the warhorses were to use the polo, it would be a loss if the horses' hooves were worn out. Wear out the horses' hooves? What did that mean? Li Wangyu blinked and still didn't understand. Fang Yai could only continue to explain to him that the horses' hooves were similar to a human's fingernails. As the warhorses needed to run a long distance, it was very easy for them to bump or step on stones or other things. The horny layer on the horses' hooves could easily split open. Once the horses' hooves split open or were severely worn out, the warhorse would be useless and would no longer be able to run at a high speed. It could only be withdrawn from the army and used as a draw horse. This was also the reason why Wei Zheng wanted to stop the polo competition. After hearing Fang Yai's words, Li Wangyu sighed deeply. So it was like this. He had just started to like this sport. If it was to be banned because of Wei Zheng's words, that would be too regretful. However, after thinking about it, there seemed to be something wrong with this matter. He couldn't help but think of an English folk song that he saw on the internet in his future life. Losing a nail meant losing a horseshoe. Losing a horseshoe meant losing a warhorse. Losing a warhorse meant losing a warhorse. Losing a warhorse meant losing a warhorse. Losing a warhorse meant losing a country, a horseshoe. Chapter 331. That's right, it was a horseshoe. Li Wangyu could not help but pat his head. How could he have forgotten about this transmigration benefit? A horseshoe was also called a horseshoe. This item was extremely simple. It was a U-shaped piece of metal about the size of a horse's hoof. Using a nail to nail the horse's hoof, it could protect the horse's hoof. Li Wangyu had read many transmigration novels, and this horseshoe was a godly item for showing off and slapping people's faces. In the future, Li Wangyu was so bored that he argued with people on the internet about when horseshoes appeared in China. Although there was a saying in the future that horseshoes appeared before the Sui dynasty, the evidence was a mural in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos that depicted a horseshoe. However, Li Wangyu had seen that mural on the internet, and he could not tell that it was a horseshoe. Moreover, there were no horseshoes, and it looked more like it was a treatment for the horse's hoof. Moreover, there was a clear record in the history books. In the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Gao Juhui, a diplomat from the Jin dynasty, was sent to the western region's Yutian kingdom, where he saw horseshoe technology from the Uyghur people. However, China did use bamboo, rattan, and leather to make simple shoes to protect the horse's hoof. However, they were more of a decoration than actual protection, and these things would be easily damaged when the horse ran at high speeds. In history, Wei Qing and Huo Zubing led an army to attack the Xiongnu people. When they set out, they had 140,000 horses, but when they returned, they only had 30,000 left. Most of the horses that were worn out were because they did not have horseshoes. After running for such a long distance, they had no choice but to give up. Li Wangyu thought about how such a simple U-shaped piece of metal could solve the problem, but it caused Wei Zheng and Pai Lupi to confront each other, and he could not help but laugh out loud. His laugh was not a big deal, but it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, on the wooden stage, Wei Zheng, Pai Lupi, and the other big shots were at each other. Everyone stared at each other in silence, and the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, Li Wangyu laughed out loud, and Wei Zheng could not help but stare at him. "Huxian man, why are you laughing? Is what this old man said funny?" Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, Wei Gong, you're right." Wei Zheng glanced at him, then turned to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, hitting the ball will hurt the horse. You must not continue. Your Majesty, please grant this official's request to cease the practice of batting." Pai Lupi was forced into a corner by Wei Zheng's words. He could neither agree nor disagree. This goat-nosed duke was so stubborn that it made people uncomfortable. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hesitated for a moment, but still braced himself and stood up. "Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei, there is actually a way to satisfy both sides. You don't have to stop batting, and you can also protect the horses." Pai Lupi's eyes lit up, but before he could say anything, Wei Zheng began to glare at him again. His words were quite rude. "Huxian man, don't mess around. This matter concerns the integrity of the country. How can it be treated as a joke? This old man sees that you are young and have gained the trust of His Majesty. You should be careful with your words and actions. Don't be like those traitorous officials and act recklessly." Wei Zheng actually didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's water wheel, saline alkali soil management, and four-wheeled carriage were all good tools that benefited the country and the people. Wei Zheng greatly admired them. The old man was also a fan of the Three Kingdoms. When he had nothing to do, he would hold the romance of the Three Kingdoms and carefully study it. Wei Zheng loved Li Wangyu, no matter if it was his poems or essays, he loved them to the extreme. Wei Zheng also knew that his son, Wei Shuyu, had a close relationship with this Huxian man. The old man became more and more impolite. He completely treated Li Wangyu as his own nephew and taught him a lesson. In the old man's opinion, his son and you are brothers, so he should control you and prevent you from being arrogant and unrestrained. Wei Zheng's words had good intentions, but it was hard to listen to. Li Wangyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. "What do you mean by child's play? What do you mean by acting recklessly?" When Wei Zheng said this, his stubborn donkey temper came out. He straightened his neck and said, "This matter is unnecessary trouble. If the war horse's hooves are worn out, then think of a way to protect the horse's hooves. Who would stop the war horse from running just to protect the horse's hooves? Do our Tang cavalry have to be careful when fighting and not let the war horse run? What nonsense are you spouting? How can these two be compared? This is a matter of the country. Huxian man, don't treat it as child's play." When the goat-nosed elder heard Li Wangyu's words, he also lost his temper. Li Wangyu was choked by the old man's words. He simply ignored him and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out when running. It is very simple." Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Wei Zheng refuted, "Nonsense. Who has heard of horses running without wearing out their hooves? Which ancient book has such a record? Bo Le Sutra of Horse Identification, Essential Techniques of Qi People, Simu Anji Collection. I have read these books several times. How can there be a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the old man. "If Wei Gong doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet?" When he heard Li Wangyu mention a bet, Wei Zheng's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. "Huxian man, don't make trouble. This matter concerns the horse administration of the Tang dynasty. How can you use a bet as child's play? Li Wangyu simply looked at Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, do you believe what I said just now? This. Pai Lupi didn't know how to answer. Li Wangyu often exceeded his expectations, but he didn't believe that he could make the horse's hooves not wear out. As the horse emperor, Pai Lupi's understanding of horses was no less than those who raised horses. He naturally knew the nature of horses very well. In his opinion, it was natural for horses to wear out their hooves when they ran. What if it could be reversed by human power? But in the face of Wei Zheng's aggressiveness, Pai Lupi couldn't say that he didn't believe him. Wouldn't he have to let the sheep-nosed duke force him to issue an edict forbidding polo? As a fanatical polo enthusiast, it was too difficult for him to issue an edict. However, Pai Lupi also knew that Wei Zheng was right. Nowadays, among the nobles of the Tang dynasty, playing polo was a trend. In Chang'an, almost every noble had a group of polo players. 1 or 2 games of polo didn't wear out the horses much, but over time, the number of horses lost every year was considerable. Seeing Pai Lupi like this, Li Wangyu was a little depressed. He simply raised his voice. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Report it. Your Majesty, please build a large polo field in Chang'an. Pile up soil slopes around the field and set up benches to accommodate tens of thousands of people in Chang'an to watch the game. Playing polo can train the military's horsemanship, and also let the people of Chang'an and the vassal states know the military power of the Tang dynasty and the national prestige of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please make a decision. Li Wangyu's words were simply going against the old man, Wei Zheng. Not only were Li Er and the other big shots dumbfounded, but even the foppish young masters were dumbfounded. Wei Shuyu, who was hiding behind Chou Kuan, couldn't help but poke her head out. She wanted to see if Li Wangyu was crazy. Where did he get the courage to challenge her father? Chapter 332. Li Wangyu's words shocked everyone to the point of being tongue-tied, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. When he was watching the polo game, he was wondering why the Tang dynasty didn't promote polo to the common people since there was such a lack of entertainment. Even if not everyone would be able to play polo, at least they would be able to watch polo. For example, today's game between the 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army only had less than 100 spectators. It was really a waste. Since the rules of polo were similar to football in the future, why not set up a polo league in the Tang dynasty? Wouldn't it be faster? Originally, this was just a fantasy in his heart. But now that he was rebuked by old man Wei Zheng, he didn't care anymore. He poured out all his immature thoughts cleanly and neatly. Your Majesty, I would like to present a memorial to ask Your Majesty to set up a royal polo league in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu raised his voice. Wei Zheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a traitor. Pai Lupi felt a headache coming on, but he couldn't help but ask, what is a league? The 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army can form their own teams. A total of 22 teams can compete against each other. The winner gets 3 points, the draw gets 1 point each, and the loser gets no points. The team with the highest points will be the champion and will be rewarded by Your Majesty. Li Wangyu directly copied the rules of the Football League in the future, but the eyes of Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin lit up. What kind of league is this? It sounds very interesting. Bravery will lead to the champion, and power will shock the enemy. The champion will be ranked at the top of the army. Good. Good. Pai Lupi was very happy and clapped his hands. His words made Wei Zheng's face even darker. If his eyes could kill, Li Wangyu would have been riddled with holes by now. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Huxianan's words are full of evil intentions. He wants to ruin the horse policy of the Tang dynasty. In the long run, the army's excellent horses will be exhausted. Don't tell me that we are going to let the generals and soldiers ride horses to kill the enemy. Wei Zheng then pointed at Li Wangyu. His eyes were about to spit fire. Huxian man, I only thought you were a mischievous youth. I didn't expect you to come up with such a disastrous idea for His Majesty just to please His Majesty. You are truly a sycophantic minister. I'll beat you to death, you filthy bastard. After saying that, Wei Zheng grabbed the imperial sword from the waist of the guard behind Pai Lupi and pulled it out. He raised the shining imperial sword and began to chase after Li Wangyu. The old man's actions scared Li Wangyu so much that he broke out in cold sweat. This goat-nosed old man was too scary. He couldn't win in a verbal argument, so he drew his sword and slashed at him. He was already so old, yet he was so agitated. Wasn't he afraid of a heart attack? Li Wangyu was so scared that he ran away. He jumped off the wooden stands and ran into the polo field. Behind him, Wei Zheng was still panting as he chased after him. In reality, Li Wangyu didn't know that the imperial sword hanging from the waist of Pai Lupi's imperial guard was only a ceremonial sword. It wasn't sharpened at all, but it looked bright and scary. Most of the imperial guards by the emperor's side carried weapons like this. This sudden turn of events stunned Pai Lupi and the other leaders. When they saw Li Wangyu being chased by the old man, Wei Zheng, they couldn't help but laugh. After Pai Lupi laughed a few times, he finally remembered his identity. He couldn't help but cough a few times to suppress his laughter. He ordered the imperial guards behind him, who were also unable to hold back their laughter, "Why aren't you going to stop them? What kind of scandal is this?" After Pai Lupi's words, the imperial guards finally reacted. They ran out in a hubbub, stopped the panting Wei Zheng, and took back the imperial sword. Li Wangyu was also covered in sweat from running. Seeing that there was no danger, he walked back to the wooden stands. "Zio, hurry up and apologize to Eunuch Wei. Look at how angry he is." Pai Lupi held back his laughter and began to smooth things over. He wanted to give Wei Zheng, this stubborn old man, a way out. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, felt that he had been wronged. What did this have to do with him? It was clearly the goat-nosed old man who was being unreasonable. Why did he want him to apologize? However, Pai Lupi winked at him, indicating that he should hurry up and apologize. Li Wangyu could only bow to Wei Zheng helplessly. "Eunuch Wei, it was all my fault. Please forgive me." "Humph." The stubborn old man still ignored him. He let out a cold snort and turned his head to the side, refusing to look at him. Li Wangyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and looked at Wei Shuyu. He was thinking about how to get revenge on Wei Shuyu when he returned. "You bastard, I can't deal with your parents, but you think I can't deal with you?" Wei Shuyu naturally didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the farce just now. When he saw Li Wangyu's threatening gaze, he repeatedly made a gesture of begging for mercy. As for Qing Chumo and the others, they were laughing so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. This group of bastards, not a single one of them came to help him stop the stubborn old man. They just watched as he was chased down. How hateful. Pai Lupi lightly coughed and asked Li Wangyu again, "Zio, you said that there is a way to not damage the horse's hooves. Is this true?" "Of course. This matter is very simple. If we are barefoot, we will not be able to walk. It is the same for horses. If we put shoes on the horse, won't the problem be solved?" Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi shake his head. Wei Zheng once again snorted coldly. Qing Yaojin and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, Zio, you finally showed your weakness. These horseshoes have been around since ancient times. They are made of bamboo, rattan, and leather. It is not a novel thing. But it is not practical. Once the horse runs, it will be damaged." Qing Yaojin laughed as he explained to him. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Wangyu's so-called method was just nonsense. "Uncle Cheng, how do you know that my method won't work? Do you want to bet?" Li Wangyu was annoyed by Qing Yaojin and the others' laughter. He simply didn't tell them the truth about the U-shaped horseshoe. He straightened his neck and asked loudly, "Little bastard, are you itching for a beating? I will slap you to death." The old hooligan didn't respond to Li Wangyou's words. He directly raised his large palm and threatened. Li Wangyou was speechless. What kind of people were these? If they didn't want to pull out a knife and cut someone, they would want to hit someone. Rude. Barbaric. Despising them. Pai Lupi shook his head. Zio, this matter is not child's play. Don't mention it again. He turned his head and said to Wei Zheng, we will consider Duke Wei's words. We will discuss this matter another day. How about it? No. Just as he finished speaking, Li Wangyou and Wei Zheng spoke at the same time to dissuade him. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his teeth itched. He couldn't say anything to Wei Zheng, but he wasn't so polite to Li Wangyou. He glared at him. Zio, if you say any more, we will have someone kick you out. Li Wangyou's temper also flared up. He ignored Pai Lupi's threat and loudly said, since your majesty does not believe me, how about we have a match in 3 days to verify my words? Your majesty, please allow it. Before Pai Lupi could speak, he heard someone say, Your Majesty, I am willing to have a match with Huxian Man in 3 days. Chapter 333. At this time, someone actually jumped out to support Li Wangyou. Was he not afraid of being spat to death by Wei Zheng? Everyone turned to look. It was Zhang Liang, the Duke of Changping. What did Zhang Liang mean by this? Including Pai Lupi, no one understood. Only Li Wangyou and the other wastrels looked at each other, as if they had guessed what the Duke of Changping was thinking. Today, they had a conflict with his wife and adopted son at the gate of the northern Yamen. Could it be that the Duke of Changping wanted to use this opportunity to take revenge? Li Wangyou's guess was correct. Zhang Liang had been urged by Li Wangyou to use this game of polo to give the wastrels and Li Wangyou a little bit of trouble, so as to vent his anger for his wife, Li Wangyou. Originally, Zhang Liang had been struggling to find an opportunity to speak. Now that Li Wangyou had taken the initiative to suggest that they play in 3 days, he did not care about Wei Zheng's anger and hurriedly interjected, expressing his willingness to play with Li Wangyou. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would not allow it, so he took the initiative to explain, Your Majesty, this subject is willing to play polo with Huxian Man in 3 days. Today, Huxian Man and my wife had a misunderstanding at the northern Yamen gate. This subject wishes to use this opportunity to play polo with Huxian Man to resolve the misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please allow it. Zhang Liang's words might seem absurd and laughable to the people of the future. However, in the Tang dynasty, this was a common method to resolve conflicts between nobles. Before Pai Lupi ascended the throne, when Li Yuan was on the throne, there were conflicts between nobles in the Tang dynasty. Occasionally, there would be large-scale private fights between troops. When words could not convince the other party, they would use their swords to resolve the problem. This was also one of the reasons why nobles had their own troops. Ever since Pai Lupi ascended the throne after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, he had decreed that nobles were forbidden from using troops to fight. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Under the suppression of Pai Lupi's imperial power, private fights were suppressed. However, when nobles had conflicts, there had to be a way to resolve them. Therefore, it became an unspoken rule among the nobles of the Tang dynasty to solve conflicts by hitting the ball. The reason why Zhang Liang did not mention Qing Chumo and the other debauches, and only mentioned Li Wangyou, was because this fellow also bullied the weak and feared the strong. From his point of view, although Li Wangyou was loved by Pai Lupi, he was, after all, the lowest-ranked county official who founded the country. He did not hold an official position in the court and had no power or influence. But behind Qing Chumo and the others were Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and other military bigwigs, so he did not want to offend them. Therefore, even when Hou Junji urged him to find trouble with Qing Chumo and the other dandy, he was very smart to bypass them and only mentioned that he had some misunderstanding with Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou didn't think much of Zhang Liang's words, but the group of silkpants became anxious and waved their hands at Li Wangyou. Qing Yaojin and Fang Xianling also spoke. Zhang Gonggang, it's just a misunderstanding. Why do you have to do this? Son of a bitch, isn't it just a little conflict with your wife? You want to hit the ball with my nephew for such a trivial matter, don't you feel embarrassed? Pai Lupi also glared at Zhang Liang, his dissatisfaction was obvious. Zhang Liang did not expect that Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others would defend Li Wangyu like this. He could not help but feel embarrassed. Li Wangyu felt a little confused. Wasn't it just hitting the ball? How big of a deal was it? Was it necessary? Anyway, he wanted to show Pai Lupi and the stubborn old man Wei Jing 3 days later. What difference did it make who he played with? He did not pay attention to the dissuading eyes of the silk pants and nodded his head casually. Mr. Zhang, if His Majesty agrees, then you and I will hit the ball 3 days later. After he said this, the wooden platform suddenly became silent. Even Wei Zheng, who had been glaring at him, looked at him like he was a fool. The silk pants were even more speechless. They covered their faces with their sleeves and did not want to look at him. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Ziyu, you really want to hit the ball with Mr. Zhang? Li Wangyu saw everyone's reaction and finally began to realize that there seemed to be something that he did not know. He asked weakly, Your Majesty, if I say no now, is it too late? Pai Lupi did not speak, but Qing Yaojin scolded, Nonsense, how can a man's words not count? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Old hooligan, it's okay for others to say this, but King owe me copper coins for playing mahjong before saying this. Li Wangyu knew that there must be something wrong with everyone's reaction. He quickly asked the silk pants in a low voice. The answer he received made him break out in a cold sweat. F***ck, what kind of stupid rule was this? As long as he agreed to Zhang Liang's suggestion, Li Wangyu, as the head of the family, had to play the game. Zhang Liang naturally had to play as well, but could he compete with Zhang Liang? Although Zhang Liang did not have any great skills, he was still a veteran of the battlefield. Playing polo was a piece of cake for him. However, Li Wangyu had only learned how to ride a horse for 2 months. He barely knew how to ride a horse, so how could he be considered skillful? With his thin and weak body, if he really fell off the horse, wouldn't his head bleed and even break his bones? Playing polo in the Tang dynasty was really too dangerous. In today's polo, the players did not have any protective measures and were very easy to get injured. Han Yu said in the second book of Shang Zhang Pu Shi, small injuries to the face, large injuries to the body. During the Tang dynasty, there were many examples of people getting injured or even dying from playing polo. During the Tang dynasty, Li Heng fell off the horse and died from a stroke. During the Tang dynasty, General Zhou Bao was blinded in one eye. At the end of the Tang dynasty, General Zhu Quanzhong's son played polo with Tang Xiaozong. Unfortunately, he fell to the ground and died on the spot. In short, it was a very dangerous sport. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. How was it possible for him to play polo? Before he could change his mind, he heard Pai Lupi stand up and announce, since Chongping County Duke and Huxian County Duke have agreed to this, then 3 days later, we will have a match at Taiji Palace's Wuda Hall to test Huxian County Duke's words. Were they really going to play? It was as if Li Wangyu could already see himself rolling off the horse's back, his flesh lacerated and his flesh mangled. His back was soaked in cold sweat. In the face of the pressure of survival, Li Wangyu's thoughts were as fast as lightning. He came up with an idea. Your Majesty, I have something to say, Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. Speak. Since 3 days later, you want to test whether my method of protecting the horse's hooves is feasible, then I will be responsible for setting up the polo field. Is that okay? Zhang Liang didn't have any objections to this. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The matter was settled. Even the stubborn old man Wei Jing didn't say anything. Everything would be decided in 3 days' time. After Wei Zheng's disturbance, today's polo match couldn't continue. Pai Lupi directly stopped the match and prepared to return to the palace. Li Wangyu hurriedly ran after him. Pai Lupi turned his head in confusion. Zio, is there something else? Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. Uncle, there is something else. What is it? Borrow a horse. Chapter 334. In the Tang dynasty, 10 people were required to play in a regular cricket match. Li Wangyu currently had neither men nor horses, so he naturally had to ask Pai Lupi for them. Horses were easy to get. Pai Lupi might not have anything else, but he had plenty of fine horses in the palace. Among them, there were 10 Turkic horses, which were named by Pai Lupi as the 10G horses. They were all first-class horses. Pai Lupi was naturally reluctant to lend the 10G horses to Li Wangyu to play polo, but he could choose the other horses. In a polo match, the horses had to be changed 3 times. 30 horses were enough. After solving the problem of horses, Li Wangyu still wanted to borrow people. His Li family was small in number, so he couldn't drag the old housekeeper Li Heng, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, Perrin, and the 4 maidservants into the match, right? However, Pai Lupi shook his head and refused. Zio, the cricket match in 3 days is between you and Zhang Liang. It's not convenient for me to lend you a batter from the palace. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and understood Pai Lupi's meaning. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he naturally had to be impartial. Although Li Wangyu was now his nephew, he still couldn't be biased. If he lent a batter, it would show his bias, and it would easily cause the court to criticize him. After sending off Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu began to think hard about where he could find a batter. Niu Wu and the other old soldiers were all skilled in archery and horse riding, but how could they know how to play polo? Just as he was feeling distressed, a group of playboys gathered around. Zio, if you don't bring us brothers to the cricket match in 3 days, we'll cut ties with you. Ching Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and said. That's right, us brothers also want to play. The Yuchi twins also expressed their stance. Fang Yai cracked his knuckles and said with a smile, ha, how can you not count me in for this kind of thing? Even Niu Jinping, whose leg was inconvenient, was the same. I'm lame, but I have no problem hitting the ball. Zio, don't forget about your brother. After beating up the young one today, I'll teach the old one a lesson in 3 days. What's there to be afraid of? Ziyu, there's no need to worry. We beat him up together. If the prefectural Duke Changping is unhappy, we brothers will take it on together. Yes. 3 days later, I'll kill that old bastard Zhang Liang. The silk pants words made Li Wangyu's nose tingle. These bastards were really interesting. This was something that he couldn't avoid, but this group of silk pants actually wanted to step in personally. He had to remember this favor. And he would forgive Wei Shuyu and this group of bastards for not saving him when he was in danger. Li Wangyu nodded gratefully at the foppish young masters and sat down in a circle. Brothers, many thanks. Cho Kun stood to the side and said sadly, Ziyu, this whole thing happened because of me. If there's anything I can do, I won't refuse. Of those who wanted to hit the ball, only fatty Cho Kun didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that with his size, it was too difficult to find a horse that could carry him. Li Wangyu laughed and patted his belly, which looked like it was 4 months pregnant. Stop talking nonsense. If you continue to be so pretentious, I'll beat you up. The silk pants also laughed and stepped forward to trample on fatty Cho Kun's body of fat, laughing and joking. This made Cho Kun feel less guilty. Ching Chumo laughed. Ziyu, you still don't know how to hit the ball, right? Let's go, brother will take you to practice. The silk pants also became interested. Knowing that Li Wangyu had borrowed a horse from Pai Lupi, they all clamored to ride the palace's imperial horses. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Brothers, please wait. There's no hurry to hit the ball. The most important thing right now is to make the horse's shoes. Have you all forgotten the reason why I'm hitting the ball with the prefectural Duke Changping in 3 days? What's a horse's shoe? Ziyu, do you really have a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves? Horseshoes aren't reliable. I think Ziyu can definitely do it. Ever since Li Wangyu's amazing performance at the Xia Temple, Fang Yai had 100% trust in Li Wangyu. Wei Shuyu also nodded. I think my family's lord is going to fall this time. Ha, Ziyu, you must win. Yes, if there's really a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves, that would be great. The tournament that Ziyu mentioned just now sounded very exciting. Not to mention the baseball field that can seat tens of thousands of people. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ziyu, what method do you have? Hurry up and tell us. We brothers will help you plan it out. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously. Hee, I'll keep it a secret for now. You all follow me. Oh right, does anyone know a good blacksmith? I need to make a batch of things. Fatty Cho Kun hurriedly said, I know. Xie blacksmith shop in the east. My family's rice business needs ironware and they make it there. Let's go quickly. Li Wangyu pushed Fatty Cho Kun and ran out of the barracks. The group of debauches looked at each other and chased after them with a smile. In the East Market's Xie blacksmith shop, shopkeeper Xie saw Cho Kun leading a group of people and quickly came out to greet them. Lang Jun, do you need to make ironware today? Cho Kun nodded and pointed at Li Wangyu. This is Hu Xian man. He needs to make some things. Shopkeeper Xie, let the blacksmith work hard. There can't be any delays. Shopkeeper Xie quickly went forward to greet the young man in front of him when he heard that the young man in front of him was Hu Xian man. When he found out the identity of these debauches, he became even more unwell. He couldn't even speak clearly. I can't walk downstairs. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry for the neglect. Please wait for a moment. I'll call the blacksmith over immediately. After saying that, shopkeeper Xie turned around and ran into the shop. After a while, he came out with a middle-aged man. This is the best craftsman in my shop. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask him. I'm not bragging, but our Xie blacksmith shop is one of the best blacksmiths in Chang'an City. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Li Wangyu nodded, but he didn't rush to say what he needed to make. Instead, he asked Ching Chumo to bring a horse over. Ching Chumo was confused by him, but he still followed his orders and brought the horse over. Li Wangyu asked shopkeeper Xie to bring a brush, ink, and paper. He spread the paper on the ground and asked the debauches to help him make the horse's hooves stand on the paper and not move. He took the brush and sketched the outline of the horse's hooves. Zio, what are you doing? The debauches couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Hee, don't worry. You'll know in a while. Li Wangyu took the paper with the outline of the horse's hooves. He compared the size of the horse's hooves and drew a U-shaped pattern. Then, he handed it to the strong blacksmith. Please help me make this object. It doesn't need to be too thick, just about an inch thick. You need to make holes in these places on the iron plate. Li Wangyu pointed to the marked places on the drawing and explained. The middle-aged blacksmith frowned and looked at it for a long time. He didn't know what this strange little iron plate was for. However, he knew that these were all nobles, so he didn't dare to ask. He just nodded and replied in a low voice, please wait for a moment. There's a ready-made iron bar in the workshop. You just need to bend it and make holes. That's good. You can make 4 pieces first. The middle-aged blacksmith nodded and went to the blacksmith shop behind to make. After about an hour, 4 pieces of steaming horses' hooves were sent to Li Wangyu. Chapter 335. Ching Chumo and the others grabbed the 4 pieces of horseshoes and looked at them for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what they were used for. Ziyu, is this the horseshoes you were talking about? How do you use this? Li Wangyu didn't answer, but asked, which one of you has a good stable boy? Let me borrow it, and you will know the use of this horseshoes. Duke Lu's residence was not far from the East Market. After a short discussion, they got on their horses again and headed towards Duke Lu's residence. As soon as he entered Duke Lu's residence, Li Wangyu regretted it. He actually forgot that the old hooligan, Qing Yaojin, also returned home after the polo tournament was cancelled. Miscalculation, it was really a miscalculation. He turned his head and glared at Qing Chumo. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The three brothers of the Qing family had been with Li Wangyu for a long time now, so they also learned his movements. They shrugged their shoulders at Li Wangyu, meaning that it was none of their business. Wahahaha, boy, quickly come and tell me clearly, what method do you have to prevent the horse's hooves from being worn down? If you can't do it, if you can't hold the tournament, I will beat you up. Qing Yaojin waved the folding fan Li Wangyu gave him. His attitude was very arrogant. Faced with the old hooligan's threat, Li Wangyu could only obediently admit defeat. Uncle Cheng, I came to your residence specifically to demonstrate to you. Why don't we go to the residence's stable now? Summon your manners stable boy, and I will teach him. How effective it is, Uncle Cheng will know when you see it. Including Qing Chumo, the group of debauches looked at Li Wangyu with disdain. You have the nerve to say such words. You came here specifically to demonstrate to Qing Yaojin? Are you sure? Li Wangyu stared back at them, F***ck, do you dare to say no? All the debauches, we don't dare. Qing Yaojin was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's answer and took the lead to the residence's stable. When they arrived at the stable, Li Wangyu asked the stableman to prepare the wooden frame that was usually used to cut the horse's hooves. He took out a fine horse from the stable and tied it to the wooden frame to prevent the horse's hooves from hurting anyone when the horse's hooves were being nailed. He asked the stableman to clean the horse's hooves and use a small knife to cut off the uneven parts of the horse's hooves. After the preparations were complete, he took out the horseshoes that he had made in the blacksmith's shop and had the stableman nail the horseshoes to the horse's hooves. Using an iron nail to nail this piece of iron to the horse's hooves. Regarding Li Wangyu's instruction, Ma Xiao of Duke Lu's mansion was stunned for a long time, not knowing whether he should follow it or not. On the other hand, Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up. He had already figured out what was going on. Bastard, what are you standing there for? Why haven't you done as Hu Xiannan said? Seeing the stableman standing there in a daze, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but curse. Only then did the stableman wake up from his dream. He hurriedly picked up the wooden hammer and nails and began to nail the horseshoes as Li Wangyu had instructed. The horseshoes were a layer of cuticles, similar to human nails, and did not feel any pain. Under everyone's gaze, the horse's hooves were nailed to the horseshoes. Li Wangyu had the stableman release the bound horse and was ready to test the effect of nailing the horseshoes. Qing Yaojin pulled away Qing Chumo, who was about to mount the horse, and directly jumped onto the horse's back. Duke Lu's mansion occupied a large area, and there was even a horse training field set up in the mansion. Qing Yaojin pulled the reins and urged the horseshoe-nailed horse to run towards the training field. Li Wangyu and the wastrels bitterly smiled. They could only slip away and chase after the horses, but the horseshoes nailed to the metal horseshoes made an unprecedented crisp knocking sound on the bluestone floor of the mansion. It was very pleasant to hear. Qing Yaojin's ears listened to this sound and became more and more excited. He rode the horse to the training field and began to gallop happily. This old bastard was so happy that he grabbed a long spear from the weapon rack next to the training field and began to practice a horse battle. Li Wangyu and the others were scared witless as they cowered in the corner of the training field. They could only helplessly watch the old hooligan behave atrociously. There were even several times when the old hooligan deliberately urged the horse to run in front of them. The shiny blade of the horse passed in front of everyone's eyes. Li Wangyu was so scared that he quickly shrank his body behind Qing Chumo. Brother Chumo, I'm sorry. Li Wangyu patted Qing Chumo's shoulder and said sympathetically. The other wastrels also looked at the three Qing brothers with sympathy. They were unlucky to have such a father. The three Qing brothers had tears in their eyes. As for their father, they also had to applaud with tears in their eyes. Finally, the old hooligan was satisfied. He rode the horse in front of everyone and dismounted. He personally checked the horse's hooves and then raised his head and laughed. Boy, if you had such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Do you know that you almost made a mistake? If my Tang dynasty's army had these horseshoes earlier, how many more horses could we have produced every year? He had made the horseshoes himself, but in the old hooligan's words, it was his fault. Li Wangyu was too lazy to argue. He obediently bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Only then did Qing Yaojin let him go. These horseshoes really are useful. Why didn't this old man think that nailing a piece of iron to the horse's hooves could prevent them from wearing out? Even if the horseshoes wear out, I can just replace it with a new one. Good, this is really good. This won't do. This old man must go to the palace to see the emperor. This matter cannot be delayed. Li Wangyu quickly pulled Qing Yaojin back. Uncle Qing, please wait. If you go to the palace, won't everyone know about it? Hee, this little nephew is still waiting for 3 days to play ball with Prefectural Duke Changping. Qing Yaojin glared at him. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he laughed. Wahahaha, you're right. Then let's talk about it in 3 days. However, this horseshoes of yours must be kept a secret. You must not let others know about it. Where did you get this horseshoes made from? Chang, an East City's CIG blacksmith shop. Qing Yaojin nodded. Men, send someone to the East City's CIG blacksmith shop. Bring everyone to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks. Don't let a single person leave. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. Qing Yaojin's personal guards immediately received the order and rushed out of the residence. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat profusely. What was this old hooligan trying to do? Wasn't he making a big fuss over a minor issue? Bringing everyone from the blacksmith shop to the barracks? Wasn't this too much of an exaggeration? Without waiting for him to persuade him, Qing Yaojin turned his head and continued to make arrangements. Zio, Yu, Chimo, and the others will move to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks in the next 3 days. Send the horses His Majesty lent you there as well. For the next few days, don't leave the barracks. Practice well inside. Nanny? Even they were going to live in the barracks? What was this old hooligan trying to do? Li Wangyu was confused. He opened his mouth, wanting to object. However, Qing Yaojin didn't give him a chance to speak. He waved his hand and had someone send them to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of sin had he committed? He could only send someone to Zhou village to deliver a message, saying that he would be staying in Chang'an for a few days. His beautiful superiors didn't have to worry. The group of silk pants were also confused by Qing Yaojin's arrangements. They could only send someone back to their residence to say that they had been asked to stay by Lu Guogong. Chapter 336. Li Wangyu, Cho Kun, and the other playboys were sent to the barracks of the Golden Guards of the Left by the old hooligan. As for the CIG blacksmith shop in the East City, the shopkeeper, the craftsman, and the workers were all sent to the barracks. Shopkeeper Xia was so scared that he was trembling. He didn't know what had happened to him. When he saw Li Wangyu and the others, he kept crying and begging Li Wangyu to be merciful and let him go. Li Wangyu could only comfort him and promise that he would be able to go home in 3 days. Only then did shopkeeper Xia and the others calm down. Qing Yaojin ordered them to move the tools from the blacksmith shop into the barracks. He ordered them to start making horseshoes immediately. Shopkeeper Xia and the others knew that it was because of the small piece of iron they made today. However, they didn't dare to complain. They could only bury themselves in forging and hope that they could go home as soon as possible. They didn't know that the small piece of iron they made could solve the problem that troubled the dynasties of China. It was really a divine tool. It could be said that the CIG blacksmith shop had opened a new era of cavalry. Of course, it didn't mean anything to shopkeeper Xia and the others who were in a mess. The group of playboys admired Li Wangyu to the extreme because of the horseshoes. Li Wangyu was the youngest in this small group. But now, no one disobeyed him. The group of playboys faintly followed Li Wangyu's lead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Li Wangyu's words were more effective than their father's words. They were forced into the barracks by Qing Yaojin, but they all felt that it was very fun. After laughing and playing for a while, they prepared to go to the polo field of the Golden Guards of the left to practice. Li Wangyu still didn't know how to hit the ball. Qing Yaojin and the others wanted to train him well since he would be playing in the game in 3 days. Even if he couldn't learn how to play polo, he should at least learn how to protect himself so that he wouldn't fall off the horse. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that he had to set up the venue. This was the key to showing the effect of the horseshoe. Whether he could win the game with Zhang Liang depended on the layout of the venue. He hurriedly pulled Qing Yaojin aside and told him his thoughts. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, couldn't help but slap Li Wangyu heavily on the shoulder. The shock caused Li Wangyu's body to go numb. In the future, I will make my 3 foolish sons stay away from you so that they won't be fooled by you. Tell me the truth. Some time ago, people pasted those things on the gates of the markets in Chang'an overnight. Was it you who did that? Hee hee, Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? That night, I was at your house, drinking with Brother Chumo and the others. Li Wangyu of course would not admit it, and replied with a smile. Qing Yaojin nodded. I know. It seems that it was you who did it. It must be my 3 foolish sons and your gang of bad friends. Damn, this Qing Yaojin was really cunning. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes, indicating that he was tired and didn't want to talk with this old bastard. Well, I will ask someone to prepare the things for you. But can you do it? Hitting the ball is not so simple. Be careful if you fall off the horse and your head bleeds. In my opinion, you are too impulsive. Although Zhang Liang doesn't have any bullsh *T ability, he is not someone you can compete with. Li Wangyu really wanted to raise his middle finger to this old hooligan. Damn, today on the wooden platform, who blocked my mouth with words, saying that a man's words should be nailed with a mouthful of saliva. Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't win the argument with this old hooligan. He turned around and went to find the playboys to practice. In the Tang Dynasty's polo tournament, each side had 10 batters. Everyone discussed for a while. Apart from Li Wangyu who had to play, the other 9 people were the Chen brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, Chai Lingguo, Niu Jinping, and Wei Shuyu. As for Du He and Du Go, they could only serve as substitutes and cheerleaders. These 9 people, including Wei Shuyu, were all good at playing polo. Niu Jinping, who had always been low-key, was even more outstanding. After all, he was Niu Jinda's son. Although one of his legs was lame, it didn't affect him from learning his father's archery skills. It was also because his legs were inconvenient that Niu Jinping became more and more passionate about polo. Because riding on horseback had nothing to do with his legs. Speaking of his father, Niu Jinda, he was also a fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. However, he was too low-key and didn't have good luck. Even Zhang Liang, that kind of trash, later became a duke and was ranked among the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Niu Jinda, who came from Wagong village and joined Pai Lupi with Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others, was only conferred the title of Langyi County Duke. He was so low-key that even the old and new Tang book were not given to him. As for himself, he had made illustrious military achievements and was far from what trash like Zhang Liang could compare with. Therefore, sometimes, being too honest and dutiful was not good. Niu Jinda, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others had a deep relationship. Even Niu Jinping, Qing Chumo, and the others had a deep brotherly relationship. They were so close that they almost wore the same pants. The people of old Niu's family really lived up to their surname. Each of them was as low-key as old Niu. Niu Jinping usually didn't talk much among the playboys. However, today, after riding on horseback and holding his polo stick, he was like a different person. He was abnormally excited. Zio, watch brother show you what hitting a ball is. Niu Jinping pulled the reins and the horse rushed out. Qing Chumo used all his strength to hit the ball in Niu Jinping's direction. However, Niu Jinping did not wait for the ball to hit the ground and directly hit the ball in the air. The ball was 70 to 80 feet away from the goal. The red polo ball was like a meteor. It flew straight to the goal and accurately drilled into the goal like a guided missile. Li Wangyu and the other playboys applauded and cheered. Niu Jinping's play was really wonderful. It was not inferior to the batters they saw in the Northern Imperial Army field today. In order to practice, Qing Yaojin even arranged opponents for the playboys. The left Imperial Guard's batters would practice with them. Li Wangyu temporarily stayed on the sidelines and watched. He planned to familiarize himself with the rules first. However, after watching the playboys practice for a while, he frowned. There seemed to be something wrong with the polo of the Tang dynasty. Looking at the scene of 20 people chasing the red polo ball in Noda's polo field, Li Wangyu hugged his elbow with one hand and supported his chin with the other. He started to think. Why did he feel that there was something wrong? At this time, on the field, Fang Yai had just intercepted the opponent's attack and hit the ball forward. The 20 horses turned their heads and chased the ball again. Li Wangyu suddenly clapped his hands, startling Chou Kun, who was next to him. That's right, that's it. I know. Li Wangyu didn't care about anything else. He quickly blew the copper whistle and stopped the game. Chapter 337. Although polo in the Tang dynasty was prosperous, in Li Wangyu's eyes, it was still very rough. In his opinion, including the playboys, whether it was horsemanship or batting skills, they could be called perfect. It was a personal skill that the stuntmen in the movies of later generations could not show. But these batsmen of the Tang dynasty mostly used cavalry formations when playing polo. Out of the 10 batters, other than one goalkeeper, the remaining 9 were in a cavalry triangular charging formation, with 3 men in a team cooperating with each other. There was no distinction between forwards, midfielders, and defenders on the field. As a result, the originally spacious polo field was not effectively used. In Li Wangyu's eyes, it was wonderful and lively, but there were no skills or tactics in it. He was used to playing live football games in later generations, so he was familiar with football tactics like 3-4-3 and 4-4-2. Why couldn't it be the same in polo? Ching Chumo and the others were playing happily, but the game was stopped by the whistle. They looked depressed. Zio, what's wrong? Why did you whistle? Li Wangyu asked someone to bring him a pen and paper, and while writing and drawing on it, he replied, "Brothers, don't worry. I have some ideas to discuss with you. Zio, you also know batting tactics. Hey, wait for me to draw it for you. You'll know when you see it." Li Wangyu drew a diagram of the polo field on the paper, picked up a handful of stones from the ground, and put 2 of them on it. "Brothers, please look. These 2 stones represent 2 batsmen." He pointed to Niu Jinping and Qing Chumo. Brother Jinping and Brother Chumo have good skills and can be responsible for the offense. They are the first line of the team's offense, mainly wandering in this area. I call them the forwards. He used the pen to outline an area in front of the polo field. Brother Jinping and Brother Chumo will be in this area, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Niu Jinping and Qing Chumo looked at each other and laughed. Forwards are good. We are the vanguard officials, directly attacking the enemy. Got it. Zio, go on. Li Wangyu nodded and took out 3 more stones and placed them on the paper. These 3 stones represent Brother Yuqi and Brother Eai. The 3 of you are the middle army, and I am the middle. He is mainly active in the middle of the field and is responsible for connecting the forwards and defenders. He can attack and defend when he advances. Fang Yai and the Yuqi twins also nodded excitedly. Understood, Zio, you're arranging the troops. Li Wangyu chuckled and placed the last 3 stones on the paper. Brother Lingguo, Brother Shuyu, Brother Chuliang, and Brother Chubi, the 4 of you will be the rear guard on the field. I will be the rear guard, mainly responsible for defense and intercepting the opponent's attacks. The 4 of them nodded excitedly. Looking at the 9 stones that Li Wangyu had placed on the paper, they felt like they were in a battlefield. Chou Kun suddenly asked, Zio, what are you doing then? Me? Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly, "Don't tell me you expect me to charge and break through the enemy lines?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they all laughed loudly. Out of their absolute trust in Li Wangyu, the playboys didn't raise any objections. Instead, they listened to Li Wangyu's explanation with great interest. Li Wangyu picked up his pen again and circled around each position, explaining how they should run to attack, widen the field, and use the ball to control the players. He explained to the playboys for a long time. The playboys were all quite smart. After Li Wangyu's explanation, they all roughly understood their duties and running routes on the field. "Ha, Zio, this formation of yours is quite interesting. Let's try it out." Ching Chumo couldn't wait. Li Wangyu nodded and was about to get on his horse when he suddenly thought of something. He called over an imperial soldier and asked him to bring him a helmet. Everyone didn't understand, and Li Wangyu was too lazy to explain. Damn, this group of barbarians. They didn't bring any protective equipment for such a dangerous sport. It was too much. With his soft skin and tender flesh, he didn't dare to imitate them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tang army's armor was too thick and heavy, Li Wangyu would have wanted to fully equip himself and go play polo. After putting on the helmet and tightening the straps, Li Wangyu carefully climbed onto the horse and prepared to go on the field. The training match started again, and the left Golden Guard's batsman casually rode onto the field. In the eyes of this group of veterans, playing polo with Li Wangyu and the others was just playing with them. Although the playboys' skills were good, how could they compare to this group of old soldiers? With the cooperation of the three batsmen, it was very difficult for the playboys to compete. This was the cooperation of the cavalry in the army. On the battlefield, the cavalry charge was also the same. The cavalry formation that seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth actually consisted of 3 cavalrymen working together. One person was in charge of attacking, and the other 2 were in charge of protecting the left and right wings. This was similar to the 3-3 infantry tactic invented by the People's Liberation Army in the future. The 3 people formed a battle group and attacked or defended in a triangle formation. This tactic had both offense and defense, and the division of labor was clear. It could maximize the combat strength of the cavalry. However, although this tactic was powerful on the battlefield, it might not be suitable on the field. If the players were too concentrated on the field, it would leave too much space for the opponent to use. Originally, when playing polo in the Tang dynasty, everyone was like this, and it didn't matter. As the saying goes, noobs pecked at each other. However, Li Wangyu shamelessly copied the football tactic from the future, and the original polo tactic immediately became outdated. When the playboys rode on the field and tried to stand according to Li Wangyu's instructions, it caused a burst of laughter from the imperial guards. Although they were just accompanying the playboys to train, it still attracted many left Golden Guard's imperial guards to watch from the sidelines. Many generals also ran to the sidelines to join in the fun. Seeing the playboys standing on their horses, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. "Young dukes, what are you playing at? Why aren't they forming a battle formation? If they fight by themselves, won't they be tortured to death? Hee hee, I'm afraid that the dukes are playing some tricks. Let's see, this formation definitely won't be able to block the attack. Are the dukes preparing to surrender? I bet that if the dukes use this formation, they will lose at least 5 balls. Does anyone want to bet with me? Scram to the side. Who's crazy enough to bet with you?" At the corner of the field, Qing Yaojin was surrounded by a group of left Golden Guards as he watched the playboys train. Seeing the situation on the field, the group of generals couldn't help but discuss. "Great General, what are the little Gongzi and the others doing? They won't be able to win against the Duke of Changping's batting team. It's probably that Hu Xian guy's idea, right? Just now, I saw him call the dukes over. That's why it's like this. This is the first time I've seen someone stand like this. Ha, it's really an eye-opener. This Hu Xian guy really has some ideas." Qing Yaojin waved the horsewhip in his hand. "Damn it, this group of bastards. If they make me lose face in front of the soldiers, I'll beat them to death." Without waiting for Cheng Yaojin to explode in rage, the referee blew the copper whistle and the match began. Chapter 338. Niu Jinping casually pushed the ball to Cheng Chumo. The three batsmen of the left Golden Guards clamped their legs on their horses' bellies and urged their horses to rush over. Cheng Chumo was not in a hurry as he used the stick in his hand to push the ball behind him before the three men could surround him. The polo field was 1,000 steps long and the distance in the first half was 500 steps, which was more than 700 meters. Their horses were all military horses and could reach a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. Even so, the horses needed nearly a minute to cross the field at full speed. In the movie, One Goal to Fame, there was a classic line that went, "The football will always run faster than you, so we need to pass the ball." This sentence was even more appropriate to describe the polo field. Although the speed of the horses was much faster than the running speed of a human, the polo field was much wider. The red polo ball under the stick flew much faster than the football. Although the playboys were not adept at standing on the field and their horses were very immature, they perfectly utilized the width and length of the polo ball. The moment the match started, the laughter of the Imperial Army soldiers on the sidelines became softer and softer and was replaced by gasps. The generals beside Cheng Yaojin were also shocked by the scene on the field. The 10 best batsmen of the left Golden Guards could not even touch the surface of the polo ball on the field. The batters in a group of 3 were busy chasing the polo ball in vain on the field. On the other hand, the debauches were having a very easy time fighting. Every time they were about to be caught or surrounded by their opponents, they would always be able to move the ball as if they were taking a stroll in the park. The first time the playboys attacked, the polo ball was passed 3 times and was sent to the front of Niu Jinping's horse. At this moment, there was only the goal and a batsman in front of him. The batsman was very anxious and urged his horse to rush towards Niu Jinping, desperately trying to stop him from shooting the ball. Niu Jinping raised his club high, but he didn't use any strength. Instead, he pushed the ball out before the Imperial Army batter arrived. The batsman of the Imperial Army turned his head in shock and looked in the direction of the ball. He saw Cheng Chumo riding his horse in the direction of the ball. He bent down and easily pushed the ball with his stick. The ball rolled into the Imperial Army's goal without any obstruction. The referee at the side of the field immediately blew his copper whistle, accompanied by the sound of drums. An Imperial Army soldier ran to the back of the goal with a banner in his hand and stuck it into the ground, indicating that the silk pants had scored a point. Li Wangyu was alone in front of his own goal, looking into the distance. The polo field of the Tang dynasty was really too big. The opponent's goal, which was 1.5 kilometers away, made it quite strenuous for him to see. However, when the whistles and drums sounded, and the flag fluttered in the wind, he immediately understood that the debauches had broken through the opponent's goal. He couldn't help but clench his fists and wave them in the air a few times. Success! Using football tactics to play polo was really useful. Cheng Yaojin was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Bastard, you can play polo like this?" The generals who had been making fun of the debauches also fell silent. They felt that their faces were burning. This was a slap in the face. Some of the thin-skinned generals couldn't help but shout at the Imperial Army batters on the field, scolding them and telling them to be more serious. The game started again. These Imperial Army batters no longer dared to underestimate the debauches. They were 120% focused. However, the result of the game was still one-sided. After only 2 hours of the game, the debauches were leading by a score of 7-3. The 3 goals that they had lost were almost all related to Li Wangyu. This guy's goalkeeping was really too weak. His level was so terrible that it was impossible to look at him directly. He wasn't even able to stop a seemingly harmless shot from the other party. Instead, he almost rolled off the back of his horse, causing the debauches to burst into laughter. In the second half of the game, the Imperial Army batters also tried to imitate the debauches' tactics. However, there was no one to teach them. They could only observe with their eyes. How much could they learn? In the end, they were like dogs instead of tigers. They became scattered sand and were unable to threaten Li Wangyou's goalkeeping. After the training match ended, the debauches were all smiles. They didn't think that they could win so easily. As for the Imperial Army soldiers of the Imperial Army, they were all silent. This blow was too great. The debauches rode on their horses and escorted Li Wangyou to the side of the field. While everyone was laughing and joking, they saw a group of people galloping over. "Bastard brat, if you don't teach the batters of the left golden guards that you used just now, don't even think about leaving this military camp." From afar, Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice could be heard shouting. It scared Li Wangyou so much that he shrank his neck back. This old hooligan couldn't see anything good in his eyes. The horseshoes were snatched away by him. He even wanted to snatch the tactics for playing polo. He was really going too far. Li Wangyou took a deep breath and glared. He opened his mouth and roared, "Yes. Uncle Cheng, don't worry. I will do my best to teach them." Damn it, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. This was the Imperial Army of the Imperial Army. Facing the old hooligan's threat, Li Wangyou admitted that he wasn't a tough guy and couldn't say no. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace was unusually lively. As the saying goes, Taiji gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols gave birth to the 8 trigrams. There were many gossipers in Chang'an. The imperial tutor of the crown prince, Li Wangyou from Hu County, was in the Imperial Army's barracks 3 days ago. He had a conflict with the wife of the Duke of Chengping's family, the Li clan, and beat up Zhang Liang's adopted son. Today, he was going to teach the saint how to protect the horseshoes and play polo with the Duke of Chengping. These gossips had already spread to the ears of all the nobles and officials in Cheng, and within 3 days. In this era where there was a serious lack of entertainment, even the nobles and officials in Chang'an were very bored. After hearing about the commotion in front of the martial virtue hall, who could still sit still? Therefore, all those who were qualified to enter the Taiji Palace to watch the ball game came. Because polo was popular in the Tang dynasty, there was also a polo field in front of the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace. However, the field was slightly smaller. It was about 800 meters long and 400 meters wide. It had to be said that the most distinctive feature of the prosperous Tang dynasty was the word big. The streets were 150 meters wide and the palace was tall. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that there was such a big polo field in front of the martial virtue hall. The nobles and officials arrived at the martial virtue hall one after another. However, when they saw the polo field that was being used today, they all had the same thought. What the hell is going on in this polo field? Chapter 339. The Tang dynasty had strict requirements for a polo field used for batting. First, the field had to be flat and there could be no holes. Otherwise, the horses and batters would be injured. Secondly, grass could not grow on the field. The ground had to be compacted. But today, the field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues was filled with all kinds of broken weapons and arrowheads. Many of them were even rusty. This field could be used for batting. Was this not a garbage dump? Where did all these broken metals come from? The officials and nobles all had black faces full of question marks. Some of them were old and had blurred vision. They even walked closer to see what was going on. Someone waved his hand to summon a servant from the Hall of Martial Virtues and asked why the field had become like this. The servant looked left and right and helplessly replied in a low voice, replying to the noble, Lu Guogong, with the approval of the saint, specially used a carriage to transport these weapons and poured them on the field. Do you know why this is? This servant really does not know. Seeing that they could not get an answer from the servant, the nobles and officials began to discuss. What was Lu Guogong, Qing Jijie trying to do? Was he afraid that the county boy would be at a disadvantage, so he purposely caused trouble and caused today's batting competition to be cancelled? This guess received the approval of many people. After all, based on the current situation, today's batting competition would definitely not be able to continue. The horses' hooves were weak. Who would dare to let these precious horses run on such a field? Although the broken weapons and arrowheads were rusty, their sharpness could still be seen. If they were stepped on by the horses, even a good horse would be crippled. Lu Guogong's move is quite ruthless. Even if that Changping County Duke wants to avenge his wife today, I'm afraid he won't be able to. Isn't that so? Lu Guogong is indeed the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. His skin is really thick. He can even use such a method. Isn't he ashamed? Have you seen the goat-nosed Duke? Duke Wei's face was originally green today, but now that the batting competition is cancelled, he doesn't look so scary anymore. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the goat-nosed Duke hear you. It's a pity that today's batting competition won't be able to continue. I wonder if Changping County Duke will be disappointed when he comes. I heard that day at the Beiyuan Gate, his adopted son was beaten very badly by a group of men from Huxian. What adopted son? I don't think Duke Changping cares at all. I'm afraid it's his wife who cares. You still don't know, right? His wife and adopted son. The topic of discussion quickly changed from the strange situation at the polo field to the relationship between the Duke of Changping's wife and the adopted son named Zhang Xinji. This level of digression was not much different from the forums of the future. Since ancient times, the gossipers were still the same. As expected, when Zhang Liang led a group of fake disciples into the square in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues and saw the baseball field, he immediately jumped up and cursed. Ho Junji was also dumbfounded. He had never imagined that a mighty duke like Qing Yaojin would do something like this. What was even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi actually acquiesced to Qing Yaojin's actions. It seemed that it would be impossible to make things difficult for Qing Yaojin today. He shook his head regretfully and turned to leave with Zhang Liang. However, he saw Qing Yaojin leading Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants over. Duke Zhang, Duke Ho, the baseball match is about to begin. Where are the two of you going? Zhang Liang angrily glared at Qing Yaojin. Duke Lu, you already know the answer. Why ask? The field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues has been ruined by you. How are we going to continue today? Wahahaha, who said we're not going to continue? Duke Zhang, are you afraid? Qing Yaojin laughed happily. You. Zhang Liang was so angry that he was speechless. How could there be such a shameless person? Qing Yaojin ignored him and strode to the front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He raised his voice and shouted at the officials and nobles standing on the steps. Everyone, is there anyone who wants to bet on today's baseball match? This duke will be the banker. Is there anyone who wants to place a bet? The Tang people loved to gamble, and the officials and nobles were no exception. Qing Yaojin's words immediately aroused everyone's interest. Duke Lu, how do you want to bet? Please enlighten us. Wahahaha, simple. We'll bet on today's results. If the Duke of Changping wins, the payout is 1-2. If the Duke of Huxian wins, the payout is 1-3. If it's a draw, the payout is 1-2. In addition, the Duke of Huxian wants to offer the same method to protect the horse's hooves. This is also a bet. If the Duke of Huxian's words are true, the payout is 1-1. If the method is not feasible, the payout is 2-1. No matter how much you bet, this Duke will accept it. Is there anyone else who is interested? In today's match, can the ball continue to be played? Qing Yaojin laughed. Yes, why not? The Duke of Huxian will definitely go on stage. If the Duke of Changping refuses to go on stage, then it means that the Duke of Changping has admitted defeat. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Liang, wanting to see how he would react. Zhang Liang was angered half to death by Qing Yaojin's words. Seeing the situation, he could only grit his teeth and say, as long as the Duke of Huxian dares to go on stage, this old man will naturally accompany him to the end. Wahahaha, look, isn't this settled? Today's match will definitely continue. How about it? Who wants to make a bet with this Duke? Qing Yaojin's words aroused everyone's interest. However, someone asked, Duke of Lu, we know that the Duke of Changping's fake sons are all good at batting. However, who are the Duke of Huxian's batters? This duke has 3 sons. The Duke of Zheng's eldest son, the Duke of Liang's second son, the Duke of Yi's 2 sons, the Duke of Qiao's eldest son, the Duke of Langyi's eldest son, and the Duke of Huxian himself. Qing Yaojin recited the name list of Li Wangyou's team members, but everyone shook their heads. A bunch of hedonistic sons of dukes and prefectures going to compete with the fake sons of Zhang Liang's household? Wasn't this a joke? Zhang Liang's fake sons were somewhat famous among the batters of Chang'an. Many of the nobles present had seen their matches. As for those hedonistic sons, they were not bad compared to the other sons of nobles. However, when compared to Zhang Liang's fake sons, they were nothing. In the words of the later generations, this was like a professional player against an amateur player. Did the result of this match need to be said? If a bunch of NBA players were to compete with amateurs, would anyone believe that the amateurs would win? The answer was naturally no. If you asked 100 people, they would all say that the NBA players would win. At this moment, the officials and nobles all had such thoughts. They all looked at Duke of Lu with strange expressions. Had water entered this old man's brain? Why would he make such a bet? If the Duke of Changping won, the payout would be 2-1. That meant that the Duke of Lu's household would have to spend a lot of money today. Duke of Lu, you're not joking. Then I'll bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Changping wins. Don't worry, when have I not kept my word? If there's a bet, there's no reason to lose. As long as you dare to bet, I dare to accept it, Qing Yaojin replied casually. Duke of Lu, if that's the case, then I'll also bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Changping wins. I'll bet 1,500 taels of gold, I'll bet 2,000 taels of gold. Chapter 340. The old scoundrel set up a bet there. Because there were too many people betting with him, Qing Yaojin even found an eunuch from the palace to record the bets with paper, ink, and brush. Almost all the officials and nobles were betting on the Duke of Changping's victory. Only a few people placed their bets on Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. Li Wangyu couldn't help but grit his teeth. He finally understood why the old scoundrel had locked them up in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the Left for 3 days. It was because he was worried that the news would be leaked and affect his opening bet. F***ck, this old scoundrel is too much. Li Wangyu strode over to Qing Yaojin's side. Righteously, he whispered into his ear, Uncle Qing, when we meet, split it in half. Otherwise, your nephew will shout. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened in anger. Li Wangyu didn't back down. In front of gold, the old scoundrel's threats were useless. Scram, brat. At most, I'll give you 20%. His Majesty still wants half. Qing Yaojin lowered his voice. It's a deal. Li Wangyu retreated to the side, satisfied. He chuckled as he watched the eunuch continuously record the bets placed by the officials and nobles. 20% it was. He wasn't greedy. 20% was still quite a bit of gold. It looked like he would make a small profit today. Just now, he did a rough calculation. There were already about 20,000 taels of gold on Zhang Liang. Moreover, there were still hundreds of officials placing their bets. Indeed, the ancients didn't lie. A horse wouldn't get fat without eating at night. A man wouldn't get rich without a windfall. The most shameless one was still Pai Lupi. Without a word, he had colluded with the old scoundrel to cheat money. No wonder Qing Yaojin could bring so many broken weapons and swagger around the polo field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He had painstakingly invented the horseshoe and had the wastrels practice with him. He even had to compete in order to get 20%. And Pai Lupi didn't do anything and actually wanted to take half of the gold. Truly shameless. Despise him. It didn't take long for the officials and nobles present to make a bet with Qing Yaojin. In the end, the total amount of gold that was bet on Duke Changping was as high as 50,000 taels of gold. The aristocratic families, in particular, had placed heavy bets. 50,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 300,000 strings of copper coins. This was indeed a huge sum. If Qing Yaojin lost, he would have to pay 100,000 gold taels. Li Wangyu pondered without any malice. If the old hooligan really lost, Duke Lu's mansion would have to be his pants, right? He might even have to use Noda's public house to pay off his debt. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel good. Should I go easy on the old hooligan when I'm guarding the gold to give the old hooligan some excitement? However, he decided to forget about it. Of the 50,000 gold taels, 10,000 of them were from him. 60,000 strings of copper coins was not a small sum. However, Li Wangyu had forgotten that with his terrible horsemanship and batting skills, what difference would it make if he went easy on the opponent or not? In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the chamberlain loudly announced, "The sage has arrived." Everyone bowed. Pai Lupi appeared with the pregnant Empress Zhang Sun, concubine Yang, and the other imperial concubines. After Pai Lupi spoke a bunch of nonsense, he gave Li Wangyu a meaningful look and prepared to announce the start of the batting match. Zhang Liang suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, why did the batting field become like this today? Why did High Duke Lu dump so many broken weapons on the battlefield?" He was still unwilling to compete with Li Wangyu on such a field. Even if he could win, he would have to be careful. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the horses would be injured. The horses weighed nearly a ton and ran at a speed of tens of kilometers. The force of impact was enormous. If the broken weapons on the field were to be touched by the horses, the force would be greater than a person slashing down with a knife. The horses would definitely be injured. Duke Chumping's 30 fine horses had been painstakingly gathered from all over the world. Normally, he treasured them a lot. If a few of them were to be destroyed because of today's batting match, it would be too painful. Thus, he stepped forward and asked this question. Pai Lupi was very calm. He only nodded slightly at Qing Yaojin, indicating for him to explain. The old hoodlum stepped forward. "Today is the day of the county's men. I am going to present the method of protecting the horses' hooves to your Majesty. Naturally, the test will be strict. When cavalry is on the battlefield, can we ask the enemy to clean up the battlefield before charging? This old man's arrangement is to simulate the battlefield environment. Duke Zhang, do you have any questions?" Zhang Liang was speechless at Qing Yaojin's words. He could only cup his hands to show his approval. Li Wangyu and the silk pants all mounted their horses and headed towards the field. On the other side, Zhang Liang was also helpless. He could only instruct his fake sons to be more careful and slow down the horses to prevent them from getting injured. Previously, after seeing the situation on the field and confirming that they had to continue batting, Zhang Liang had already ordered people to put rattan shoes on the horses' hooves. Although it wasn't very useful, it was better than nothing. It would more or less provide some protection. However, the officials and nobles discovered that the horses that Li Wangyu and the silk pants were riding didn't have any protection on their hooves. Everyone widened their eyes and stared closely at the horses. However, the hooves of the horses were empty. They couldn't see anything. "Isn't the county's man going to present the method of protecting the horses' hooves to your Majesty today? Why isn't there any difference? He didn't even put on his shoes. Isn't he afraid of injuring these fine horses?" Some sharp-eyed people recognized the markings on the horses that Li Wangyu and the others were riding. They couldn't help but shake their heads and bitterly smile. The horses that the county's man is riding are all imperial horses from the palace. TSK, your Majesty lent them the horses. If the imperial horses are injured, let's see how the county's man will explain himself to your Majesty. Are they really imperial horses? The county's man is too impulsive. He's riding on the field without any protection. Ha, do you really believe that the county's man can come up with a method to protect the horses' hooves? Since ancient times, who has ever heard of a method to prevent the horses' hooves from being damaged? This is pure nonsense. I think Lu Guogong is going to spend a lot of money today. I think that county's man knows how to summon the wind and rain, scatter beans to form soldiers, and has an immortal method to protect the horse's hooves. Ha! These imperial horses are all rare fine horses. It would be a pity if they were ruined because of this. The officials discussed animatedly. On the side, Wei Zheng's face darkened again. He took large strides and walked in front of Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, how can you let that brat mess around like this? When did the county's man protect the horses? After this match, I'm afraid that the imperial horses will be ruined. Your Majesty, please immediately stop the county's man from messing around. Pai Lupi calmly replied, how does Duke Wei know that the county's man didn't protect the horse's hooves? Isn't it obvious? I'm not blind. Wei Zheng said angrily. Ha, Duke Wei, don't be anxious. Just relax and watch. These imperial horses are mine. I'm not anxious, so why should Duke Wei be so anxious? Pai Lupi's attitude angered the old man so much that he almost vomited blood. Just as he was about to stiffen his neck and continue to admonish him, he heard a series of rapid drumming from the side of the field. The match had already begun. Chapter 341. Just like in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left, when the officials and nobles saw the silk pants positions, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. Even Pai Lupi, although Qing Yaojin had already told him everything, including the mysterious horseshoes and Li Wangyou's new polo tactics, Pai Lupi knew everything. But after seeing this scene with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but shake his head. In everyone's opinion, it was necessary for batters to form a 3-on-3 formation. If the three of them couldn't coordinate well, then they weren't good batters. But at this moment, on the polo field, the silk pants were spread out. In everyone's eyes, this tactic was completely undesirable and couldn't stop the Duke of Changping's attack. Zhang Liang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This was simply giving him free money. Just now, when Qing Yaojin was the banker, he had also bet 1,000 taels of gold on himself to win. It seemed that today, he would be able to help his wife vent her anger and earn a small fortune. Zhang Liang waved his hand and called for his fake sons to advance. In his imagination, this loose formation would be easily broken by his side and he would be able to send the ball into the opponent's goal without any hindrance. He only needed to carefully steer the horse and not step on the broken weapons on the ground. This actually slowed down Zhang Liang's advance, but in his eyes, it didn't matter. It was just a slight delay. Seeing the opponent's attack, the silk pants didn't panic in the slightest and slowly retreated on their horses. Under the protection of two fake sons, Zhang Liang dribbled the ball into the center of their territory. The silk pants scattered around the field suddenly sped up and charged at Zhang Liang. Originally, there was only one person in front of him, but in an instant, Zhang Liang was shocked to find that 5 or 6 fine horses had appeared in front of him, directly blocking him and his fake sons. This was the all-offense and all-defense tactic that the silk pants and Li Wangyu had been practicing in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left for the past few days. Li Wangyu had transferred the all-offense and all-defense tactic from the soccer field to the polo field and found that the results were surprisingly good. Total attack and defense was a tactic proposed by the Dutch in the later generations. It emphasized that there was no fixed position on the field other than the goalkeeper. When you needed to attack, you were the striker. When you needed to defend, you were the defender. The Dutch relied on this tactic to set off an orange whirlwind in the world of football. Full attack and full defense was only popular for a while, but it was soon eliminated. The biggest problem was the high technical requirements for the players, as well as the distribution of the players' physical fitness. But on the polo field, stamina was not a problem. A horse's endurance was far better than a human's, not to mention that they could change horses every 30 minutes, so there was no need to worry about the horse not being able to run. After the polo ball was intercepted by the playboys, the offense and defense switched. Zhang Liang was just about to call out to the dummies to snatch the ball back when he was surprised to find that the ball was gone. Looking around, he was shocked to find that the red polo ball had been sent flying far away, heading straight for his backfield. And in the direction where the polo ball was flying, there were already rich playboys waiting. Zhang Liang looked at the speed of the playboys' horses and couldn't help but curse in his heart. These bastards, didn't they feel sorry for the horses that weren't their own? There were so many scrap metals on the field. If they were stepped on by the horses' hooves, the horses would be crippled. But they couldn't just stand by and watch the horses gallop. They could only curse and turn their horses around to chase after them. The playboys' horses were so fast that it was as if the weapons on the field didn't exist at all. The spectators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Old Wei Zheng was even angrier. He turned his head and loudly admonished Pai Lupi. His spittle was about to fly to Pai Lupi's face. "Your Majesty, these playboys are acting so recklessly. What if these precious horses are damaged? Hurry up and stop the ball. We can't let them continue to act like this." Pai Lupi waved his hand. "Don't be anxious, Eunuch Wei. Continue watching. What else is there to see? Could it be that these horses were really cast on by Hu Xian's men? Horses can step on weapons without being damaged. That's ridiculous." Before Wei Zheng could finish speaking, his voice was suddenly stuck in his throat. Although he wasn't young, he hadn't reached the point where his vision was blurry. Just now, he clearly saw Qing Yaojin's eldest son riding a horse galloping at full speed. One of the horse's hooves stepped on a shining blade. Wei Zheng almost cried out in surprise, but he was shocked to find that the horse was completely fine. After stepping on the blade, the horse continued to maintain its previous speed and continued to gallop towards Duke Changping's goal. How can this be?" The stubborn old man muttered, not daring to believe his eyes. Eunuch Wei, how is it? How effective is Hu Xian's method?" Pai Lupi laughed proudly. Wei Zheng was so excited that his beard stood up. "Your Majesty, is this really the method Hu Xian's man said to protect the horse's hooves? Is it really so miraculous? Would it be convenient to spread to the entire army? How much would it cost?" Pai Lupi twirled his beard and smiled proudly. "The cost is almost negligible. Moreover, this method is very simple. Eunuch Wei, do you know that Hu Xiannan only used an hour to forge the item to protect the horse's hooves 3 days ago at the eastern city's Xie blacksmith shop?" "Xie's blacksmith shop? Nonsense. How could such an important weapon of the military be forged by the common people? Your Majesty, please immediately send the Imperial Army to the Eastern Market and take control of Xie's blacksmith shop. We can't let this method spread to the common people." If Li Wangyu heard Wei Zheng's words, he would probably spit out a mouthful of salt soda. In a feudal dynasty, there really was no human rights. This unyielding official actually had the same thoughts as that old hoodlum Qing Yaojin. Pai Lupi shook his head. "Duke Wei, Jijie already did this 3 days ago. The shopkeeper and craftsmen of Xie's blacksmith shop are all in the golden guards of the left camp. However, I am prepared to have Jijie release them today." Wei Zheng anxiously said, "Your Majesty, you can't." Pai Lupi didn't wait for Wei Zheng to spit and continued. "Duke Wei, this method of Hu Xian's man is too simple. Once it is used in the military, there will be no secrets. The common people will know at a glance. There is no meaning in keeping it a secret. Therefore, I naturally won't be a petty person and continue to detain the craftsman and shopkeeper of Xie's blacksmith shop." Wei Zheng naturally couldn't not believe the words of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Although he still didn't understand how Li Wangyu did it, he could only silently nod. "This official congratulates your Majesty. This official misunderstood Hu Xian's man. When the game is over, this official will apologize to him." Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. "Duke Wei, there is no need to be like this. That kid doesn't deserve your praise. He is just a little clever. Don't let this kid be arrogant and complacent." Wei Zheng also smiled. "Hu Xian's man is smart. It is also your Majesty's discerning eyes that didn't bury his talent." When Pai Lupi heard this, he couldn't help but nod and laugh. For a moment, the emperor and his subjects were harmonious, and the atmosphere was harmonious. If Li Wangyu heard the conversation between the two, his eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Wei Zheng, who was famous in history for reprimanding Pai Lupi, actually knew how to flatter him. In fact, Wei Zheng's EQ wasn't low. Otherwise, how could he always anger Pai Lupi half to death, but still live well and hold a high position? He was also a smart person. While Pai Lupi and Wei Zheng were talking, the polo match in front of Wuda Hall had already been scored. Chapter 342. The wastrels were like cats playing with mice on the field, easily tearing apart the defense of the Chongping Prefectural Dukes team. In their first attack, they sent the red ball into the goal. This change not only stunned Zhang Liang, but also the officials and nobles who had placed heavy bets on the side of the field. When the drum that signified the goal sounded, the sidelines were completely silent. There wasn't even any sound of cheering. After a while, Pai Lupi lightly clapped his hands. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others began to stomp their feet and cheer, breaking the strange silence on the sidelines. The following match was even more one-sided. It was even easier than the first match between the wastrels and the Imperial Army of the left. After all, the Imperial Army didn't have to worry about their horses being injured and used all their strength to gallop. As for Zhang Liang, it was as if he was dancing in shackles. His hands and feet were tied, and he didn't dare to use all his strength to gallop. Even though he was so careful, 2 of the horses that were wearing rattan shoes were accidentally injured. This made Zhang Liang's heart bleed and he was filled with regret. Looking at the 7 or 8 banners behind his own goal, he knew that he had completely lost today. Li Wangyu rode his horse back and forth in front of his own goal. It was truly too easy. He didn't even have a chance to spur his horse to gallop. After 2 hours of competition, everyone else was drenched in sweat. They had changed their horses several times, but only he was clean. He hadn't even changed his horse. As for the officials on the sidelines, they were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. This result, which was out of everyone's expectations, was simply inconceivable to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that the Chongping Prefectural Duke, Zhang Liang, had also lost 1,000 taels of gold and lost a lot of face in front of everyone, perhaps everyone would have suspected that he had colluded with the wastrels to fake the match. Their own son had actually won against Zhang Liang, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui. Although they didn't say it out loud, everyone could see the joy on their faces. As for Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other martial generals, they didn't care about the feelings of the bystanders at all, shouting and wrangling over there, making the hundreds of officials who had lost a large sum of gold have the urge to beat people up. The old scoundrel was still holding the list of bets recorded by the chamberlain and proudly waved it at the officials. "Everyone, hurry up and send the gold to my residence. Don't make this duke look for you to collect the debt, wahahaha. F***ck, this bastard." If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, the grass on his grave would be 3 feet tall next year. Wei Zheng, on the other hand, did not care at all about who won or lost. Seeing Li Wangyu and the others leave the field, he immediately lifted his robe and trotted over. Without saying a word, he wanted to pry off the horse's hooves to see what was going on. The old man's actions startled Li Wangyu and the other playboys. Wei Shuyu, however, felt sorry for her father. She quickly jumped off the horse's back and held onto her own horse so that the old man could check the horse's hooves. When Wei Zheng saw the U-shaped piece of metal nailed to the horse's hoof, he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's so simple that no one in all the dynasties could think of it. Wei Zheng muttered to himself. He finally understood why Pai Lupi said that there was no value in keeping this a secret. This was indeed the case. This horseshoe was too simple. Once it was used on a large scale in the army, it would be impossible to keep a secret. Suddenly, as if he was possessed, he stepped forward and grabbed Li Wangyu's arm. "Huxian man, this is a great merit, comparable to the merit of opening up new territory. This old man will definitely ask His Majesty for a reward for you. I misunderstood you before. Please don't blame me, Huxian man. The old man's actions startled Li Wangyu. He thought that the old man was going to fight him to the death again. After hearing Wei Zhang's words clearly, Li Wangyu smiled and said, Wei Gong, what are you talking about? It's all my fault. I hope Wei Gong won't take offense. In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the officials who couldn't be bothered to watch the old hooligan Qing Yaojin show off also gathered around. They wanted to see what tricks Li Wangyu's horses had on their hooves. Everyone had seen the performance of both sides' horses on the field. Who would have thought that the Duke of Changping, who was wearing rattan shoes and was so careful, would still injure two horses? On the other hand, the Huxian man, who seemed to have no protective measures, not only did his horses come out unscathed, he also completely ignored the broken weapons. This made everyone curious. When they saw the horseshoe nailed to the horse's hooves, everyone suddenly understood. With such a strange idea, the Duke of Changping's loss was not unjust. The polo enthusiasts surrounded the silk pants and asked them about the tactics they had used. When they found out that the Huxian man, the imperial tutor of the crown prince, had taught them, the officials couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Could this Huxian man really be a literary star that descended from the heavens? It was said that Zhangsun Wuji had said that the world was divided into 10 portions, and Li Wangyu had 8 portions. From the looks of it, this was not a lie. These officials of the imperial court waved the folding fan Li Wangyu had given them the other day, exclaiming that this youth was not ordinary. Li Wangyu's limelight was now second to none. At this time, Zhang Liang's face was gloomy as he walked over with his horse. Huxian man, you've won today's match. I concede defeat. Duke of Changping, you let me win. Zhang Liang coldly snorted and threw the reins in his hands to Li Wangyu. He didn't want to waste any more words, so he turned and left. Li Wangyu was baffled. What was the meaning of this? Qing Chumo saw his confusion and laughed loudly. Ziyu, the family head of the losing side will give his horse to the other side. This is the rule. TSK, your luck is not bad. Duke of Changping's Xiao Yebai is a rare and famous horse. You really got lucky. The Xiao Yebai he spoke of was a white horse with a body as white as snow, without a single strand of other hair. Even the horse's mane was pure white. Compared to the white horse that Yang Quan had given to the Li family, Xiao Yebai was an extremely luxurious prince. The original white horse was a beggar wearing dirty white clothes. The two simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wangyu immediately fell in love with this white horse. Under the sun, its coat was so white that it was dazzling. No wonder it was called Xiao Yebai. It was extremely fitting. So winning the match had this kind of benefit. Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to thank Zhang Liang. He really was a good person, giving him gold and a horse. He was too polite. Ziyu, how about I exchange 2 horses with you? Hee, I also really like this Xiao Yebai. Fang Yi, AI shamelessly asked. In response to his words, Li Wangyu threw out the contempt of a king. Please leave in a mellow posture. What do you mean? Fang Yi, AI stupidly asked. Du He's eyes turned, and he figured out the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. Holding back his laughter, he said, I'm telling you to get lost. I'm going to kill you. While the silk pants were laughing and joking, in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, Pai Lupi was put in a difficult position because of Wei Zhang's words. Duke Wei, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. After all, he's only 16. Chapter 343. Naturally, Pai Lupi and Wei Zhang were talking about Li Wangyu. Facing Pai Lupi's hesitation, Wei Zhang said righteously, Your Majesty, horses are the military equipment of the country. Without them, the country is in danger. Hu Xiannan has presented this horseshoe, his merit is no less than opening up new territory. With such a wonderful merit, how can we not reward him because he is young? Pai Lupi hesitated. Of course, I agree with Duke Wei's words. However, Zio has only been given a title for a month. If we give him another title, won't we be spoiling him? It turned out that Wei Zheng was actually advising Li Er, requesting Li Er to reward him with a title of nobility based on the contribution of the horseshoes. Pai Lupi was hesitant about Wei Zheng's suggestion. It was not that he was unwilling to give up the title. In truth, with Li Wangyou's contributions, it was already unfair for him to only be given the title of founding county man. After the Ministry of Works experimented with four-wheeled carriages, they realized that using these carriages to transport grain was not only many times faster than before, but the cost was also reduced to 10% of the original. Just this item alone was enough to stabilize Long Jiudo, who was originally in a precarious situation. Long Yudao faced a lot of military pressure, especially to defend against the Western Turks. The Tang dynasty had always wanted to send in a large number of troops. However, due to the lack of supplies, Noda's Long Yudao only had a few thousand men. From Chang'an City to the few important prefectures in Long Yudao, the distance was over 2,000 miles. Before Li Wangyu made the four-wheeled carriages, it would take 1 to 2 months for the cow carriages to transport grain from Chang'an to Longyu. Along the way, the people and horses ate, and in the end, less than 20% of the resources were left. After the Ministry of Works experimented with the four-wheeled carriages, they used 4 horses to pull the carriages from Chang'an City to Longyu Prefecture in just a short 20 days. In one trip, they managed to transport enough grain for a few thousand men for a year. This greatly reduced the military pressure on Longyu, and they even started to have the ability to infiltrate the West region countries. After obtaining sufficient supplies, there were even voices in the imperial court discussing whether or not to attack Gaochang. In short, the seemingly inconspicuous four-wheeled carriage brought the Tang dynasty more than just a means of transportation. Now, the horseshoes developed by Li Wangyu were no less significant to the Tang dynasty than the four-wheeled carriage. Therefore, Wei Zheng directly asked Pai Lupi to give Li Wangyu another title. Your Majesty, if Gan Luoshi can be a prime minister, why can't Li Ziyo be conferred a noble title? If I don't reward a man for his merits, I'll fail him. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng continued to persuade Pai Lupi. Although Empress Zhang Sun, who was beside Pai Lupi, never interfered in court politics, she couldn't help but say, Erlang, I feel that Duke Wei's words are reasonable. Since even Empress Zhang Sun had spoken, Pai Lupi did not continue to argue. He pondered for a moment and slowly nodded, Maid Guanyin and Duke Wei are right. I've learned my lesson. The title of nobility in the Tang dynasty was bestowed by the emperor to the nobles and their meritorious officials. Li Erk made the decision on how to reward them, and there was no need to discuss it with the other officials. Li Er asked the inner attendant to summon Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were at the side, and whispered a few words to them. However, when old Fang and old Du heard this, they couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu, who was still fooling around with the debauches. This young man was amazing. Looking at their own son beside him, old Fang and old Du, the two officials in the imperial court, felt a little depressed. Sure enough, the topic of other people's children was inescapable from ancient times. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui did not express any doubts about Pai Lupi's instructions. They nodded and went to do their own work. After Li Wangyu finished playing with the playboys, he excitedly walked to Pai Lupi and was ready to talk to Pai Lupi about the polo field and the polo league. Before he opened his mouth, Fang Xianling, who was beside Pai Lupi, stood out with a roll of yellow silk in his hand. There is a system. Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, received the imperial edict. Fang Xuanling's words immediately silenced the noisy scene in front of the Hall of Wuda. Why issue an imperial edict at this time? Naturally, there were shrewd people among the officials. Thinking of the horseshoes, they immediately guessed the content of the imperial edict. It was most likely that this 16-year-old male from Hu County was going to be promoted again. Disciples, Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, has made meritorious contributions to the country. Meritorious son, the male founder of Hu County, is bestowed with 10,000 gold, 500 households in the fief, and 200 households in the fief. As this imperial edict was hurriedly written by Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui and stamped by Pai Lupi was issued, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. I've been promoted again. This was somewhat out of his expectations. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so generous. His title from Hu County's male to Hu County's son seemed to sound a little better. The officials discussed animatedly, their expressions of envy overflowing from their words. However, no one stood out to oppose it. Even if the aristocratic families didn't get along with Li Wangyu, they also knew that given Li Wangyu's contribution to the horseshoes, it was already harsh to just give him the title of Son of Hu County. Congratulations, Son of Hu County, for your promotion to the imperial court is worthy of celebration. Congratulations, Son of Hu County, congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations, Son of Hu County, this old man has long seen that Son of Hu County's bearing is extraordinary. You're definitely not a person who stays in the pond. Li Wangyu had been promoted to noble in front of everyone. Even the aristocratic families could only pinch their noses and go up to the court to congratulate him and say a few polite words. Li Wangyu could only smile and return the greetings, the muscles on his face almost cramping from smiling. In truth, being promoted to noble meant little to the current Li Wangyu. He didn't want to be an official, and he certainly didn't want to get involved in court politics. For him, the title of Son of Hu County and Son of Hu County was just a difference in title. Li Wangyu only needed a protective talisman, a noble status that could protect him and his beautiful superior. That was all. As a loser who had no ambition and only wanted to eat and die in the Tang dynasty, having a high noble title was actually a burden. However, others naturally didn't see it this way. The group of playboys were envious and clamored for Li Wangyu to treat them to a meal at Ping Kong Fong. This group of hooligans just wanted to drink wine with young ladies. Li Wangyu looked at them with disdain. Under the pressure of the crowd, he could only nod and agree. However, he didn't forget about building a polo field and holding a polo league. The cultural and entertainment life of the Tang dynasty was too boring. It wasn't easy to find a sport that he liked. Naturally, he wanted to make it more lively and pass the time. Li Wangyu took advantage of Pai Lupi's happiness and made his suggestion again. This time, Wei Zheng didn't object. As long as the horses weren't injured or worn out from playing polo, the sheep nose was also interested in playing polo. Although Pai Lupi was also interested in the league that Li Wangyu proposed, he couldn't help but hesitate when he heard that a polo field with tens of thousands of seats would be built. Zio, the treasury of the Tang dynasty isn't rich yet. I'm afraid that building a polo field will cost a lot. The court won't be able to afford it. Chapter 344. Pai Lupi was not wrong. 3 days ago, when Li Wangyu proposed to build a large polo field so that tens of thousands of Chang and people could watch the game, he was tempted. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi summoned an official from the Ministry of Works and asked how much it would cost to build a polo field according to Li Wangyu's plan. However, the final price calculated by the official from the Ministry of Works gave him a huge shock. First, they needed to acquire land to install Li Wangyu's plan. Only the squares in the south of the city had enough space for such a large polo field. Moreover, to build such a large polo field, 1 square was not enough. They needed to merge 2 squares together. The official took a map of Chang and city and circled the 2 squares beside An Weimen, Zhaoxing Square, and De An Square for Pai Lupi. Zhaoxing Lane was 661 meters long, while De An Lane was 955 meters long. Including Jingyao Men Street, which was 100 meters wide in the middle of the 2 lanes, the total length reached more than 1,700 meters. The 2 lanes were 477 meters wide from north to south. The area was enough to build a 1,000 paces long polo field. Moreover, the 2 squares were close to the outer city wall. Merging them together would not affect the traffic on Jinjiaomen Street. It was very convenient. The cost of building houses in the Tang dynasty was not high, but the land in Chang and city was quite expensive. As the saying goes, every inch of land has the same price as gold. Even though Zhaoxing Square and De An Square were located at the south gate of Chang and city and were the cheapest places in Chang and city, they were still very expensive. In history, Ma Zhou, as an imperial censor, could not even afford a house in Cheng and city because that house was priced at 2 million. 2 million was 2,000 strings of cash and 300 taels of gold. The house that Ma Zhou wanted to buy only took up 1/32 of the area of 1 square. In the end, it was Li Er who waved his brush and asked the Yamen to pay for Ma Zhou's house. Only then did Ma Zhou have his own house. Although the land in the south of Cheng and city was much cheaper than the area where the officials lived in the north of the city. However, the official estimated that buying all the land in Zhaoxing Square and Square would cost 60 to 70,000 strings of cash, which was 60 million copper coins and 10,000 taels of gold. And this was only the price of purchasing the land. According to Li Wangyou's idea, a large amount of soil should be piled up on both sides of the polo field to form high stands. It was a simple elementary school math problem. A rectangle that was 1,500 meters long and 400 meters wide had a circumference of 3,800 meters. The amount of work required to build a 10-meter-tall mound was astonishing in the eyes of the Tang. The official from the Ministry of Works calculated the cost and estimated that it would cost no less than 50 million yuan. It was another huge sum of money. In addition to the other facilities, the Ministry of Works official gave Pai Lupi a number that gave him a toothache. 120 million coins and 20,000 taels of gold. In fact, Pai Lupi could afford it. Just today, the old rogue Cheng Yaojin had won more than 40,000 taels of gold from the officials and nobles in Cheng, and after deducting the compensation, Pai Lupi would take half of the 40,000 taels of gold, Cheng Yaojin would take 30%, and Li Wangyu would take 20%. The amount of gold that Pai Lupi took was enough to build this unprecedented polo field in the Tang dynasty. But Pai Lupi was reluctant to part with it. With so much gold, how much would he need to buy if he went to the western region to buy horses? He felt that it was not worth it to build a polo field for the people's entertainment. Zio, building the polo field you mentioned would require at least 20,000 taels of gold. With such a large sum of money, the national treasury would be stretched. If you don't believe me, you can ask Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, and Eunuch Wei. Pai Lupi spread out his hands, indicating that he had no money. Li Er's evasive words, if it were others, they would probably believe it. But Li Wangyu knew that half of the money that Cheng Yaojin won would be given to Pai Lupi. This fellow was stingy and stingy. Li Wangyu purposely pointed his mouth in Cheng Yaojin's direction, indicating that he knew about the division of the spoils. Your Majesty, please think of another way. Pai Lupi ignored his hint and pretended that he did not see it. He clenched his teeth and said, Zio, I can't cook without rice. I really don't know what to do. Damn, this fellow was born in the year of the Pai Xiu, only taking in and not taking out. With Pai Lupi acting so shamelessly, Li Wangyu could not do anything about it. Did this fellow not understand that if there was output, there must be input? 3 days ago, he thought of building a polo field on a whim. But in the past few days, Li Wangyu had carefully thought about it and felt that it was very promising. The tickets for the polo field, the on-site advertisements, and the surrounding shops were all money. And for a long time in the future, it would be impossible for a second polo field of this scale to appear in Cheng and city. Was there a need to worry about not being able to make a profit? The Tang dynasty was lacking in entertainment, and polo was popular but rarely seen. Was there a need to worry that the stadium would not be full for every game? Seeing that Pai Lupi was unwilling to pay, Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and leaned over to Pai Lupi and whispered, Uncle, can I borrow some money from you? Borrow money? How much do you want to borrow? I don't have 20,000 taels of gold to lend you. Pai Lupi heard this and looked at Li Wangyu very warily. Li Wangyu laughed. Not much, just 10,000 taels of gold. No. Uncle, I'll pay you according to the interest rate of the official money. How about that? No, I don't have money. You really don't want to lend? No. Li Wangyu pretended to be regretful and shook his head. If you don't want to lend, then forget it. I'll ask the officials later and see if I can borrow 10,000 taels of gold. By the way, I can also talk to them about Lu Guogong being the banker and setting up the gambling. Come back, you bastard. Be careful or I'll beat you. Okay, when Lu Guogong receives the gold, I'll ask him to give you 10,000 taels of gold. Don't talk nonsense. Pai Lupi was anxious when he heard this. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty had colluded with the founding Lu Guogong to set up a gambling scheme to cheat the officials of their gold. If this matter was spread out, he, Pai Lupi, would still have face. Hey, uncle, don't worry. I'm the most tight-lipped one. Li Wangyu quickly patted his chest and promised. Get out, get out. Don't let me see you again today. You bastard, you're pissing me off. Pai Lupi turned around and left. He didn't want to say another word to Li Wangyu. Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang both covered their mouths and chuckled. They followed Pai Lupi and left. After Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu was very proud. He didn't have the slightest bit of unhappiness when the fops asked him to treat them at Ping Kong Fong. It was all thanks to this group of lovable fops who forced him to watch the polo match at the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. As a result, watching the polo match not only raised his title by one level, but also earned him a huge polo field in Chang'an City. Of course, he was most satisfied with the horse, Zhao Yebai. Li Wangyu loved the horse so much that he couldn't put it down. He was also extremely grateful to Zhang Liang, the boy who gave him money. A good person. The Tang dynasty needs such a good person. But as the saying goes, a handsome person can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Li Wangyu's complacent mood didn't last for long. Chapter 345. The morals of the officials and nobles of the Tang dynasty were still above average. At the very least, no one was as shameless as the old hooligan Qing Yaojin and reneged on the bet. In less than 2 days, each family sent people to deliver gold to Duke Lu's mansion to clear the gambling debts. This time, Qing Yaojin didn't cause any trouble for Li Wangyu and happily sent 20,000 taels of gold to him. 1 tael of gold in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 30 grams in modern times. 20,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 600 kilograms. It wasn't too heavy and a 4-wheeled carriage could easily carry it away. However, such a large amount of gold was sent to Dingzhou village's baron residence. Oh, it was now the Viscount residence. The old housekeeper Li Heng was quite frightened. The old man had never seen so much gold. Even though it was locked in the residence's treasury, he was still so worried that he couldn't sleep well. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior also felt that it wasn't appropriate for the family to save so much money. However, there were no banks in the Tang dynasty. Every family saved their money in their own residence. Even though he was distressed, he didn't have any good ideas to solve this problem. He did have the intention to hire more troops to guard the house, but the Li family's old residence in Dingzhou village was too small. The people in the house were already cramped and there was no place for them to stay. He could only wait for half a year for the manor to be completed. Only then could he expand his family's power. Fortunately, Dingzhou village had always been safe and sound. Moreover, it was famous outside. Ordinary thieves didn't dare to cause trouble in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu had caused so much trouble when he went out. His beautiful superior was speechless. Among the entire Dingzhou village and Lai Hot, she and Li Wangyu were the calmest when it came to his promotion. However, the beautiful superior was in favor of Li Wangyu wanting to build a polo field. It wasn't that she liked playing polo. It was just that she knew better than Li Wangyu what such a large stadium meant. Li Wangyu had never been to Europe or America. Huaxia's large stadiums weren't profitable. Most of them were operating at a loss. However, when his beautiful boss studied in the United States, she had a good understanding of the operation of European and American sports stadiums. As long as the number of guests was guaranteed, profits were inevitable. Her view was the same as Li Wangyu's. In the Great Tang, in this era where sports stadiums had yet to appear, building a polo field that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators in a city with a population of 1 million was an extremely lucrative prospect. As for how to operate the polo field in the future, the beautiful boss also gave a lot of suggestions, which made Li Wangyu, who had been confused before, suddenly see the light. For the next few days, Dingzhou village was unusually lively. Just like when Li Wangyu had just been knighted, all the officials and nobles in Chang'an sent gifts to congratulate him. As for those who were familiar with Li Wangyu, they would visit him in person. The Lai hut was filled with guests every day, and banquets were held from morning to night. The two disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were even more excited for their junior division commander. The two of them even specially asked for leave from their respective yamen and went to Dingzhou village to help Li Wangyu receive the guests. It was also thanks to the help of these two disciples. Otherwise, Li Wangyu suspected that he would be the first nobleman in the Tang dynasty to die of exhaustion because of a knighthood promotion. The villagers were even more honored that their lord had been promoted, and they all came to congratulate him. For this reason, Li Wangyu could only let Niu Wu buy pigs and kill sheep, and hold a banquet in the village to make the village lively again. After a few days, he finally sent away all the people who came to congratulate him. Li Wangyu quickly asked Niu Yong to escort 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works to buy land. Li Wangyu accepted all the suggestions that the Ministry of Works officials gave to Pai Lupi. He looked at the map of Chang'an city and personally went to Zhaoxing Square and Da'an Square to investigate. He felt that these two squares were the most suitable for building a polo field. Hu Xianzi personally sent 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works, which even alerted the Minister of Works, Duan Luan. In Chang'an city, there was nothing that could be kept a secret. The news that Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field had already spread to all the officials. Regarding this, the officials all had different opinions. Some mocked Hu Xianzi's youthful nature and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Spending 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field for fun was truly extravagant and extravagant. Some sat and watched, feeling that if this polo field could really be built, it would be one of the sights of Chang'an city. There were also polo enthusiasts who supported Li Wangyu's plan to build a polo field of this scale. In short, this matter stirred up a wave of spring water in Chang'an city. In the various yamens, all the officials were discussing this matter, especially the Ministry of Works. There were all sorts of discussions. Many people did not believe this matter. This was truly throwing away a lot of gold. A 16-year-old viscount was willing to spend so much gold and silver to build a polo field. Wasn't this burning money? Even Pai Lupi could not see the commercial value of the polo field, let alone these officials. It was under such circumstances that when Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers into the Ministry of Works and escorted the gold, the entire Ministry of Works was in an uproar. Duan Luan personally came out to welcome him. Hu Xianzi, are you really going to build a polo field? This is 20,000 taels of gold. After Li Wangyu greeted Duan Luan, he smiled and replied, Minister Duan, your nephew has already sent the gold, so how can it be fake? These 10,000 taels of gold are used to redeem the land in Zhaoxing Square and Da'an Square. Minister Duan, please help your nephew with this matter. Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, was related to Li Wangyu by marriage. He was the son of the Sui dynasty's Minister of War, Duan Wenjin. After rebelling against the Sui dynasty, he joined the Tang dynasty and married Li Yuan's daughter, Princess Gaomi. Princess Gaomi was Pai Lupi's sister, so Duan Luan was Pai Lupi's brother-in-law. It made sense for Li Wangyu to call himself a nephew. If the polo field was to be built successfully, the Ministry of Works would have to cooperate. Not only did they need to redeem the land, but they also needed to recruit workers to build the polo field. Since ancient times, there had been too many shenanigans involved in construction projects. Li Wangyu did not wish for the gold that he had painstakingly dug out from Li Er's mouth to be embezzled by others. Hu Xianzi is indeed a young hero. You are really generous. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. As long as you have enough money, the polo field will be completed in at most a year. Duan Luan twirled his beard and nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed again, thank you, Minister Duan. When the polo field is completed, your nephew will invite Minister Duan to watch the football match. Ha, that's great. I am also looking forward to it. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. After Li Wangyu handed over the gold to the officials of the Ministry of Works, he left in satisfaction. However, to Li Wangyu's surprise, the Ministry of Works had only begun to redeem the land for a few days when something happened that caused him trouble. He never expected that the Tang dynasty would also have nail households. Chapter 346. Zhaoxing Square and Dan Square were located outside of Chang'an City. Most of the square was farmland, and there were not many people living there. Farming in the city was a habit of Chinese cities. For a huge city like Chang'an, even if it was surrounded by the enemy, they would not lack food for a short period of time. As for Hu Xianzi wanting to buy their land, the people in these two squares did not have much of an opinion. After all, Hu Xianzi had paid the copper coins according to the market price, which was enough for them to buy land from other squares. The matter of the Ministry of Works helping Li Wangyu to buy land went smoothly. However, there were exceptions to everything. The Ministry of Works officials met with a family in Dan Square who refused. Even if the Ministry of Works officials offered a 20% premium, this family would not sell their land. When the news reached Li Wangyu, it made him slightly shocked. The Tang dynasty actually had people who refused to sell their land? Not to mention the fact that he had given enough money to buy the land, just his face as the founding viscount and the Ministry of Works officials were not enough to make this family lower their head. This was something worth pondering. In Chang'an City, the south of the city was mostly where normal people lived. It was the poorest region in Chang'an City, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the slums. The walls here were even made of yellow dirt, and they were only half a person tall. They were really old and broken. For a family living in such a place to be able to go against the Ministry of Works and not sell their land, Li Wangyu could not help but find it weird. Seeing that the matter of buying land had been delayed, Li Wangyu was a little anxious, so he brought Niu Wu to Chang'an to personally ask the Ministry of Works. Minister Duan, who is it that is not willing to sell their land? What is their background? After Pai Lupi greeted Duan Luan, he went straight to the point. Duan Luan sighed and said, Hu Xianzi, do you have a grudge with the Ministry of Civil Affairs? His words stunned Li Wangyu, and he did not know what was going on. The Ministry of Civil Affairs, which later became the Ministry of Revenue, was in charge of finance and civil affairs, including land, marriage, money, tribute, and so on. It was divided into the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Gold, and the Ministry of Grain. The Li Langzhong that Duan Luan mentioned was the Li Langzhong of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He was the head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, a secondary grade 5 official. Li Wangyu didn't know any Dr. Li, and he didn't think that he had any enmity with this person. In Noda's Ministry of Civil Affairs, he only knew Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs. He shook his head. Minister Duan, I don't know any Dr. Li. Is this related to him? Duan Luan couldn't help but be a little surprised. You don't know Dr. Li? Then why did he refuse to sell the land? That piece of land in Dan Square is the courtyard that this Dr. Li purchased. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Why would a fifth-rank official of the imperial court go to the slums to buy a courtyard? However, this was not the time to investigate this matter. He hurriedly asked, Minister Duan, did this Dr. Li say why he was unwilling to sell the land? I haven't offended this person. Duan Luan shook his head. Then it's troublesome. Dr. Li is adamant that he doesn't want to sell the land. The Ministry of Works can't do anything about it. We can't force him to sell the land. Li Wangyu frowned. Sure enough, demolition was a troublesome matter no matter when. Now, a lot of land in Zhaoxing Square and Dan Square had been bought. If he couldn't deal with this Dr. Li, then the construction of the polo field couldn't continue. After thanking Duan Luan, Li Wangyu got up and left. He planned to find someone to ask about this Dr. Li's background and why he wanted to go against him. For information, he just needed to find the foppish playboys. This group of top foppish playboys of the Tang dynasty had nothing to do every day and wandered around Chang'an. In Chang'an, there weren't many things that they didn't know. Sure enough, as Li Wangyu expected, the foppish playboys knew all about the background of this Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. But after knowing his background, Li Wangyu became even more depressed. This Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was indeed not acquainted with Li Wangyu. But he had a younger sister who was married to the Duke of Changping, Zhang Liang. Dr. Li was the elder brother of the Li clan, Zhang Liang's brother-in-law, and Zhang Liang's brother-in-law. This made Li Wangyu so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Did he have to be so arrogant? You're a fifth-rank official and your mansion is in the north of the city. Why did you go to the south of the city to buy land and build a villa? Li Wangyu naturally didn't know that Dr. Li had bought that land in and Square because he had been tricked. The elder brother of the Li clan was called Li Ru. He was a very devout Taoist monk. He was good friends with the abbot of the Tai Ching Palace in Chang'an. One time, he asked the abbot about feng shui. The abbot said that his lucky star was in the south, so he should live in the south of the city. Li Ru believed this without a doubt, so he bought that land in and Square and built a villa there. Every rest day, Li Ru would go to his villa in and Square and stay there for a day. In fact, if not for the conflict between Li Wangyu and the Li clan, Li Ru would have sold the land to Li Wangyu for the sake of the Ministry of Works. After all, there were many squares in the south of the city. With Li Ru's status as a minister, he could have built a villa there. But that day, Li Ru was also in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He watched as his brother-in-law sullenly lost the polo match. Not only did he fail to avenge his younger sister, he also lost his Zhao Yebai. And because of this, he lost 500 taels of gold to Qing Yaojin. This made him even more jealous of Li Wangyu. Now that Li Wangyu wanted to buy his villa to build a polo field, how could Li Ru let him have his way and sell the land to him? After figuring out what was going on, Li Wangyu could only sigh. Was he really that unlucky? If he had known, he would have bought 2 other squares and it would not have been so troublesome. It was too late to say anything now. He could only think of a way to solve this problem. He knew that he had a grudge with Zhang Liang and the Li clan. If he rashly went to buy the land, he would only be suffering. He could only think of a way to find someone to help him. The first person that Li Wangyu thought of was the Ministry of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou. As Li Ru's immediate superior, Li Wangyu believed that Li Ru would definitely give Dai Zhou face. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou had met a few times and could be considered acquaintances. He brought gifts and a greeting card and personally went to Dai Zhou's residence to ask Dai Zhou to help him. As long as Li Ru was willing to sell the land to him, the price was negotiable. To this, Dai Zhou naturally nodded in agreement. In his eyes, it was just a small matter. But no matter if it was Dai Zhou or Li Wangyu, they did not think that Li Ru would not give any face to his immediate superior. No matter how Dai Zhou tried to persuade him, Dr. Li would not sell the land. Dai Zhou, who had lost face, could not do anything. He could only send someone to tell Li Wangyu that there was nothing he could do. He wanted Li Wangyu to find another way. Seeing that Dr. Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs was so difficult to deal with, Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. For such a small matter, he could not go find Pai Lupi, right? And after Dai Zhou said that the project had failed, Li Wangyu even suspected that Dr. Li would not give face to Pai Lupi. After all, even if it was Pai Lupi, he could not force his subordinate to sell the land. For a moment, Li Wangyu was at his wit's end. The land that Zhaoxing Square and Square had bought was also put on hold. Li Wangyu was still trying to think of a way to deal with this stubborn person. He did not expect that because of the construction of the polo field, he would be impeached by the imperial censor in the court. Chapter 347. The aristocratic families, led by the Wang clan of Taiyuan, did not let go of their conflict with Li Wangyu just because he had been promoted. However, Li Wangyu was not in the imperial court and was just an idle noble. It was difficult for them to take advantage of Li Wangyu. However, Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field in Chang'an, which provided a target for the aristocratic families to attack him. After the officials paid their respects to Pai Lupi, they were just about to sit down and begin the discussion when an imperial censor stood up and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Report it." "I am impeaching the founder of Hu County. He is arrogant and extravagant. He is greedy for pleasure and wants to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field just for the pleasure of hitting balls. He is truly extravagant." "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "do not worry about scarcity, but about inequality. Do not worry about poverty, but about insecurity. The founder of Hu County should not be allowed to indulge in his extravagant ways. He is an extravagant person who wastes his wealth and brings harm to himself." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but frown. Everything was going well, so why was Li Wangyu being impeached? He did not care about the censor's impeachment. If Li Wangyu was willing to spend money to build a polo field, why should he care about them? Naturally, he could not casually say this, so he continued to listen to the censor. "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "there is only so much wealth in heaven and earth. Frugality is a virtue. Prohibition of extravagance is a good government. However, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a polo field. He also forcefully bought land from the people, causing public resentment. I ask your Majesty to punish the founder of Hu County and ban the construction of a polo field." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but curse the censor for looking for trouble. "If you say that Li Wangyu is extravagant, why don't you go and see what kind of life those aristocratic families are living?" In the hall, the people close to Li Wangyu all had unhappy expressions. They all felt that the censor's impeachment was a waste of time and was looking for trouble. As an imperial censor, Ma Zhou naturally had to speak for his teacher. He immediately stood up and retorted. "Your Majesty, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a baseball field. But it was not for his own selfish desires. It was built for the people of the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi pretended to be surprised and asked cooperatively, "Oh. What do you mean?" Ma Zhou bowed. "Your Majesty, the baseball field built by Huxian County can accommodate tens of thousands of citizens at the same time. The people of the Tang dynasty like to play ball, but they usually don't have the chance to see it. If the baseball field is built, the tens of thousands of people in Chang'an can have fun with His Majesty. This is a wonderful thing. How can it be called arrogant and extravagant?" He glanced at the censor from an aristocratic family and said in a clear voice, "Mr. Huxian spent a lot of money to benefit the people of Chang'an. What he did was to help the people of Chang'an. He should be rewarded by His Majesty." Ma Zhou paused and continued, "As for the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County, the people complained. Let me ask you, what kind of people did they complain about? Why didn't I hear any complaints from the people of Zhaoxing and De'an, but they were very satisfied with the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County?" The censor was a little speechless. He couldn't say that Minister Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs complained, could he? For a moment, he was speechless. Hearing Ma Zhou's words, all the officials in the hall nodded and agreed with Ma Zhou. After all, they couldn't see the commercial value of the baseball field. Even in Pai Lupi's eyes, Li Wangyu had too much money to burn. That was why he used his own money to build such a huge baseball field. It was not an exaggeration to say that such an act was selfless and helped the people of Chang'an. Even many officials secretly cursed Li Wangyu for being a spendthrift. Of all the things he could do, he used 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field. He really had nothing better to do. After the censor was rebuked by Ma Zhou, he couldn't help but look at the heads of the aristocratic families. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "Your Majesty, a few months ago, Mr. Huxian County owed the Yamen of Huxian County a huge sum of 2 million taels of gold. How could he take out 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field? There must be something fishy about this matter. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to investigate this matter and see if there was any corruption." In the Tang dynasty, there was no crime of having a huge sum of money of unknown origin. The censor's words were purely groundless accusations, and he was trying to frame Li Wangyu. However, the censor's words almost made Pai Lupi break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't tell the officials that Li Wangyou's 20,000 taels of gold were won by him and Qing Yaojin from the officials in a bet. After that, they split the spoils with Li Wangyou, right? Just as Pai Lupi was thinking about how to answer, the old scoundrel Qing Yaojin stood up and pointed at the censor, scolding him. Bastard, Mr. Huxian County's 20,000 taels of gold was given to him by me. What, do you have a problem with that? Given? Qing Yaojin's words made the officials in the hall speechless. Old man, can't you be a little more reliable? That was 20,000 taels of gold, not 200 copper coins. Qing Yaojin, you said you gave it to Mr. Huxian County. Don't you feel guilty? Why don't you give it to me? However, since Qing Yaojin said so, what could they do? Are you going to bite this old man? Why did Lu Guogong give Mr. Huxian County so much gold? The censor still wanted to argue. Qing Yaojin's spit was all over his face. None of your business. The censor's face turned red from Qing Yaojin's scolding, and he didn't know how to answer. After Qing Yaojin's pestering, Pai Lupi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to continue arguing about this matter, so he said, Mr. Huxian County is willing to build a baseball field for the people. It is a good story. We are happy to see it happen. Don't mention this matter again. Once Li Er opened his mouth, it could be considered as setting the tone. Although the aristocratic families were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Li Ru snorted coldly in his heart, but he didn't say anything. In any case, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't sell the land of Da and Square to Li Wangyou. The aristocratic families didn't manage to overthrow Li Wangyou in the court, but they used the same old trick again. They began to spread rumors in the streets to slander Li Wangyou. It was originally just nonsense, but they didn't expect that the rumors targeting Li Wangyou would be so fierce, causing the people of Chang and who didn't know the truth to talk about it. De Lang, have you heard? Zhaoxing and De and Square in the south of the city are going to be flattened to build a baseball field. I heard that Mr. Huxian County is going to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build this baseball field. Tisk, TSK, 20,000 taels of gold. How much money is that? These damn dignitaries, they have so much money, but they don't know how to share some with us. I thought that the county was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so extravagant. Bah, how can these dignitaries be good people? They should all be beheaded. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die? I heard that the talents of Zhaoxing and De and Square are pitiful. They were directly driven out by Mr. Huxian County and became beggars. Their good homes are gone just like that. This county is so young, but he's so rich and heartless. He really deserves to die. Because of the people's hatred of the rich, rumors like this fermented through the mouths of the people, and it caused the anger of the people in Chang'an. Li Wangyou's name was stinking in the streets for a while. In this regard, Li Wangyou, who was thinking hard about how to buy land from Li Ru in Dingzhou village, knew nothing about it. Chapter 348. In fact, how much money Li Wangyou spent had nothing to do with the people. But in the eyes of the illiterate people of the Tang dynasty, being rich was a sin in itself. As the saying went, I'm right when I'm poor, but you're not benevolent when you're rich. Most people had this idea about the rich merchants and aristocratic families. This was also one of the reasons why the rebels of the past dynasties could always attract enough response as long as they shouted the slogan, equal status, equal wealth. Of course, the people couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the prosperous Tang dynasty, under such a feudal system, all kinds of injustice could be found everywhere. It was quite normal for the people to hate the rich and powerful. However, Li Wangyou had suffered an unexpected calamity. After a wave of rumors spread by the aristocratic families, coupled with the common people's innate hatred for the rich and powerful, Li Wangyou had been tricked just like that. Now in Chang'an, people were either discussing how much money the county official had to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field, or cursing the rich and unbenevolent rich and powerful. For this reason, Li Wangyou sneezed a lot at home these days, thinking that he had caught a cold. On this day, Li Wangyu was still worrying about Li Ru in the mansion when he saw the old butler Li Heng hurriedly leading the old village chief in. "Old village chief, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Wangyu saw the old man's nervous look and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Li Jia Xiaolang, a lot of beggars suddenly came to the village today, a large group. Old Mi has asked the village's young men to stop them at the entrance of the village. Do you want to drive them away?" Beggars were beggars. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Has there been a disaster recently? Since the government ordered to eliminate the locusts, the big locusts plague of Zhenguan 2 years ago had almost been eliminated. Although this year's grain reduction was certain, there shouldn't be people fleeing and begging, right? And even if they wanted to flee, shouldn't it be in July or August, when there was a shortage of food? It was only the end of April and the beginning of May. How could there be groups of beggars? The old villager shook his head and said, "They don't look like refugees. They look more like beggars in Chang'an. They speak with the accent of Chang'an." Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Beggars in Chang'an? Why would these people come to my Dingzhou village to beg for food?" Dingzhou village was located in Chang'an, 100 miles away from Chang'an city. Although it had only been half an hour on horseback, it was obvious that these beggars did not come here on horseback. It would take a day to walk 50 kilometers on foot. What attracted these beggars from Chang'an city to Dingzhou village? Even the old villager was confused. He had lived his whole life, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Let's go. Let's go to the village entrance and see what's going on." Li Wangyu simply stood up and beckoned the old villager to walk towards the village entrance. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw that it was already crowded with people. There was indeed a group of beggars dressed in rags outside the village. They were clamoring to enter the village, and there were no less than 100 of them. At the entrance of the village, there was a group of old soldiers leading the village's young and strong men. They held weapons and stared at the beggars covetously, not allowing them to move forward. Although the houses in Dingzhou village were still dilapidated, there were many copper coins hidden in each house. The old villager naturally did not want to let so many beggars into the village, fearing that they would cause trouble. The villagers also came to watch the commotion. The women and children pointed at the beggars outside the village and laughed from time to time. Niu Yong and Niu Wu saw so many beggars and were afraid of trouble, so they stopped Li Wangyu from going forward. The two of them held weapons and squeezed to the front of the village's young and strong men. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Dingzhou village?" Niu Yong asked loudly. "Sirs, we have no one to depend on and are very pitiful. We have specially come to ask for help from the founder of Hu County. Please take pity on us and help us. We want to see Hu County and ask for your help. Please have mercy on us. Please take pity on us and help us." The group of beggars clamored and shouted all kinds of things. Some even sang a beggar's song, "There are only 12 hours in a day, and there are only 2 or 3 rooms. Each room only asks for 1 coin. Heaven, heaven, heaven is so pitiful." This group of beggars was so noisy that it gave the Niu brothers a headache. They wanted to give them some clothes and food to send them away. "How can beggars like you meet our Lang Jun? I'll get someone to prepare some clothes and food for you. Leave quickly. You all have hands and feet. What can't you do? Why must you beg for food? Sirs, we don't want clothes or food. Please give us some gold. We will leave immediately and won't bother you." "What?" The beggar's words stunned Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the young and strong men of Dingzhou village. They don't want clothes or food, but they want gold. Where did this group of lunatics come from? Yes, that's right. Hu County has so much gold that he doesn't have anywhere to spend it. It's spread throughout Chang, and that Hu County throws away his gold casually like he's throwing away his worn-out shoes. If that's the case, why don't you give it to us? Yes, everyone in Chang'an says so. Hu County has so much gold that he can't fit it in his house. If he has mountains of gold and silver, please take pity on us. Just a little bit from the nobleman's fingers will save us. I'm not greedy. Just give me a piece of gold leaf. The beggar's words almost made the villagers laugh. Even Li Wangyu, who was behind the crowd, shook his head with a wry smile. Which bastard spread this rumor? He had mountains of gold and silver in his house. He really didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know that a rumor was fiercer than a tiger. Li Wangyu's 20,000 tales of gold had been exaggerated beyond belief by countless people in Chang'an. In addition, some people added fuel to the fire. Now Li Wangyu had become the richest man in the Tang dynasty. It was said that all the utensils in Hu County's house were made of gold. Even the trees in his yard were made of gold, from the trunks to the leaves. Some people even said with certainty that they had seen with their own eyes that Hu County's stones in his house were made of gold. He just threw them on the ground casually and didn't even bother to look at them. And so on. The people of the Tang dynasty tried their best to imagine how rich Li Wangyu was with their own imagination. For such rumors, people with a little brain would naturally laugh it off and not take it seriously. But the beggars in Chang'an believed it. Attracted by the Li family's endless gold, this group of beggars formed a group and walked for a whole day before they came to Dingzhou village. They just wanted to ask Li Wangyu to give them some gold. The beggars' words naturally made the villagers of Dingzhou village laugh. They looked at the beggars with a little sympathy before, but now they looked at them as if they were crazy. Beggars didn't want clothes, food, and copper coins. They actually asked for gold. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. You want to go to heaven? Why don't you just go to Taiji Palace and ask the sage to give you the throne? Li Wangyu was also speechless. He didn't want to bother with this group of crazy people. He wanted Niu Yong and Niu Wu to drive them away. While they were making a fuss, they saw more than a dozen strong horses galloping toward the village outside the village. Chapter 349. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others tightened their grip on their weapons when they saw the approaching horses. When they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was Yang Quan, the county magistrate of Hu County. Behind him were Fang Chun and a group of bailiffs. This group of beggars came from Chang'an. If they wanted to reach Dingzhou village, they naturally had to pass through Hu County. At first, Yang Zhuo didn't think much of it, but when his bailiffs came to report that the beggars had gone to Dingzhou village, he began to feel nervous. He hurriedly led County Magistrate Fang Chun and the bailiffs over. Zio, are you okay? Ming House, it's nothing. It's just a group of strange beggars. Thank you for making a trip here. I'll get the bailiffs to disperse them. These bastards only know how to enjoy life and hate work. They're really despicable for stirring up trouble. Seeing that nothing major had happened, Yang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country, it would be terrible. He couldn't help but take it seriously. Ever since Li Wangyu was conferred a title, the two of them were still close. He even wanted to call Li Wangyu, County Magistrate Man, or County Magistrate Son, but Li Wangyu stopped him and said that the two of them should address each other the same way. However, no matter what, Li Wangyu was now a noble of the Tang dynasty and the county magistrate who founded the country. If something really happened, he couldn't bear the responsibility as a county magistrate. After Yang Quan finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered Fang Chun to lead a group of bailiffs to disperse the beggars. However, the beggars were not afraid of the bailiffs. Not only did they refuse to leave, they also cursed, "Why are you chasing us away? What law have we broken? We want to see County Magistrate's son and ask for his mercy. Give us gold. County Magistrate's son has so much gold that he can't use it all. Why won't he give it to us? Yes, we want gold. We can just pick some gold leaves and some gold stones. Don't waste your breath on these county magistrates. Let's rush into the village. That county magistrate has countless gold for us to use. Yes, yes, charge in and get the gold." The Yamen runners wanted to drive this group of beggars away, but they saw that the beggars suddenly became agitated. They actually wanted to break through the blockade of the young and strong villagers and rush into the village. Seeing that this group of beggars was about to cause trouble, the bailiffs did not dare to be careless. They hurriedly pulled out their knives and chains from their waists and threw them at the beggars. The youths of Dingzhou village were also nervous. They clenched the weapons in their hands. All the beggars who wanted to attack the village were all beaten to the ground. More than 100 beggars, in front of Dingzhou village's group of strong and powerful youths, as well as the county Yamen runners, naturally they did not have an easy time. It didn't take long for them to be knocked to the ground. Many of the remaining beggars wanted to run away, but they were all chased back by the bailiffs and tied together with ropes. Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was still confused about the farce in front of him. What the hell was going on? What on earth happened in Ming House? Why did a large group of beggars from Chang and city come to our Dingzhou village to cause trouble? Li Wangyu asked Yang Quan. Yang Quan had a strange look on his face. Zio, don't you know? What do I know? Li Wangyu was even more puzzled. Yang Quan hesitated for a moment and told him what happened in Chang and city. When Li Wangyu heard all the rumors about him in Chang and city, he could not help but be dumbfounded. What the hell was this? He was planning to build a polo field. Who did he offend? How could it be said that the trees and stones in his house were all made of gold? Damn it, why didn't they say that even the shit he took was made of gold? What was more infuriating was that he, a man of ideals, morals, culture, and discipline, a man from the 21st century, was actually rumored to be a typical example of a rich man being heartless. It was really unbearable. Who the hell was this person who was disgusting him? Li Wangyu began to flip through the little black book in his heart again, preparing to find out what kind of enemies he had. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no one else who could and would do this except for those shameless aristocratic families. He had forgotten that his method of pasting big characters and small posters to the aristocratic families did not seem to be any better than the aristocratic families spreading rumors. While Li Wangyu was sulking and cursing the aristocratic families in his heart, Yang Quan had already asked the county magistrate, Fang Chun, to tie up all the beggars with ropes and string them into a string, intending to escort them back to the county office. However, his county office could not hold so many people. Most likely, they would be brought back to the county office to be beaten and then driven out. Yang Quan was worried that these beggars would come back to cause trouble again, so he called the old village chief over and gave him a few instructions. He told him to be more careful and not let the rascals disturb the village and the county magistrate. In response, the old village chief nodded repeatedly. The old man was also worried. Now that the village had suddenly become rich, it would not be good if there were rascals spying on them. After consulting with Li Wangyu, the old village chief ordered the old soldiers to lead the group of young men to start setting up fences at the village entrance. He also arranged for people to start patrolling the village day and night. While Yang Quan and the old village chief were busy, Li Wangyu angrily returned to the mansion. He found his beautiful superior and poured out his grievances. When the beautiful superior heard the unreliable rumors in Chang and city, she could not help but cover her mouth and secretly laugh. Li Wangyu angrily glared at her. What kind of person was she? Not only did she not comfort his hurt heart, she was even gloating at his misfortune. She really deserved a spanking. He unconsciously looked at the beautiful superior. Because she was kneeling on the wooden couch, her dress was stretched to the point that it looked like a tempting peach. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Where are your eyes looking at? Be careful or I'll kill you. The beautiful superior naturally noticed Li Wangyu's gaze and could not help but blush. She twisted her body, stretched out two slender fingers, and waved them in front of Li Wangyu's eyes like scissors. No, nothing. Li Wangyu hurriedly averted his gaze, not wanting to think about those annoying things. With such a beautiful woman by his side, why should he think about those bullshit rumors? Who would like to spread those nonsense? Would he lose a piece of flesh? Looking at the beautiful superior's soul-stirring face, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a fire in his heart. Hee, Changqing, you see, since we came to the Tang dynasty, we haven't gone out together. Why don't we go sightseeing in Chang'an City today? Humph, are you asking me to go out? Su Changqing proudly raised her white slender neck, with a sly smile on her stunning face. Li Wangyu could not help but swallow his saliva again. Hee, yes, little girl, how about accompanying me to have fun today? Sorry, I don't date children. After the beautiful superior finished speaking word by word, she giggled and ran back to her room before Li Wangyu could react. When Li Wangyu figured out the meaning of her words, he was so angry that he almost pulled out a 40-meter-long broadsword and chased after her. Damn, I was teased again. You are a child. Changqing, you tell me clearly, who is a child? Li Wangyu turned around and chased out. After a while, Li Wangyu and the beautiful superior rode straight to Chang'an City. The beautiful woman rode a snow-white horse, which made Li Wangyu feel a bit of resentment. Without a doubt, the horse that Zhang Liang had lost to him, Zhao Yebai, had been taken by his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu, who could not be Prince Charming, could only pinch his nose and ride the date red horse to accompany the beautiful woman. This was really the first time the two of them had a real date. Chapter 350. There were not many scenic spots in Chang'an during Jingguan's reign that were suitable for transmigrators. At least the big Wild Goose Pagoda and Little Wild Goose Pagoda had not been built yet. The terracotta soldiers and horses were still lying quietly on the ground, accompanying Qin Shi Huang. In the Tang dynasty, there were no cinemas, bars, KTV, or nightclubs. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that Sujiang Pool was the most worthwhile place to visit. There was a poem that said, "The brocade hall is always embroidered with curtains during the day." The pink beauty coaxed him with wine, and the young man in green followed. The jade staff gently knocked the flower petals, and the golden whip was like a willow branch. Riding 3 to 5 horses, they traveled leisurely along Sujiang Pool. This Sujiang Pool was very suitable for traveling with the pink beauty. It just so happened that his beautiful superior had not been to Sujiang Pool before. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, she was also interested. The two of them leisurely rode their horses and chatted softly in front of the pool. They were relaxed and comfortable. The only thing that made Li Wangyu dissatisfied was the big light bulb following behind them. Niu Wu insisted on following them and protecting them. Li Wangyu could not persuade him no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only tell Niu Wu to stay away from them while his beautiful superior snickered. Only then could he and Su Changqing have some space to talk privately. After strolling until noon, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior felt hungry and prepared to find a place to eat in Chang'an. Sujiang Pool was too far away from Shi City. Li Wangyu did not want to cross the city to eat in those restaurants. Suddenly, he remembered the famous Zhao's soup pancake in Chang'an. The soup pancake in the Tang dynasty was also known as wonton in the future. Yang Xiong of the Western Han dynasty's Fang Yan mentioned that pancake is called wonton. Wonton was a kind of pancake. When it was cooked with soup, it was called soup pancake. Li Wangyu had eaten this Chang and Zhao's soup pancake once out of admiration. Zhao's wonton pancake was delicious but not greasy. The seasoned soup was mellow but not bland, giving a long aftertaste. Li Wangyu ate it with great satisfaction. Listening to Li Wangyu's introduction, the greedy worm in the belly of the beautiful boss was also aroused, and she nodded repeatedly. The Zhao's soup pancakes were not opened in the east and west markets, but in Zhaogua Square, not far from Sujiang Pool, outside Chongji Temple. The old couple led their son and daughter-in-law to run a restaurant in the square. The business was quite good. When Li Wangyu arrived with his beautiful boss, the restaurant was almost full of diners. The waiter was shopkeeper Zhao's son. He saw that the three of them were all riding horses, especially the beautiful boss's shining night white. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. He knew that the three of them were nobles. In the Tang dynasty, such a majestic horse was comparable to the supercars of the modern era in the eyes of the public. It attracted the attention of the passers-by, and the diners in the restaurant also whispered to each other. Shopkeeper Zhao's son didn't dare to be negligent. He attentively helped them tie up their horses and invited them to an empty table to sit down. "Give us 3 bowls of soup pancakes." "Oh, 4 bowls." Li Wangyu thought of Niu Wu's appetite and quickly added. "Okay, 4 bowls of soup pancakes. Please wait a moment." Shopkeeper Zhao's son hurriedly responded and went to the kitchen to inform his father. The restaurant of the Zhao family was not big, and the diners sat very close to each other. When Li Wangyu and the others waited for the dishes to be delivered, they could clearly hear the diners' conversation. The beautiful boss's shining night white attracted a lot of envious voices. People who loved horses in the Tang dynasty could be found everywhere. Many diners commented on the majestic white horse clearly and logically. They were very envious, and Li Wangyu felt a little complacent in his heart. "Wan Sanlang, look at this white horse. How much is it worth?" "Hee, that's a big deal. In the West Market, it only costs 10 strings of copper coins to pull a horse, but in the army, it costs 50 strings of copper coins to pull a horse. I think this white horse is even more expensive. You can't buy it for less than 100 strings of copper coins." The diner called Wan Sanlang's voice was not low, and all the diners in the restaurant could not help but gasp. "Hiss, so expensive. Wan Sanlang, are you trying to fool us?" "Hey, what's there to fool you? I've been working in the cattle and horse market in the West Market for so many years. How can I not know this?" Wan Sanlang's words made the diners look at Li Wangyu and the others differently. At this time, Li Wangyu and the others' wontons had been delivered. They just pretended not to hear and buried themselves in the food. Everyone's discussion soon shifted from the precious shining yabai to the rumor of 20,000 taels of gold for the construction of a polo field in Chang'an. Li Wangyu could not help but frown when he heard that. Actually, compared to the famous founder of Hu County, what does this horse count for? I'm afraid you don't know. I have an elder brother who works in that county's residence. TSK, I'm not afraid to scare you to death if I tell you this, but in the residence of this county's founder, even the chestnut used for the toilet is made of gold and inlaid with all kinds of gems. Just those gems, any one of them can be exchanged for several horses like this." The man's words caused everyone in the restaurant to gasp again. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, almost choked to death because of his words. Bragging really doesn't pay tax. Also, your elder brother works in my house. This bragging really makes it seem as if it's true. Li Wangyu felt that if he was not talking about himself, he might have believed it. Damn, so what Yang Quan said was true. This rumor is getting more and more exaggerated. If it continues to spread, Li Wangyu will probably become the god of wealth who can turn stone into gold. The beautiful boss naturally heard this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he glared at her. Niu Wu's mouth was wide open. He thought that he was hallucinating. He was about to stand up and refute, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and shook his head, indicating that he should not speak. The atmosphere in the restaurant became livelier because of the bragging man's words. That's why that county spent so much money to build a baseball field for him to play in. It was a small matter. It's just a pity that the people of Zhaoxing and Dan were chased out of their houses in the middle of the night in order to make room for that county. A perfectly good home was gone just like that. I heard about this matter. That county had countless gold in his house, but he was still so stingy. Not only did he not give them the money to buy the land, but he also let the people in his house kidnap women. TSK, the people of those 2 houses are in trouble. Their homes are gone, and even their slightly beautiful daughters were taken to the county's founder's house to be ravaged day and night. Isn't that right? Fortunately, my house is in Anle House, which is just across Huiman Street from that Dan house. These days, the cries of the people of Dan house can be heard through the walls of the house. It's too pitiful. That county really doesn't know shame and acts like a beast. He's so extravagant and lascivious. I thought that someone who could write such a strange book as The Three Kingdoms must be a great scholar. I didn't expect him to be so unbearable. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could no longer hold it in. He slammed the table and stood up. The beautiful boss's face also turned cold. Her mischievous expression was gone. Niu Wuzi clenched his fists. The veins on his neck bulged in anger. It's fine to say that I'm rich and heartless, but to even talk about raping women and ravaging them day and night? This is simply forcing me to feed sh*t into my mouth. Damn it. Chapter 351. The sound of Li Wangyu slamming the table was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Li Wangyu angrily asked, "Everyone, aren't you afraid of being punished by the authorities for making up such rumors?" However, his words only caused the restaurant to be silent for a few seconds before being mocked by everyone. "Bah, why can't we talk about what that county magistrate did? Only county magistrates are allowed to set fires, but commoners aren't allowed to light lamps. This Lord Xiao Lang must be from a wealthy family. That's why he's so protective of that county magistrate, right? They're all jackals of the same tribe. So what if he's rich? Just because he's riding a good horse, he dares to shout and shout. If it were any other day, these diners wouldn't have dared to curse at someone riding a horse like Yabai. However, today, everyone in the restaurant was condemning that county magistrate. It was as if they were of one mind and the law couldn't punish the majority. Thus, even though they knew that Li Wangyu's group of three had extraordinary identities, they still attacked them. The beautiful woman's face was frosty as she coldly said, "Everyone, why are you insulting my innocence without any evidence? When has that county magistrate ever kidnapped a woman or occupied someone's land? It would have been better if she hadn't said anything." Her words caused everyone in the restaurant to laugh. "Ha, young lady, why aren't you properly taking care of your husband and children in your residence? Why are you spouting nonsense? We all saw what that county magistrate did with our own eyes. How is he insulting your innocence? His appearance isn't bad, but I didn't expect him to have the heart of a poisonous scorpion. How much gold did that county magistrate give you for you to protect such a beast like him? I'm afraid this young lady isn't this young man's mistress, is she? Or perhaps she's a girl from Peace Square." Li Wangyu had already been enraged by these rumors in the marketplace. At this time, when he heard them humiliating his beautiful superior, he couldn't bear it any longer. He directly picked up the bowl of hot soup on the table and threw it at the person who said that his beautiful superior was the miss from Peace Square. The Zhao's soup pancakes used the best chicken soup as the base. It tasted delicious, but the temperature of the chicken soup was also quite high. The bowl of soup splashed onto the head of the person who had spoken just now. The scalding soup made him wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Seeing Li Wangyu suddenly launch an attack, the customers in the restaurant were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. All of them suddenly stood up and rushed toward Li Wangyu and the other two. For a moment, the Xiao family's small eatery was in a mess. When Niu Wu saw that his Lang Jun had made a move, he didn't hesitate. He waved his big fist and smashed it toward the surrounding diners. With his martial arts, it couldn't be easier for him to deal with these ordinary people. With just 2 or 3 punches, he knocked down several people. However, as the saying goes, the Tang people revered martial arts while the Song people revered literature. Although these diners were all common people, they didn't fear Niu Wu's fist at all. Instead, after he knocked down a few people, the others became even more fierce and surrounded him. After Li Wangyu threw the bowl of soup, he also felt a bit of regret. In this eatery, there were more than 10 diners, but Niu Wu was only one person. With his small body, he couldn't help much. If by any chance he got into a fight and hurt his beautiful superior, then it would be too late for regrets. Seeing that all the diners had surrounded him, Li Wangyu quickly pulled his beautiful superior behind him. He reached out and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table again and smashed it toward the diners. The eatery was in chaos. The Xiao family's shopkeeper and his son hurriedly shrank behind the counter and repeatedly called for everyone to stop. But at this time, how could everyone stop? Niu Wu naturally had a lot of skills. If he really hardened his heart and pulled out the weapon at his waist, then these diners would probably all be lying on the ground. But it was only a verbal disagreement and a fight, so Niu Wu naturally couldn't hurt people. And with his bare hands, although he was brave and fierce, he might not be able to deal with the siege of more than 10 people. Li Wangyu saw that Niu Wu was being besieged and that there were several people on his side surrounding him again. He quickly picked up the bowl of soup on the table and made a gesture to throw it out again. His action scared the diners who were surrounding him. They immediately dodged, afraid that the hot soup would be poured on them. The person who was poured a bowl of hot soup by Li Wangyu just now was still rolling on the ground and howling in grief. After using the hot soup to force the diners away, Li Wangyu didn't waste any words. He threw down the bowl of soup, pulled his beautiful superior, and turned to run. He didn't forget to call out, "Niu Wu, leave quickly. Don't get entangled with them. Lang Jun, you guys get on the horse first." Niu Wu blocked the entrance of the restaurant by himself. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Li Wangyu untied the reins. He didn't care to avoid arousing suspicion. He stretched out his hand to hold his beautiful superior's perky buttocks and pushed her onto the horse. Then he also turned over and got on the horse. He pulled the reins of Niu Wu's horse and shouted at Niu Wu, let's go. Niu Wu kicked the person in front of him to the ground and turned around to run. He turned over and landed on the horse's back. The three of them didn't care about the ban on horses in Chang'an City. They whipped their horses and ran away. The group of diners squeezed out of the restaurant. Looking at the horses that were far away, they couldn't catch up. They could only jump and curse. Li Wangyu urged the horse to run straight out of Zhaoguofang. Then he laughed and pulled the reins. The conflict just now had let him vent his anger. He was in a good mood. "Niu Wu, send 10 copper coins to Zhao's soup pancake shop as compensation." Today, the Zhao's soup pancake shop had suffered an unexpected disaster. Because of the fight between Li Wangyu and the others, the shop was smashed into a mess. Li Wangyu was naturally not an unreasonable person. Although today's incident was caused by the diner's obscenities, it had nothing to do with Zhao's soup pancake shop. He naturally had to compensate. Niu Wu grinned and nodded with a smile. The beautiful female boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu in a flirtatious manner and rebuked, "Look, why are you building a polo field all of a sudden? Now you've made yourself a pest that everyone in Chang'an City hates. Let's see how you're going to deal with it." Of course, she didn't really blame Li Wangyu. She just complained out of concern. Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly. He didn't know that it would cause such a big trouble. Have the people of Chang'an City gone mad? There are people who believe such ridiculous words, and all of them speak as if it's true. The beautiful superior also sighed. Everyone has the idea of getting rich quickly, but it's difficult to realize. You've been so high profile and spent so much money to build a polo field. Besides, some people added fuel to the fire. Naturally, their envy turned into jealousy. Li Wangyu was furious. He obviously wanted to add some cultural entertainment for the people of the Tang dynasty, but they didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. The matter of buying land had not been solved. Now his reputation in Chang'an City was so bad because of the rumors. Li Wangyu really regretted it. If he had known it, he would not have built a polo field. But now, it was too late to say anything. If he couldn't find a way to solve this matter, he really didn't need to come to Chang'an City in the future. More than 1 million people in Chang'an City could drown him with their saliva. Li Wangyu looked up and sighed. So what if I'm rich? Who did I offend? Chapter 352. Li Wangyu was indeed very annoyed. He had clearly done a good thing, but was misunderstood and even abused by the other party. It was hard for him not to get angry. Just like that monkey's son, he was clearly fighting a monster, but was misunderstood by Tang Sanzang, who not only chanted the golden hoop spell, but also drove the monkey away. It was really sullen. This was also the reason why he couldn't hold back and fought in the Zhao's soup pancake shop today. After being disturbed like this, he and the beautiful boss no longer had the interest to continue dating and play. They were also too lazy to find another restaurant to eat, so the three of them directly rode back to Dingzhou village. Back in the backyard, Li Wangyu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he opened his arms to the beautiful boss. "Poor, weak and helpless me, please give me a loving hug." "Bah, stinky hooligan, stay away from me." The beautiful boss saw through his sinister intentions at a glance and pushed him away with a very disgusted expression. Li Wangyu's heartbroken look made the beautiful boss unable to help but laugh. "Well, seeing how pitiful you are, this miss will reward you with a hug." The beautiful boss said that she was disgusted with Li Wangyu, but still went forward to give him a gentle hug. This was the first time that a beautiful boss had taken the initiative to hug him, so Li Wangyu was instantly revived on the spot as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was just about to reach out and wrap his arms around the beautiful boss's slender waist, but this demoness had already pushed him away with a giggle. "Hey, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Stingy, I'm not leaving you out." "What did you say?" "Say it again." The beautiful boss put 2 fingers on Li Wangyu's waist. "No, nothing. Hee, I said don't let me see you again, otherwise, I'll fall in love with you every time I see you." Li Wangyu's desire to live was very strong, so he immediately began to show off his vulgar words of love. The beautiful boss made a disgusted and vomiting expression. "Ugh, too disgusting. You can save these vulgar words of love for Aphrodite." Amidst the laughter and banter between the two lovers, Li Wangyu's depressed mood improved a lot. For Li Wangyu's depression, the beautiful boss could understand. She comforted him, "Wangyu, don't worry. There was no way to explain this kind of thing." The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. It was better to just let it be. Anyway, people are forgetful. After a while, everyone will forget about this matter. Although the beautiful boss's words were reasonable, Li Wangyu still felt aggrieved. "Sigh, my heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch." "Alright, stop sighing. You can't really distribute gold to the people of Chang'an, can you?" His beautiful boss didn't mean it, but Li Wangyu suddenly felt a trace of inspiration. "Changqing, what did you just say?" "What? You can't give gold to the people of Chang'an." Before the beautiful boss could finish her words, she saw Li Wangyu fiercely hugging her and kissing her pretty face with lightning speed. "Wahahaha, I have an idea. Yes, it's to give them gold. Hee, I'll see who in Chang'an will say bad things about me. They will have to worship me as the god of wealth." Li Wangyu laughed out loud. His beautiful boss's words just now reminded him, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He thought of a way that was not a way, but could perfectly resolve the current situation. Wasn't it just that the people of Chang'an were jealous of his wealth? How big of a deal was it? If he gave them a chance to become rich, would he still be afraid of the people talking bad about him? He was laughing, but he didn't notice that the beautiful boss's cheeks had turned red, and her eyes were about to kill someone. Li Wangyu. The beautiful boss, who was suddenly attacked by Li Wangyu, was embarrassed and angry. She went berserk. It was only then that Li Wangyu realized what he had just done. He hurriedly ran away. With great difficulty, he managed to escape the pursuit of his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu giggled as he touched his lips. The feeling was quite good. After smirking for a while, he began to seriously think about the idea he had just come up with, which was to issue lottery tickets. Li Wangyu bought lottery tickets a lot in the future. However, it was obvious that he didn't have much luck. On the day he transmigrated, the highest winning amount was only 5 yuan. However, there was a reason why this thing could be popular all over the world. Lottery tickets with gambling properties could satisfy people's curiosity and adventurous mentality. Although the winning rate was very low, under the temptation of a huge prize and a small investment, it still stimulated people to buy it tirelessly. As a veteran lottery fan, Li Wangyu knew a lot about lottery tickets. This thing could be traced back to ancient Rome more than 2,000 years ago, which was Rome a few hundred years before the Tang dynasty. The earliest modern lottery tickets were issued in Florence in the 15th century. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, if Li Wangyu wanted to issue lottery tickets, there wouldn't be any problems. At least, there wouldn't be any technical problems. The only thing he needed to consider was the anti-counterfeiting function of the lottery tickets. He thought hard for a long time and felt that he could only learn from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The anti-counterfeiting method of banknotes should be able to prevent people from forging lottery tickets. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Moreover, there were huge profits to be made by issuing lottery tickets. If Pai Lupi knew how much money he could make, he would be crazy with joy. Not to mention how much profit the lottery made in the future would make, Li Wangyu knew that in the 15th century, Spain first issued lottery tickets to collect a huge amount of money. The annual income was about 5 million yuan, which was one of the country's huge sources of income. In the 15th century, 5 million pesetas was an astronomical figure in Spain. With the richness of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that the profit he could make through lottery tickets would also be a huge number. Li Wangyu didn't dare to hold such a huge amount of wealth in his hands. That would cost him his life. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought about it and decided to report the lottery to Pai Lupi. He wasn't greedy. It would be enough if he could get a share of the profits. Li Wangyu also thought that if lottery tickets were to be found in the Tang dynasty, it would probably be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Maybe he could also solve the little problem of the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. After the beautiful boss stopped chasing him, Li Wangyu immediately told her his idea. The beautiful boss gave him a thumbs up. Wangyu, the lottery is really a good idea. I'm afraid that once it's issued, it will cause a sensation in Chang'an. Of course. Don't they all want gold? I think the grand prize will be 200 taels of gold, which is worth 1,200 strings of copper. Each lottery ticket is worth 2 coins. I'm not afraid that the people of Chang'an won't go crazy. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more excited he became. He simply took a pen and paper and discussed the specific details of the lottery with the beautiful boss, listing them one by one on the paper. From how the lottery tickets were printed, how the prize money was distributed, how the lottery was drawn, and so on, the two wrote in detail based on their knowledge of lottery tickets in the future. Li Wangyu planned to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow morning to discuss this matter with Pai Lupi. He wanted Chang'an to go crazy for the lottery. Chapter 353. In Chang'an City, in the Legislative Hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was carefully reading Li Wangyu's proposal regarding the issuance of lottery tickets. Li Wangyu sat beside the table proudly, sipping on the fragrant tea. Ever since Pai Lupi tasted the Medicine King tea, personally made by Sun Simiao at the Li family, he became interested in this method of drinking tea. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to pick fresh tea leaves and process them according to the old Taoists' method. The tea leaves he obtained were very delicious and he liked them very much. Most of the tea in the palace was brewed using this method of brewing tea. Whatever was good at the top, the subordinates would be even better. Pai Lupi's fondness for tea leaves was copied by many officials. Now in Chang'an City, this method of brewing tea leaves directly was gradually becoming popular. However, the tea leaves that had not been stir-fried did not have a strong aroma. Moreover, the tea leaves had a pungent smell. Li Wangyu leisurely drank his tea while thinking about these trivial matters. He wondered when he should make the stir-fried tea leaves. After presenting this proposal to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu waited to see the shocked expression on Pai Lupi's face. Wahahaha, I am indeed a genius. I can even think of such a method. Li Wangyu was very proud. However, Pai Lupi on the throne frowned more and more. Not only did he not show the shock and joy that Li Wangyu imagined, but he also looked confused and puzzled. Zio, I'm afraid this lottery ticket of yours is not appropriate. I know that you have been wronged recently, but you don't have to be so prodigal as to give away the gold, right? Not to mention, you can't let the imperial court issue lottery tickets. What? Li Wangyu thought that he was hallucinating. What was Pai Lupi saying? Lottery tickets were a way to accumulate wealth, and he actually said that they were prodigal? Uncle, how is this prodigal? Lottery tickets make a lot of money. Do you think I'm stupid? 2 copper coins to buy a lottery ticket, guess 7 numbers, and win 200 taels of gold if you guess correctly. Aren't you just giving away gold? Pai Lupi shook his head. In the past few days, he had already heard all the rumors about Li Wangyu and Cheng and through the 100 Cavalry Department. However, Pai Lupi couldn't do anything about the aristocratic family's incitement of the people's hearts and spreading rumors. There was no way he could go and issue a report to the imperial palace to help Li Wangyu explain and clarify that there wasn't that much gold in Hu County's house, and that Li Wangyu didn't bully the market, kidnap women, or take over other people's fields. That would be too ridiculous. After reading Li Wangyu's suggestion of issuing lottery tickets, Li Er only thought that his nephew had been wronged and couldn't think straight. Thus, he gave away the gold that he had worked so hard to obtain. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by Pai Lupi's answer. Damn, this illiterate person didn't even pass elementary school math, right? Pai Lupi can't even understand such simple probability. The lottery plan that Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss came up with was basically a copy of the 2 colored balls of the future. However, the 6 red balls didn't have numbers from 1 to 33, but from 1 to 20, and the blue balls had numbers from 1 to 16. A simple mathematical formula could calculate the probability of winning the grand prize. 20 times 19 times 18 times 17 times 16 times 15 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 times 16 times. The answer was 620160. A 1 in 620,000 chance of winning. Although this was much higher than the 2 colored balls of the welfare lottery, which had a 1 in 17 million chance of winning, the population of the Tang dynasty was much smaller after all. If the rules of the lucky lottery were completely copied, Li Wangyu was worried that no one would really win the prize. If 1 million people in Chang'an bought a lottery ticket, they would earn 2 million. Even if someone won the first prize, they wouldn't lose money. Moreover, it didn't mean that if 1 million people bought the lottery ticket, they would definitely win the prize. This was a matter of probability. If the lottery ticket was a loss, the lottery agencies in the future all over the world would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and felt that this matter couldn't be explained to Pai Lupi, who was illiterate. Uncle, about this matter, let's ask Minister Dai to come. He will definitely understand what is going on. In Li Wangyu's opinion, Dai Zhou's mathematics level was still not bad. He should be able to explain it to him clearly. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu doubtfully, but still ordered the chamberlain to summon Dai Zhou. The 6 government offices were all in the imperial city, so they weren't far from each other. Dai Zhou was quickly led into the hall by the chamberlain. After greeting Pai Lupi handed Li Wangyu's proposal for the lottery ticket to him and asked Dai Zhou to look into it and see if it was feasible. To Li Wangyu's surprise, Dai Zhou, who was considered a top mathematician in the Tang dynasty, actually shook his head after looking at his lottery ticket proposal. That's not appropriate. Huxianzi, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but your lottery ticket is too risky. If many people win, wouldn't you have to pay out a lot of gold at once? Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, couldn't see through such a lucrative lottery ticket. He opened his mouth for a long time, but didn't know how to respond. The reaction of the ruler and his subject was truly beyond his expectations. For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to think. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu didn't want to waste his breath trying to convince the ruler and his subject. Since they didn't want the money that was sent to them, they couldn't blame him. Li Wangyu planned to issue his own lottery ticket. Once Pai Lupi saw the benefits of the lottery ticket, he would naturally return to his old ways. When the time came, it would be fine for him to hand over the lottery ticket, but when the time came, he would have to ask for more benefits. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He looked at Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou with a look of superiority. Your Majesty, since you and Minister Dai both feel that this lottery ticket is not feasible, then forget it. Your nephew will issue it himself. Your Majesty, please allow it. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi, but his smile was like that of a fox that was about to steal an old hen. Ziyu, why do you have to do this? The common people are ignorant. There is no need to pay too much attention to the rumors. Your family's adults are no longer alive. As your uncle, I can't watch you act recklessly and be a hedonistic prodigal son. This matter cannot be allowed. I won't allow it. Pai Lupi still believed that Li Wangyu had become muddle-headed from anger. That was why he thought of issuing a lottery ticket. Winning 200 taels of gold for 2 copper coins was, in his opinion, giving away money. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi didn't allow it and couldn't help but become anxious. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune and wash his reputation clean. How could he let Pai Lupi ruin it like this? Uncle, it's not what you think. This matter really has a lot of potential. Just believe in your nephew. When have you ever seen your nephew do a losing business? Ziyu, there's no need to say more. I won't allow it. Pai Lupi's resolute attitude almost caused Li Wangyu's nose to become crooked from anger. This fellow was blocking someone's path to wealth, yet he still acted as if he was doing it for his own good. Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. As expected, the truth was in the hands of a few people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to let it go like this. His eyes spun for a long time and he thought of a way that wasn't really a way.